99.5, 99.5 years old. Dorora.
He taku I po taku hiri ka po. Ka matai koe ki taku taka panei taku I po. Oh, oh, oh.
Ata Māori e mōrena a kia tātou katoa me ngā karongo kuki tērā atu o ngā reo. Ko awatia wihongi tērā a kei konei tātou ki te tēnati nui ara ko te maranga mai forum tent. I tēnei watuna ka hono atu ki te ātāmira ki ngā kai kōrero ko tīmata kētia I tēnei whare tēnati me ki. So ka hono atu ki a rātou I tēnei wā.
Nō roto o kaitahu kati māmoi me waitaha e mihi nei ki a koutou. Ara, ko te tai tokerau. Nōku te tino hōnore hei tau mai nei kei ruki o koutou, kei waika nui o koutou I tēnei ata papaira wātu. Ko Mananui Ramsden tōku I kua tēnā tātou katoa.
Kia ora, tēnā koe Mananui. Anyway, e te whānau, normally when we start a MC gig, we're supposed to say like some house rules, but we didn't get any house rules. So, the plan, hopefully we're all going to be safe today, but if not, if there's a fire, go the other way. And there should be signs for the whare paku. Anyway, before we start off our day, e te whana aroha mai, kia manawa nui mai ki te tō muri o te timatanga. Heoi, we had a bit of technical difficulties, but speaking of technical, this morning I asked ChatGPT, guys, you guys, if you don't use ChatGPT, well, you should. Anyways, I said to ChatGPT, give me a quote of the day to start off our forum about the gathering of oceans for voices, views, and leadership. And this is what it said, okay? Like the oceans that meet without losing themselves, may our voices gather here, strong in our currents, powerful in our unity. Today, we don't just speak, we shape the tide of leadership together. Kia ora!
Oh.
See? ChatGPT's me, eh?
O mai te piki pai.
Anyways, we shall not waste any more of your time. We're going to jump into our first kai kōrero o te rā. Now, I told the kai whakahaere o muri that my English is a little bit not the best, okay? So, if I get it wrong, don't laugh. You guys just act like I didn't. Anyways, ko te kai kōrero tuatahi o te rā, ko wai atu ko Sheridan Waitai. Oh, ho mai te paki, you may clap. Yeah. No Ngāti Kuri te rarawa, me tainui, Sheridan is a widely recognised Indigenous leader, conservationist and strategist. She is well acknowledged for her work in biodiversity, Indigenous-led marine protection, and her advocacy for the rangitahua. Her leadership is rooted in the belief that Indigenous peoples have always been innovators, scientists, and engineers. E te iwi, ho mai te paki, Sheridan Waitai.
Hard to follow you, huh?
Well, anyway, ka pai. Ka nei te mihi kia kaipai, ka nei te mihi ki ngā mana whenua, tēnā ra kaipai katoa. Ka nei te mihi kia koe mai. O tō karake tēnei wā, kia ora. Ko Sheridan Waitai ahau. I've had the privilege of working with and for my uri, o Ngāti Kuri, for a long time. So ko auhe mokopuna o Sāna, Waitai Marae no Ngāti Kuri, Y262 claimant. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to keep it really light because we hear ourselves all the time and we really want to hear our Indigenous whānau that have come here today.
But I just want to recap and just give some context. For well over a decade now, but in the last decade, we have been trying to have direct relationships with other Indigenous groups and people to share lessons learned and to see how we can level up and have collective aspirations together and collective action. Now, Taiātea literally means a gathering on the water. And so if we remember our tūpuna, ngāhue, kupe, ture, a range of them, they would meet out on the water, have their kōrero, and then meet in different places. So we thought, what better place to gather again but on the water? And so we started these in 2018, 2019, and this is our third one. Now, what we found was we were the add-on Indigenous people to hui and gatherings around the motu and around the world, but we had to go through governments and other providers to find each other. So we decided to set up our own direct. How do we do this? We just reach out. So, can't really see this picture, but this is a picture of a whole range of different islands and nations that gathered up at Te Rerenga Wairua in 2018, which is our first one. There's a bit of a map of some of those nations, and those nations again have returned to us, like Niue, like Rapa, like Samoa. Building off the back of other groups, like Papa Sol from Hawaii, and you'll hear from him later, he gathered us all, because you don't remember COVID hit? And then we just didn't fly anywhere, we just couldn't do anything. So to regroup after COVID, we all met up in Hawaii. And it was called He Puna Leo o Te Moana Nui Akea. And we thought, yep, that's us. Puna ora being an upswell of wellness and prosperity and mauri that is distributed wide and far, that gives halo effect across the moana. And so we came back to Aotearoa, that's us gathering. And we started to build on those relationships and partnerships to actually form our Puna ora kind of project. Okay. So I just want to recap on a couple of things there, bro. Okay. So Ngāti Kuri and others, we're not scared of partnerships, and we're really not scared of having unnatural partners. We have had a partner called WWF, and they are in the room for the last 10 years. We also have Oceans 5, we also have Pew, and a range of others that are non-Indigenous whānau. And that is okay, because what we're sharing is similar goals and similar values on how we get there. But the great work actually happens when we gather as Indigenous whānau. So what we've done, and Lisa's in the room and she'll talk later, is we thought, what are the consistencies and immutable things across all of us as Indigenous people that we would hold and we would value, that were just immutable? Nobody could challenge that in terms of our traditional knowledge, our traditional practice. We also wanted to know who was actually working in the moana space, land space, and what were those models and tools. So we undertook a range of case studies focused on tikanga-led tools. So Rekohu, you're in the room? Yep, we did national ones. If you want to know about powers and how to do things really, really good, that person is in the room, yeah. We also did case studies internationally, and that's who you're going to hear from today, the ones that are national and international, sharing what's worked, what hasn't worked, also how to use enabling legislation, or how to navigate when I mean we've all got similar challenges. So Canada is in the room, Australia is in the room. We have a similar coloniser. Yeah. But we've also seen Canada set real precedents in the Commonwealth nations, and therefore we should all look to see how we can level up and cut through collectively. We've also seen the Gurigan in Australia, 30 years of tamra. So setting precedents around traditional knowledge leading, there's so much we can learn from each other. So I hope today you'll get that from them. So we've undertaken these case studies and we've worked with our crew from WWF and others. We've had cross-party conversations, just seeding this, around new policy and legislation to enable us to do what we do. So I'll give you an example. In Te Hukuotuka, there's 5 of us, mass coastlines and oceans. If you look at what we have protected, we only have tohero. Tohero is the only thing that is protected under statutory regulation. Yeah? So, e tiwi o te huku, whakapiri mai, eh? We need to gather and work together to change that, But I do want to acknowledge that we do have some traditional rāhui, but more to the point is how do we get enabling legislation for particular puna ora. So we're working on a framework of puna ora, and you will hear from Taiātea later. We're going to have a tent set up in the Y262 tent. If you want to have input into how that is shaping, how policy and that is shaping, please go and join us over there tomorrow. Ka pai. I'll just quickly skip. I've done the case studies. So today I hope you hear around different governance models and frameworks, tikanga-led learnings, reflections of past plans and successes. We have the whānau of Papahana Mokua Kia in this room. Legacy in the making. Yeah. Hear about the different relationships and partnerships, and obviously the existing conservation methods. I'm going to land there. But I just want us to remember that we nationally have a claim called Y262, and we have now transitioned into developing the tikanga-led framework called Te Aki Taonga. Now this framework is really about legislative and policy changes that the government needs to make. The Y262 claim is not a treaty settlement in the way that you have to buy your land back or you get your resources back. It is about specific policy and legislative changes that impact us in Te Iwi Māori. And so therefore, we don't want to push that aside and create new frameworks. We want to make sure that collectively across the nation, we can test the frameworks that have been created from the entire rohe of Aotearoa who've had input into developing our own tikanga-led framework called Te Aki Taonga. So I'm going to hand it over to Wakaiti. But I just want to say, I'm around, we're around all day. Please connect with us, please join with us on this journey, and I really hope you enjoy it. Ka ne te mihi.
Kia ora mai tātou, ho mai te piki paki anō. E hika mai, it's my absolute pleasure now to introduce Wakaiti Dalton, Noroto o Ngā Puhi. Wakaiti is a research and program development kaitaki focused on kaupapa Māori. A conservation practitioner, Noroto o Te Tai Tokerau. She brings experience working alongside iwi, hapu, hāpuri Māori on the restoration of land and waterways. What a superstar. Her contribution reflects the integration of research, community leadership, and of course, Indigenous environmental practice. Arere mai o koutou tārika, ho mai te piki paki, Wakaiti.
It comes from those determined not to lose the seeds, the the essence of what makes us Māori. Y262 comes from those determined not to lose the seeds, the essence of what makes us Māori. Kia kore ai e ngaro, he kākano I ruia mai, I rangiatea.
I raka kia ora, kia ora tātou, mora, kia ora koutou.
Kia ora koutou, kia ora.
Tēnā koutou katoa, greetings to everyone. Haere mai, kia ora ana katoa.
Kia ora koutou katoa. May good health be with you.
Kia ora, kia ora.
This is Y262 playing for Mātauranga Māori, the intellectual knowledge of our ancestors, all those properties in artistic forms, all of our whakapapa, all of our waiata, all taonga in the total environment of the ao mai, of the Māori.
We need to have a new approach, a framework based on tikanga Māori principles as opposed to, your standard Western model.
The Wairua claim, the Maori claim, the Tino Rangatiratanga claim, the Manamutu Hake claim, but essentially it is the Aroha claim. Because the vision is so big, you have to have big aroha.
That you become the means by which it makes it easier for us to look after the whānau. That's what I would like.
I want us to Māori to have mana Māori wotu haki, which leads to tino Taiātea.
Our hope is found, our marae is found, so that there's a healthy relationship between law, L-O-R-E, law and
So it's got to get to the core, the source of the problem of all laws in this country. The Crown's responsibility must be faced up to directly, and they must begin to meet us, as Sir Paul said, in a power-sharing responsibility.
This claim kind of pulls all of those things together and helps enable our future the way we choose it. The difference with the Y262 claim is it's looking forward, it's not looking back. It's looking to pave our path ahead for our mokos and our mokos.
So that the hope for some advancement come to pass, not in some dilution and crown control idea of intellectual property, not in some way that restricts manaakitanga to current ethos of copyright and so on, but an imaginative way forward that preserves tino rangatiratanga as a sphere of influence over which Māori exercise control.
As I listen to the oro of these taonga that are a part of our DNA, I hear ngā kōrero tukuiho a rātou mā.
Pass to us ngā kānohi ora along the taura that binds those from before to those beyond, weaving us into the fabric of our kaupapa, te aki taonga.
Koe Māori ora, ko taonga tuku iho, and mana for Aotearoa is written in the stars.
This is mana motuhake.
Tēnā tātou. Kia ora, ko Wakaiti Dalton tōku ingoa. Tuatahi he mihi tēnei ki te haukainga o tēnei rohe. Ki ngā iwi kua hui hui mai nei tēnā koutou. Ki ngā rangatahi, ki ngā rangatira, ki ngā kairangahau, ki ngā kaitautoko o tēnei kaupapa. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. I thought it was important, even though you couldn't see the video, which had beautiful illustrative storytelling, you could hear the kōrero. And the kōrero in there was really important for you to hear. Those are the voices of the original claimants, of some of our really important scholars, tohunga and mātanga, who gave evidence to the claim over many, many decades. So I implore you to go onto the Te Akitanga website and watch the video, but it's just beautiful to hear those voices. I think those voices needed to come before mine, and so I wanted you to hear them. Nō reira, tēnā koutou. Now, I don't know why Sheridan has asked me to be the kai kōrero today for this kaupapa, because it's definitely a kaupapa bigger than myself. I am but a tauira of Y262, and it is my honour and privilege to be standing up here talking about the mahi that we do. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay. You can't read it, so I'm gonna read it for you. As I begin this kōrero, I wanted to acknowledge the foundation of this kaupapa. Y262 begins with a simple but enduring assertion. Ko te mana motuhake me te tino rangatiratanga o ngā taonga katoa. This is not simply a statement of rights, it is a statement of responsibility, of relationship. A statement that taonga are not commodities, they are whakapapa, inherited and alive. Secondly, I want to acknowledge the people who brought this kaupapa together, the ones who lodged the claim over 35 years ago in 1991. Sana Waitai Marae no Ngāti Kuri, Dao Wihongi no Te Raroa, Witi McMath no Ngāti Wai, Tama Puata no Ngāti Porou, John Hippolyte no Ngāti Koata, and Kataraina Rimene no Ngāti Kahungunu. And also I want to acknowledge Matua Moana Jackson, who drafted the claim. Many of the original claimants did not live to see what they were asking for. Today, that legacy is carried by Te Taumata Whakapumo. Te Taumata Whakapumo is a collective of representatives from those original whānau and their iwi. They have been brought together 30 decades on. Y262 is carried by an ecosystem of whakaaro and leadership. Kia ora. We have Te Aho Matua, a collective of tohunga and knowledge holders that ensure that the mana and integrity of the claim remain intact. Then we have Kahuaro Nui and Te Iho Tanuko, our expert technicians who provide advice for drafting policy, ethical solutions, and the remedies that we'll talk about today. Ngā iho pūmanoa, the many people, the many individuals who have contributed to this kaupapa. They've given their weight, their mātauranga, and their evidence over many decades, and we mihi to them. And Tai262, our taiohi of this kaupapa, those who were born into Y262, the next generation who will take this kaupapa beyond us. So this kōrero is not only about the past, it is also about the future of taonga governance and what that looks like. I also want to mihi to our manuhiri, our whanaunga from across te moana nui a Kiwa. Thank you for being here. Thank you for contributing your mātauranga and sharing in this collective journey that we're all going on. E rere ana ngā tai o mihi kia koutou. It's no mistake that we're here in Waitangi, a place where our past, present and future are in constant conversation. I want to talk about Y262. I want to talk about Te Aki Taonga, the framework that has been developed over the past 4 years. And I also want to talk about the journey that got us there. This is not a kōrero about a policy proposal, and it's not something that is complete or finished. This is a living framework that we need everybody to contribute to. We are all working in a space where tikanga, mātauranga, and law are meeting. But it's important that we have that meeting on our terms. And I have the privilege of working alongside an extraordinary group of technicians, those who are grounded in kaupapa Māori practices, but can also pivot and be legal thinkers or systems technicians, but are constantly grounded by their knowledge holders, their whakapapa, and importantly, by tikanga. Y262 is often described as the Indigenous rights claim, and it is. But at the heart of Y262, it is about relationships. Relationships between people and taiao, between mātauranga and power, and between Crown and the Māori, the Crown and Māori. And not as stakeholders either, as treaty partners. For decades, Aotearoa has tried to manage taonga through fragmented systems, intellectual property law, conservation regimes, research ethics, commercial contracts, data governance. None of these systems were designed to recognise that taonga are living entities with whakapapa and that there is Māori holding enduring authority through tikanga. Y262 names that failure, and it also asks us to do something fundamentally different. One of the deepest issues that we share as Indigenous peoples globally is actually quite simple. Traditional knowledge is often freely taken, used without our permission, without our consent or authority. That is the problem that Y262 responds to. And it's not only about respectful use. Our knowledge and culture can also be used offensively in ways that diminish mana, distort meaning, and disconnect taonga from mātauranga. It shows up in research, it shows up in biodiversity commercialisation, and in everyday cultural exploitation. We see it today in genetic patents, in bioprospecting, AI data sets, and climate policy that still sidelines Indigenous authority. This is not an academic exercise. This is the exhaustion of watching our taonga be misused and misappropriated, while we are being told to be grateful for being included. So what happened with Y262 after it was filed? Well, 20 years later, in 2011, yes, the Waitangi Tribunal finally responded with a report called Aotearoa Tēnei. It was a huge report with heaps of detail. It was 3 volumes this thick. And although it was a lot of effort and mahi put into that report, the original claimants and Te Taumata Whakapumo were disappointed with the limitations. For example, it did make some important findings, I should say that. One was that there should be no offensive abuse of mātauranga Māori, and that Māori are entitled to reasonable control, and that the kaitiaki relationship should be protected. Those were all good things, but there were also serious limitations to those. It still qualified Māori authority as only reasonable, and it did not deliver the constitutional transformation that the claimants were looking for. It was a milestone, but not the destination. So the kaupapa didn't stop there, it sharpened. And over the last 4 years, the taumata whakapumo have led a process called kanohiora, going out across the motu, engaging on Waitu62, and asking some important questions about what does protection of taonga today actually look like, or need to look like? Where should Māori hold exclusive authority? Where should shared responsibility be appropriate, shared between the Crown and Māori? And what must change if future generations are to inherit systems that are tika? What we heard was carefully distilled by our technicians, not to average out differences, but to see where the consensus were. Where did everybody agree on this kōrero? What emerged was clear. Māori authority over taonga, mātauranga, taonga species, and archives was non-negotiable. The Crown has responsibilities, but not ownership. Existing systems are not fit for purpose, and incremental reform will not get us where we need to go. From that mandate, Te Aki Taonga was born. Te Aki Taonga is a Māori-led, tikanga-based constitutional framework grounded in the intergenerational intent of Waitu62. It is a framework comprised of 2 connected limbs. Next one, sorry. Next one. Yeah. So the first limb, or ringa, is the sui generis legislation. This is a legal regime shaped specifically for taonga. The second are soft law tools, like codes of conduct, contracts, practical guidelines, and educational resources. These can be as simple as including a contract as a Māori service provider, a Pakehi Māori, a kapahaka rōpū, lots of different applications here. But if you're going into a contract with somebody and you're sharing your mātauranga or the mātauranga of your whānau, hapu or iwi specific to a taonga, then you need to ensure that that's protected. And the IP clauses that our traditional, or non-traditional in our sense, contracts hold don't cover that. So these are the sorts of things that our technicians have developed over time. You can find these on the website, and yeah, there's many other examples on there. The goal is that Te Aki Taonga operates in every instance where mātauranga or taonga are at issue. And unlike the tribunal report, tino rangatiratanga is at the heart of the framework. Te Aki Taonga speaks directly to the Crown's treaty obligations to support tino rangatiratanga, not to assert proprietary interests over taonga, and to reform its own agencies internally. Not make us do that mahi for them, ne? Sure did. The framework is a long-term transformational project, hence why I talked about it being a living framework that we're all contributing to. It's a rebalancing of a relationship between the Crown and Māori. That's going to take time. And a framework that places taonga and their mauri at the centre of governance. At its core, ngā pauuara o Waitu62, some of which are up here, and they are about affirming that Māori is intrinsic. Recognition of whakapapa relationships, guarantee of tino rangatiratanga and mana motuhake. Mana whakahaere exercised for collective well-being, and manakitanga as a guiding obligation. These are decision-making principles, not just pretty values to put on a page, ne? Te Aki Tonga is not just a framework or a concept or something that only lives in reports or tribunal findings or in future legislation. Te Aki Tonga is lived, because Te Aki Tonga is what happens when mātauranga is upheld, not extracted, when whakapapa is centred, not sidelined, and when taonga are protected, not commodified. That is Y262 in action. When people hear technical work program, they often think of legislation alone. Our technical work has had to go deeper and broader. It's simply about making these terminologies real in practice. What does consent look like? Where does authority properly sit? And what does a Te Aki Tonga Act need to do to shift the system? This work matters because tikanga cannot simply be bolted to a crown system. Tikanga must be the governing logic, and it can't be an afterthought. A few key lessons have emerged from the mahi we've done. This kaupapa must remain Māori-led. Durability depends on it staying above electoral cycles and above political ownership. Relationships are infrastructure. No amount of policy detail can substitute for trust, reciprocity, accountability, and trust, reciprocity, and accountability. I'm sure there's some other things in there too. Capacity is critical. Tikanga-led governance requires sustained investment in tohunga, in kaiatawhai or kaitiaki, in technicians, in practitioners, and in data guardians. All of this with sustainability and succession in mind. So Aotearoa is being watched. What we do here has implications for Indigenous governance, for environmental stewardship, and for knowledge protection globally. So what comes next? Te Taumata Whakapumo have some clear priorities moving forward from 2026 and beyond. The next phase is about three things. Establishing a Te Aki Tonga Act that's taken into Parliament. Building Te Aki tikanga-led governance architecture nationally and regionally, and embedding Māori authority across biodiversity and ocean futures. This isn't about creating a perfect system. It's about setting a long-term constitutional direction. For an ocean symposium, this kaupapa is especially relevant. Our marine environments are taonga, our species carry whakapapa, so every time you assert whakapapa in marine science, every time you protect traditional knowledge, and every time you advocate for haukainga voice, you are not separate from Y262. You are not observers of this kaupapa, you are carriers of it. Y262 was never about stopping the world. It was about teaching the world to do things differently. And what I want to leave you with is this. Many of you have already been moving differently for generations. Y262 named the injustice, but Te Aki Tonga names the responsibility. And the responsibility is not carried by one claimant group, or one whānau, or one hapu, or one individual. It's not carried by one institution, and it's not carried by one piece of legislation. The responsibility is collective. Tiakitanga isn't coming, it's here. Taiātea and the mahi you are doing is the evidence that tiakitanga is not only possible, it is already alive. Tiakitanga is not a barrier to innovation, it is a framework for integrity. It asks us to slow down when slowing down is required, to listen when listening has been avoided, and to design systems worthy of the taonga they govern. Because the moana does not recognise barriers, taonga do not fit neatly into government agencies, and the future will require governance built not on extraction, but on relationships. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
E wakaiti, i nā hoki te reka o au kupu, hei whakaki naki ai tō tātou nei kai, te nei ata o tirā, te mahi o reka e pāne ki ngā whawhai ka meha o tō tātou nei tāoka tuku iho. Tēnei au e mihi nei ki a koe. Homai te piki paki anō. I regret to inform Wakaiti that there's actually some pātai that are stapled on the back of your incredible kōrero this morning. I have no doubt that the original claimants of this kaupapa are immensely proud of you and the work that you do on a day-to-day basis, but also the courage and the way in which you've enriched all of us here this morning. He paku pātai kei te haere. In terms of mana moana and our forum today, what are things our whānau watching online, here in our forum tent, and of course all of us here in Waitangi, what are some things that we should be tuning into in terms of tiakitanga for our ears? What are the things that we could be doing?
Tēnā koe. Simply, I think that you are all already doing them, and which is the point of the kōrero. Everything that you do as a kaiatawhai, a kaitiaki, a technician, a practitioner who is advocating for taonga that have whakapapa and that acknowledge the kaitiaki relationship there, that is tiakitanga. So whether that's in a marine science space, or whether that's because you're a lawyer, or whether it's because you're out there actually doing the mahi with your hands, those are all contributing to tiakitanga. And what we need to do better is collectivise, like Sheridan has said, share those learnings into a safe space where those learnings can be understood and, I suppose, honoured for where they're coming from, and then contributing to forming legislation and legislative changes that are really going to make a difference for our taonga and for those protecting them. Yeah.
Tēnā koe. Where I come from, Kāti Irakehu on the Banks Peninsula, we have a saying, mena ka haha te tuna ki te roto, ka haha te reo ki te kaika, ka haha tātou katoa ki te whenua. If our tuna is in abundance within our lakes, within our waterway systems, the language within our households are resounding. Therefore, that earns us the right to exist here on this rock in the South Pacific. Tēnā koe. O tira tēnā tātou. Homai te piki paki.
Alrighty, te whānau. Wow. I just want to say, you know, you fellas all must have good jobs to have the day off to be here in this tent, eh? So, you fellas got the good bosses. But anyways. We actually plan to have our pōhiri at 11 a.m. te whānau, but before we go into our pōhiri, we're going to have a special guest speaker, and her name is Naya Lewis, the director of Big Ocean. Now, Naya is a visionary native Hawaiian artist. Oh, aloha! Aloha, Naya! Community organizer and marine conservationist strategist who specializes in the intersection of Indigenous knowledge and large-scale ocean governance. Naya is based on Oahu. Oh, it's beautiful over there. If you guys haven't been to Hawaii, go check it out. Anyways. And widely recognized for her big ocean network leadership. Papa hanau moku akea. Oh, e te iwi homa te paki Naya.
Kai ha e apa kau ke kukuno I ke ili kai ona kai e walu e I ke makawalu kau e anu ine o na bolo karalo hauna vela no hui ka moana dui e hua kai ka maka ni o le hua au I ke kai ku ono ka lua o ku hai mona ke kapa e hukai o ka ulai o ku I ka lua e ke aloha no ni o moku manu Manu o kui ka hui he laka ina ka la hui o hina pukoa, o hina puhalakoa, o hina kukuku, o hina I ka mana mai Kua o hua luke ko la loha ka hili ukala Kia I ia ke a kala no hui huka Ha nao ka pea puka ka pea pea I ke kai He ina I ka ina Ono I ka huna o ka paakai Mano ka I ke li o ko po kana loai Ko I lua ho I no ka lehu O huluhi ai Hano vale ka aina pupuna o nā muku le I ai No papahana o muku a ke alahi no ai First, aloha mai kako I want to say mahalo to my Natikuri whanau Pu'ohonua safe container. Aloha kako. So I just want to say mahalo to Natikuri, my whanau here in Aotearoa. Amazing. I could go on for days. As you know, as I said, my name is Naya. I'm going to talk about networks, but indulge me because this is a problem with giving presentations around your cousins. Once you hear them talk, then you want to change your whole presentation and what you were going to say. So let's see where this goes. Wait. Could go back. And one more. Okay. So he pilina vehena ole, right? This network of unseverable relationships. So I'm going to be talking about big ocean because we are a network of large-scale marine protected and managed areas. But our DNA, right, at the heart of what we do is relationships. So whether it's formalized, that you can say you belong, right, you're a member of something, it's much more about realizing we need to build these resilient relationships if we're going to have success in anything. So, right, I'm speaking to the choir, but just to say what we think, how we think about this. So, pili and pilina. In Hawaii, pili grass, it's this grass that has these kind of like a little pocket of seeds. And when the wind blows, these seeds that have all these little hairs, they get even more intertwined when there's wind. So the idea there, right, is that as there is struggle, as there is challenge, when a community is pono and healthy, right, they come together even tighter. And so our word for relationships is pilina. So I just wanted to set the stage that however my script here today changes, that is still my core message. But before I talk about what Big Ocean has done, what a network of a lot of different managers as well as communities and all of that interwoven with indigenous managers and communities, I feel it's important to talk about the mo'oku auhao or genealogy of large-scale ocean protection, because the pico of this, like thinking about oceans at scale, it's not large to us, but in frameworks outside, right, it is large. It's important to know what our genealogy is. So in 1975, the Great Barrier Reef was created. It wasn't created in the way that we think about large-scale marine protected areas today, but this is really kind of the forerunner. And I guess I'll want to just pause here. This might be somewhere else in my PowerPoint, but I am going to be speaking about these Western government constructs. Integrated into it is the knowledge of our kupuna. But I think part of why I'm here is that so much of the work we do exists and must exist in frameworks that we did not build, right? There are frameworks that are overlaid that we either have to engage with or at least have to engage with to go through to get to a point of what we're trying to achieve. And so here you have the Aboriginal peoples and Torres Strait Islanders. I will let our cousins speak to what their experience is. Of course, it has taken many decades to have greater representation. But in 1975, this started. Next slide. And at this point, the total number of MPAs of all sizes, right, from a little bay to was only about 4,500, and it was about the size of the Red Sea. And so as you can see, the total amount of ocean protected at that time was just under 500,000 square kilometers, but the Great Barrier Reef was 340,000 of that. So it was the majority of all oceans. That is how big it was at that time. And then in 2000, from Hawaii, this is the Northwestern Hawaiian Islands Coral Reef Ecosystem Reserve. And this initiative was pushed by Kanaka. There were some kupuna fishermen in the Northwestern Hawaiian Islands who saw the depletion of fish stocks, and they really pushed this. But again, these sites are so large, they have to be established in legislation. And so the Hawaiian community had to partner with government to get this kind of formal legal establishment. And then in 2006, I have SIDS, right, small island developing states, and yet this is like really large ocean nations. I think that's, but you had this commitment from Kiribati. And at this point, we've now taken the amount of ocean protected in the world to just under 500,000 to just over 1 million square kilometers. But again, the majority of this is by just those sites. That is how big these sites are. And then in 2009, the US expanded its commitment. And so on each of these slides, yes, it's a US commitment, but you have indigenous peoples at all of these sites. So this is with the Chamorro for the Marianas Trench Marine National Monument. And then in 2010, this was the first large site outside of the Pacific in Mauritius, Chagos. So you have the Mauritians. And so at 2010, and then in that same year, there were kind of rumblings in the Pacific from our Rapa Nui cousins here. And they created what is now Motu Motiro Hiva. So here in 2010, we have, in terms of big ocean, these were the 6 founding sites. We actually brought managers and community members together. And so at this point in 2010, you're talking about maybe 10,000 marine protected areas around the world. But again, these 6 sites were the majority of that protection. So that, the differentiator of scale when we're talking about making a change globally in the health of our oceans, it is going to require, right? Our imaginations are going to have to scale up to the size of this challenge. But our people, our ocean people, of course, why would we protect something small? We're gonna protect, right, the ocean that is our home. And so, right, we are the ocean. I just wanna remove the formal government titles of these sites so that you can just see, right, Kanaka Maoli, Chamorro, Kiribati, Rapa Nui, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders, and Mauritians, behind all of these sites are indigenous communities. And again, in 2010, I think it's important to note, we jumped, right? Now we're at 2 million square kilometers of protected ocean. But again, we're still talking like 90+% of that protection is in these sites. And so here was the inaugural meeting of Big Ocean. And again, it's always, I would say within Big Ocean, I don't know that there's necessarily tension all that often. And yet, as each one of the managers will tell you, the constant balancing of indigenous knowledge systems and Western knowledge systems. And I think this photo is an example of that, right? You have managers that were hired through frameworks that were not our decision, but you also have community members and indigenous people who have chosen to have jobs. So at Papahanaumokuakea, we were deeply, it's not lucky, it's kupuna action. For me, it's like ancestral manipulation is what it is. We were lucky to have Aulani Wilhelm as the superintendent of Papahanaumokuakea. And as I reflect back, it is because these 6 sites, why Big Ocean today has been successful, and I will list out after this some of the reasons why, some of the principles that I think all networks should have, but it's because at our core it was indigenous knowledge systems, indigenous values systems, or human-based value systems, right? We centered relationship, we centered intergenerational learning, knowledge, and culture. And I think that is actually what has sustained us this whole time. And so now we fast forward to today. You have between 33 and 35 what we would call large-scale MPAs. There's more if you count high seas and a few other kind of sites that don't have management per se. You could get into about the 40, 44 range. But now we're at 26 million kilometers of ocean protected. And that's, but that is still about 80% again of all oceans protected. And today, I think one of the most important things to know is that globally rather, the total number of sites is more than 16,000 marine protected areas in the world. So again, it's kind of coming back to these 30 to 35 sites protect, again, like 80% of all ocean, even though there are 16,000 plus marine protected areas in the world. And again, the majority of them are in the Pacific, right? And so our people, our communities, again, because it's in Western frameworks or colonizer frameworks of conservation, it's not always an easy journey, yet we have continued to push, right, our contribution to healthy oceans. And I will say, if people are aware of things like the Aichi target, which was supposed to be achieved back in 2010 of 10%, we're still not even at that target. But these sites represent like 8% of that. So again, this is the differentiator of scale, and this is the differentiator of the kind of commitments that our communities are willing to make. Next slide. So again, this is just another slide to show you. You guys can go and look for yourself on these database sites. Large-scale marine protected areas are about 1% of all sites worldwide, and yet, again, they protect 80% of the ocean. But I just want to pause here. I've already spoken about it, again, because my cousins helped me change my script in real time. But I just want to pause because data without human stories, right, has no meaning. I can throw all these numbers around and look at all the percentages, and this is amazing, but it doesn't mean anything unless it means something to our communities on a day-to-day basis, right? It doesn't mean anything unless we're also in parallel able to perpetuate our cultures. And so, I think it's important to always ask, like, what is the context of this data? who cares that we hit 10% or 30%, and why? Right? I'm never at a convening of our communities where people are talking about percentages and data. And so that's why I think it's really, really important that we ask, right, who collected this data and for what purpose? And so I think it can be one use of measure for our communities to use, but for us to come back and continue to tell stories, and then also, right, to try to really push these external systems to be more and more rooted in story and people and community, because that's what makes a difference. That's what makes people change their behavior. Okay. So again, we're going to go back to Pilina. If our context is Pilina, relationships, then what does all of this data really mean to us? Why is it important to create networks, especially in this large-scale sense? So I would say, right, kukulu, to build networks that help individual sites or individuals' communities create resilience in their spaces. And then that, right, if each site is durable, then, or is resilient, we create a durable field, a whole grouping of sites. And when that whole grouping of sites is resilient, then we have these networks that can actually amplify our learnings and hopefully make changes at a global level. So again, I'm speaking to the choir. Hanapono, right, our work that is righteous work, is right work, where members and partners work together. I don't need to tell you guys this, but I will say when you're making networks, maybe sometimes of even people you know, it can be important to actually codify the values that you're working with. And I will say, because large scale is always having to work in government, Western government frameworks, it's even more important to actually list these values out. Like, write them out with an entire definition. Start every meeting with them if you need to. Next slide. These were our kind of principles or rules of how Big Ocean would start a meeting, right? Share the floor, don't dominate, respect the speaker, listen as an ally, don't dismiss, be open to hearing, divergent opinions, request to be heard, right? Present criticism constructively, be succinct, avoid lecturing. This can also be helpful for our own communities. But again, right, it might seem like I'm gonna come here with some kind of formula that you guys didn't know about, but our communities already know how to run networks. It can just be helpful to remind ourselves. Sometimes we take for granted what we think we all know, but we're all so tired, often overworked, that it's also, again, helpful to just codify these things, again, especially when working with Western frameworks. And then, a'ohe hana nui ke alu ia. So, no task is too great when done together. And so that, I think, is the true value of networks, is that you can, strategic use of lessons learned, which can help other communities, right, avoid costly mistakes, especially when you're at this level where we're talking about politics and decades of effort, and not just a genealogy of families, but a genealogy of laws, a genealogy of regulations. How do you pass all of that knowledge down? Sharing those kinds of things within networks is vital. You support critical pre-establishment, or like pre-work, before you make something legal, before you create the wording in those documents. It offers an array of examples. I've been so blessed just within the last, it feels like a week, or 10 days we've been here, but we've been here for 3 days or something. But the amount of learning, it's constant, right? And in a network, everybody can share that load of telling stories, of documenting stories. And you leverage the concentration of intergenerational knowledge. Right, we actually bring together multiple communities. I love what Wakaiti said about, how can we really have these be actionable So any one of our communities could have things on paper, but unless we have the knowledge of how to really activate that and activate our communities, you know, it's like a law that you don't use or apply, you might as well not have. Next slide. And so, you know, resilient sites, they can increase best practice. And I think this is where it's kind of a common ground. Best practice very often in Western constructs can be very similar to best practice in Indigenous constructs. Sometimes we need to help integrate the human element a little bit more, so it's not just about the amazing species and flora and fauna. But I think when Indigenous communities are involved and networks of Indigenous communities are involved, where you kind of have the power and of a large group, you can be able to create what is considered best practice in that field to be integrated with what our knowledge system is. Sometimes you need to word it in a way that's more understandable in that space, but that's part of the education as well. And so if you have a dozen sites saying the same thing in different regions and different parts of the world, hopefully those things over time, right, trickle up to a larger policy level. So we just need to keep speaking as a group. Next slide. And then once you have an innovative network, right, you can actually create and provide thought leadership. So as we've surveyed the network between 2010 and 2014, some of the priorities that emerged were things like sustainable financing. That's always there, right? Monitoring, enforcement, community engagement, research and characterization. But if you start to look at what happens at 2015 and 2019, these first set of priorities are still priorities or challenges, but look what is on the list now: Indigenous peoples and communities and climate change. So sometimes, right, the power of the network is not just amplifying messages, but again, it's this concentration of intergenerational knowledge, saying messaging over and over so that like 10 years later, people can say Indigenous, or people can, it's actually a learning, when it's actually an education, not of the public, but of government agencies, right, that you are working with. And so that becomes the power of the network. It can document what multiple communities are learning. And as you come to 2020, right, enabling conditions, durability, and political strategy. So these are the kinds of things our communities, I think, have been talking about for forever, because it's required to get even the smallest thing done is to be politically strategic. But I think, again, this is what happens when trusted relationships exist over time. People are really willing to expand their mind, that in order to do their job, they're actually going to have to do more than their job. And then when you have a collaborative and motivated field, right, a whole bunch of people that are psyched, they feel like they have trusted relationships and they can move forward together, you can provoke questions and help shape research, not just at your site, but regionally or globally. So governance, are jurisdictions clearly defined? Not that there's actually an easy answer to that. Have rights holders and stakeholders been equitably addressed? For those of you who've been in conservation for long enough, you know those were not questions people were answering or asking. And even today, when they're asked, if there's no accountability, if our people are not in the room, then they don't really feel pressed to answer them. Management, right? Is there sufficient funding? Is there qualified staff? And I think some of that for us, like, I know it can be hard if you come from an Indigenous community, you're deeply rooted in that, to like work in a government environment that can feel very devoid of that. But I will say this is another benefit of networks, that you can be sitting in a room with, quote, managers that in their professional world are a manager, but they go home and they are a community member, but you have other peers. So I would say that's a part of what the network can do, is provide examples of what it looks like to be of your community, of your culture, but work in spaces that it requires us. Unfortunately, I wish that were not the case. But if we are not on the inside, then the decisions are being made for us. social elements, does management support cultural access? I think that's the other, right? If we want to be in these spaces, and again, the challenging thing is the experience for every community is different, right? The Native Hawaiian experience within a US government framework has similarities, but is also very different for Maori here. So but I think the baseline is how do we support our access, right, to what we feel is our aina. And again, I'm so looking forward to the outcomes here because we can take that to our communities. But I would say, again, the network is vital. I think we might know what other people are doing, but I can see in the last 3 days, I had no idea the depth of what was happening, and that is not making its way, right, to Hawaii. So I already feel, as a network, I'm charged with ensuring that there's greater communication, not just at this government level, but at the community level. Next slide. So I'm just gonna bring it back here to Pilina. I mean, the answer is, in many ways, that simple. I think it is important to share the details, the legal elements, the official conservation activities. But if you have strong relationships, then there's really nothing you can't do. It may not happen in your lifetime, but at the end of the day, I think that's what's critical. Next slide. And I'll just close by saying, this he pilina vehena ole, these relationships that are unseverable, right? It is our relationships that help us understand how to navigate and even transform these frameworks that were not built by us. And to really, remain rooted in our own genealogies, and to hopefully reframe these other spaces so that we begin to take over that genealogy. I think that's it. Thank you.
Mahalo nui loa, Naya. Thank you. Thank you for your kōrero. Unfortunately, we've run out of time, so you're lucky. I don't have any pātai for you. But, e te whānau, we are about to start the pōhiri at 11 a.m. So if you would like to join the whānau out there, you are more than welcome to. We're going to go on a paku break. And then after the pōhiri, we're going to come back and we're going to get into Uncle Soul. So, thank you all for joining us this morning. Tēnā koutou.
Nau mai hoki mai e te iwi e te whānau ki tā tātou nei papāhotanga atu i te marae o te tiriti o Waitangi 1840 koira te papāhotanga ki roto ki tēnei tēneti arā ko te forum tent ko timatahia te kaupapa te hononga o ngā moana Taiātea ko ngā kai kōrero tahi anō ko Waihemo ko Sheridan Waitai, no roto mai Ngāti Kuri, ko Wakaiti Dalton, no konei Ketia, ka mutu ko tēnei tua ine, no roto mai te mautere o Hawaii, ko Naya, te kai kōrero, no reira e te whānau. He maha ngā kōrero, he maha ngā painga, he maha ngā mātauranga, ko toha, ko whāriki hia ki mui te aroaro o tēnei minenga, me te mea nei ko ngā tohunga o tā rātou mahi, te aki tai ao, manaki taonga, wera momo ahuaranga pai ki te rongo ne.
E tikana, kai kōrero e turika? Kōrero tia. Ko tōna tikanga, hei te kaumātahi karaka ka tū te pōhiri. Te pōhiri kia.
Mo te Selwyn Foundation. Tētahi o ngā kaitautoko o ngā kaupapa i konei. Hoi anō, tētahi manuhiri, e hara I te manuhiri. Tēnei no roto mai te hukianga. No roto mai e hara I te pāti, te pāti kākāriki. Tā tātou whanaunga tuahine. Honoi te tuahine nau mai, tau mai. Ki runga tā tātou nei reo irirangi. Hena whakamoe atu ki o tātou nei tini whanaunga koe.
Tēnā koe te whanaunga, tēnā koutou no tēnei mokopuna o hukianga, o te hikitu o whirinaki, e mihi kauana kia koutou. Pai te kite I a koe te whanaunga, te hanaunga I tō mahi hoki, pai te tautoko I a koutou o ngā irirangi reo. No reira, tēnei mokopuna o te hikitu, te rarawa, ngā puhi, ngā tiporau, ngā titahinga, e mihi kauana kia koutou, kia ora.
Tēnā koe tuahine, hoi anō. Ko koe tērā, ia te tau, you're always at Waitangi, regardless of political things, you're here anyway, you're always in the 4 and 10, you'll always be found here. Tuahine, I'll go straight to it. Your thoughts are of the mood here at Waitangi at this current date?
Well, Noku te honore, you know, we're right here in this beautiful ocean symposium where you're set up right now. I have just sat and listened to the incredibly inspiring kōrero of firstly my cousin Wakaiti Dalton and Sheridan Waitai and then Naya from our Hawaiki whanaunga, our cousins. Mike, oh my goodness, our indigenous people, our thinking, our manaaki of each other, of our oceans, of our taiao. It's why I love coming back here, because I get to sit and listen and absorb and feel the ongoing, we are brilliant, our indigenous peoples across Te Moananui, our kiva. We are superb kaitiaki of care of our oceans and our whenua, and why am I here at Waitangi? Oh my gosh, I wouldn't miss it.
Of course.
This is the political hub
Yes.
and the political start. And when I say political, I mean our people every single day are doing politics on the ground. You know, they are doing politics by epitomising and showing the value of kia, manaaki, the value of whakapapa, the value of a tiriti-led Aotearoa. So it's my absolute honour to be here.
I think some of the kōrero shared yesterday at the pōhiri for our whanaunga mai ngā mautere is that mātauranga Māori, they're calling it indigenous knowledge, you know, all of that stuff I think for a lot of us, especially in Hokianga, we took it for granted.
Oh yeah.
You know, when Krani said, da ba 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 ba, and you don't, and then, you know, don't wash your car in the creek. And then it's stuff like that. But if we look at it on a deeper purpose, like, you know, I seen one of the kai kōrero from Te Whakanui explaining how mātauranga Māori, indigenous knowledge, taught our ancestors how to make the dimples on the side of a waka. You know, and that stuff, and then how that got transmitted from tūpuna down to now, and, you know, and they think we got here by fluke. You know, and it's challenging stuff. But if there was a kōrero I want to take from Wakaiti, it was her final kōrero, which was about governance shouldn't be a structure. It should be based on relationships.
Yes.
And it's stunning.
That's everything.
That's whakaaro Māori. That's
whakaaro Māori, but I want to pick up what you said, which is so tika, which is we just took it for granted. You know, whakaaro Māori was just living. That's all it was. And another beautiful thing that you're referring to from Wakaiti is how she talked about our taiao should not be seen as a barrier to infrastructure, to decisions. Protecting our taiao should be seen as the value of our infrastructure, of our cultural infrastructure, of our ordinary infrastructure. And yeah, I remember when our nannies and kaumātua have been talking to us about, you know, that watercress patch down in the corner of the river there in Te Hikatu and Whirinaki, and they've said, you know, we need to protect and look after our creek and our river for our watercress patches to be here for our mokopuna. Now, that's whakaaro Māori, that's kaupapa Māori, but also it was just ordinary living.
Sustainability.
Yeah.
Hey, because, you know, and we all want to share their watercress because it's probably the best, the one at the
Reka.
bend.
Yeah, it was right on the bend.
Yeah, see, it's all of those, and how, and the same was with Y262 around the protecting taonga frameworks and all of those things. It's just a high level of mātauranga Māori. Our whānau are bringing it to this crucial way of thinking now, taking kōrero tuku iho and making it relevant and standing it up. Not relevant, but standing it up and giving it that mana of today.
Well, I love how we were just presented with the Y262 sort of framework for Te Aki Taonga. And as I was sitting there being inspired, I was like, oh, this is stuff we've known for thousands of years, you know. But our Western systems are well behind. And so we've now got these brilliant, beautiful people, our kaimahi, they are kaimahi, bringing that to the fore so that our Western systems and governments can catch up. And, you know, it will take them some time. But I also listened to Naya talking about the strategy of having people in all the different places, our people. Some on the inside, you know, the inside of the system, some on the outside of the system, and then working together. And that's a really good strategy for what we are facing as Māori here in Aotearoa, and why we love to encourage people to be elected at local governments, central governments, or iwi elections like you, my cousin. And we want to see our good people in all different places so that we can share our knowledges together and shape those decisions.
One of the kai kōrero that will be on later is Uncle Solomon.
Yes.
And we had him on air just a little bit ago.
Beautiful.
And we were talking about the things around how trying to explain to Westerners that, you know, we got the solutions. We know how to solve our problems, but because we don't have doctor in front of our name, we've got matua, we've got fire.
Auntie.
Auntie. Yay. And so that's for us is how we look at that's our framework.
That's our status.
That's our status, you know. Paparere hata.
Oh,
Game over.
Paparao kamutu.
Kamutu reira. So it's these kaupapa that are empowering and inspiring, I suppose, for not just our rangatahi, for our whānau who are just realising what power and potential they have within their hands.
Our people can use our power, Ehwai and Mike. That is my big message as I'm walking around this morning on the bridge past some of the kazis. You know, we all have a hongi on and they're all talking about, oh, you know, this is a big year. And all I say is, our people can use our power. We're not using it to its fullest potential yet. Simple things like being enrolled to vote and then using it. Collectively, we can shape decisions for the better for our mokopuna. And that's a big, big opportunity for us. Yeah.
I think the next wave coming through are armed with the skills and the knowledge of those powerful statements. I remember being a teenager myself growing up over here. Hearing inspiring kōrero, being captivated by a nanny or auntie or uncle, and then we're called radicals, you know, and you're from that era. Koira tō tupuranga. And now we've got these critical thinkers coming through, and they're young, and they're, you know, oh, you've got to have grey hair before you can get that platform. But this place, Waitangi, is the place and the space where the young and the old can share whakaaro and have that same value.
Yeah. And you know what, Mike? That's funny. And as a politician, I can often get slammed or they think they're trying to smear me when they call us radical. It's not really radical to want to protect awa for generations. It's not really radical to want to be able to see our whānau being able to go and, you know, ruku kaimoana for generations. These are not radical things, but I think they're just ordinary things that our whānau all collectively agree on. And it's just about sharing those stories of what a beautiful thing it is to be able to pull our knowledge to the fore to help us protect each other and our taiao.
Tono. And I think on a closing kōrero, with one of the big themes in Te Ao Māori is about kōtahitanga. And in fact, if there was ever a place that really drove that home, it was here. It was Waitangi. It always has been, you know. We had people from Te Hiku bringing kai down, us from Ukianga bringing kai, to Manaki, the manuhiri that would come upon our marae, and it was a united front, because even our fights, the fights on the taumata, who was going to be the kai kōrero, beautiful.
Yes.
You know, here's my take, I want to speak. Boom, boom, wānanga, all of that. Hoi noi te tuahine, ka mutu I reira pia, kia wā te tāua, te haere ki te pōhiri, I ki te tautoko I te haukainga. Hoi he kōrero mutunga wau.
Ko tēnā koina ko te kotaitanga te mea nui, ka tautoko ahau I tērā wairua o tātou. Kei konei ki Waitangi, ko te tino āhua, ki konei ko te manaki. Nei rā te mutunga o taku kōrero me mihi kauana kia rātou ngā kaimahi, ngā kaimanaki ki konei ki te taitokero ki Waitangi e manaki ana I a tātou.
Tēnā koe te tuahine. Mai a mātou, te reo irirangi o tautoko, ka nui te mihi atu ki a koe. Mauri ora ki a koe.
Mauri ora.
You're listening to 99.5, 97.5 Te Reo Takiwā o Tautoko for the Waitangi Week broadcast live from here, Te Tiriti o Waitangi Marae.
Another one. We the best music. DJ Khaled.
I don't know if you could take it. No, you wanna see me naked.
Hurihia ngā nawe ki te rawe.
Kupu hau.
Tūtaka ngahau. Mene ko tōna whakamaori, Southwind or personification. Ko ngā rārangi kapua kei runga ki te pai, ko te rangi mātā hauare ki tērā. Nā whaimuri mai I tēnā tū āhua, a ka pāmai ko te hau makariri o te tonga a tūtakangahau. Now, layers of cloud above the horizon are known as rangi matahauariki. Now, this situation is followed by the cold south wind of tūtakangahau. Ai, pai wēnei kupua wa tātou nei mātou tūpuna. Tūtakangahau, breeze or light wind.
Te wā o te reo, your flavour.
I don't ever wanna see you lonely, 'cause your love is something that you just don't push aside. And I'll promise that I'll give you all my loving. Girl, I'll open up my heart because there's nothing to hide. Ooh, nothing to hide. Ooh, nothing to hide. Girl, open up your heart and let your love shine through. 'Cause what's inside you can't deny. Them other guys was fooling you. I realized it from the start. All the games played on your heart. 'Cause I've been watching you for so long. The love I witnessed was all wrong. I would never ever wanna see you lonely, 'cause your love is something that you just don't push aside. And I promise I will give you all my loving. Girl, I'll open up my heart because there's nothing to hide. Ooh, hey, hey. Ooh, nothing to hide. I got nothing to hide. Ooh, nothing to hide. Girl, let's just fall in love and start a family. 'Cause I know the man above made you especially for me. I promise I would give my all to support your every need. I would sacrifice my life to fulfill your every dream. I would never ever wanna see you lonely, 'cause your love is something that you just don't push aside. And I promise I will give you all my loving. Girl, I'll open up my heart because there's nothing to hide. Ooh, hey, hey. Ooh, nothing to hide. I got nothing to hide. Ooh, nothing to hide.
I've been tossing, I've been turning, just feeling all your pain. I see the fire still burning. To the Lord of us remains a promise we can last forever. Roman won't make you cry. I know that we can make it 'cause there's nothing to hide.
I don't ever wanna see you lonely, 'cause your love is something that you just don't push aside. And I'll promise that I'll give you all my love. I got nothing to hide. Ooh, hey, hey. Ooh, nothing to hide. I got nothing to hide. Ooh, nothing to hide.
Kia ora, it's Logan here from Catch a Fire, and you listen to Radio Tautoko Mangamoka Bridge.
Ere kore aroto, ere kore awa ho, hopu kine te ua I o ka puringa. Pakanga o
E whakarongo ana koutou ki ngā pāpāhotanga o te reo takiwā o tautoko, atu i te marae o te tiriti o Waitangi.
Pare mai kuarere ke I tauara Mahu e te kono muano au e Taiātea ka tahuri Kimi no ae O mai te kaha O mai te rani mai Kia whanake ai au e Kia sipu ai au e Wahuri te tai kwa ua pare mai kuarere ke I tauara Mahu e te kono muano e Taiātea ka tahuri Au e haere nei nā rā Kua tope a te rā
Rota, a Wikitoria, Mākia.
Ko Marama e hara ahau te ngau tuara o hakahāwea o takahi mana. Kanuhi ki te kanuhi he whakawhitinga te tahi ki te tahi, he ata whai o te whakaaro. Karikia tawhi tō puta ki te whaiao ki te ao Marama, he haka wātiatanga ka riri tika, riri pai. Ka tūwhera te ngākau e tirama tonu ana ngā whetū I runga I a ranginui. E tatari ana mo te awatea. He hakaritenga mo te rā, he taurititanga kia mau ki ngā koranga i ahu vai i te tirohanga o te tangata ki tōna ao. Kai ia o ngā kōkanga o te whare o ngā kauenga. Ka peka mai me o pare kawakawa he wāhi anō i hakarite me waiho ki te papako atu. Ka puta te karanga kia hakatau ki runga ki te whare kōrero, te papa whenua o māngungu. Mihi mihi me te waiata, ka noho ngā kaumātua ki te wānanga, ka haukainga me ngā manuhiri. Ngā kaupapa o te rā, ai, ka tini atu ngā take, hui a motu, mahi a hapu, hoki anga ki raro, hoki anga ki runga. Ka reri te tepu, i horahia i te wāhi kai, e noho ana he kai, he unu, ka hikina i te tapu.
Rota rota, ngā Wikitoria, Mākia.
E mihi atu kia kaitai katoa e whakarara mai atu ki te reo takiwā o Tautoko FM.
Maranga mai Forum Tent, atu I te marae o te tiriti o Waitangi, Taiātea, the Gathering of Oceans Symposium, ko te kaipapa here karukuhia I tēnei rā, ko te mana o ngā hononga iwi taketake I roto I ngā take taiao.
Whakatata mai, ko te kupu pai, hoki tere mai, ai, I te au I te po, hoki mai anō, hoki tere mai, ai. Ngaro, ngaro ana te ahua ia koe kei hea. He moke moke ana te manawa ia koe kei hea. Mo ngā rā o tōku au. Whakatata mai, ko te kupu pai, hoki tere mai, ai. te manawa ia koe teia. Mo ngā rā o tōku au. Whakatata mai, ko te kupu pai, hoki tere mai. Ai, I te au I te po, hoki mai anō, hoki tere mai. Ai, oh, wera, ka heke ai ngā roi mata I tō e henga. Noho puma ki tāku taha e. Oh, wera, ka heke ai ngā roi mata I tō wehenga. Noho puma ki tāku taha e. Tōku au. Whakatata mai, ko te kupu pai, hoki tere mai. I te au I te po, hoki mai anō, hoki tere mai. Hoki tere mai.
Mena he amu wau, mō ngā kaupapa pāpāho o te reo takiwā o tautoko, whakapā mai kia mātou. I roto I tō reta, whakamārama mai I tō amu, te rā me te wā I whatingia e mātou, I ngā ture pāpāho. Ki te noho tārewa tonu tō amu, tēnā tuku imera atu ki te mana whanonga kaipāho, marunga I tēnei imera complaints@bsa.govt.nz.
We're your tribal connection.
Kia kaha te kōrero.
Tautoko FM.
Ngā whakatauki.
E hia mutunga o te weka I te mahanga.
Ko tēnei whakatauki e kōrero ana mo te whakatūpato. Ki te hōpua te manu weka e te mahanga, e kore rawa te manu weka e mau anō. Engari anō mo te tangata, me ki me whai mātauranga mai I o mahi he.
E hia mutunga o te weka I te mahanga.
Kia kaha te kōrero.
Tautoko FM.
Maranga mai Forum Tent, atu I te marae o te tiriti o Waitangi, Taiātea, the Gathering of Oceans Symposium. Ko te kaupapa here karukuhia I tēnei rā, ko te mana o ngā hononga iwi take I roto I ngā take taiao.
Nau mai hoki mai ki te reo takiwa o taituko kei konei māua ko mai ki te tēneti nui o te waitangi, te maranga mai. Poor intent. Kei konei māua. E mihi ana ki a kautau e hakarongo mai nei ki tēnei reo, ki tēnei hōtaka, ko te reo takiwa o taituko o tēnei, e mihi atu ana ki a kautau. Tahi anō mātou kua hoki mai ki te tēneti, o ngā kai kōrero, te whai ake nei, awai.
E mihi ana ki a koutou ko hono mai ki tō tātou nei papāhotanga atu i te whare, te tēneti. Maranga mai e te iwi, ko tātou ake ki roto i tā tātou nei whare, ko te kaupapa nui, ko Taiātea, te hononga o ngā moana Symposium, the gathering of oceans. Here e te Marae, e te whānau. Aini ko hoki mai ki runga i te whatarangi, ko Puna Ora Framework, te tai Awatea Moko Painting, and Kayla Kingdon Bib. Nō reira, koira ngā kōrero, kai kōrero, no.
Tēnā pia.
Ko hapa, ko hapa. Hara mai te hapa. Engari, aini ka timata anō ngā kōrero, ki roto ki tēnei wānanga, ki runga ki te whatarangi, ko ngā kai kōrero, ko te hunga tai ao, no ngā mautere o te moana nui a Kiwa, Kiwa Reini, ki te toha, i o rātou pūkenga, i o rātou rangahau, ngā mātou ranga mai ngā mautere, tahi anō korongo ko tētahi wahine, ko Naya, no te mautere o Hawaii, ko ia he tino toki, ne?
Ai, wana kōrero, rangahau, ko tāna kaupapa, ko tērā o te Navigating Ocean Partnerships for Marine Projects, ko wana mahi ko Big Oceans.
Big
Kuia
Oceans.
te kaiarahi.
Yeah.
Matua. O te Big Oceans Director. Ai, tika na mea tika, te ingoa o te tūranga rā. Kaupapa matua, hei tāna, hei ko tāna ko te Building Relationships, te whanaungatanga i Wainganui i ngā iwi me ki, o te moana nui a kiwa rainina.
Ka mutu ko ngā kai kōrero, e whai ake nei etahi tira taiohi, etahi tira rangatahi, kei a rātou tētahi kaupapa nui, tēnei tira haere ki ngā takiwā katoa o Aotearoa whānui, ka mutu, ko rātou te tira e pohiri atu ki ngā iwi take, hara mai ki te whai whakaro, kuhi whakaro, whakatakato ri i ngā kaupapa maha o te wā. O te ake tātou, me whakawhiti atu tātou, ki runga i te whatarangi, ka tukuna ki te reo waiata. Awatea wihongi, ko ia te kai kōrero ki runga i te whatarangi. Tēnā koutou.
How are we feeling? Are we all good out there? Are we all good out there? Yeah, don't be too loud, there's a pōhiri going on. Anyways, e te whānau. We have coming right up, also from Hawaii, I believe, Solomon, affectionately known as Uncle Sol. Everyone say, kia ora, Uncle Sol. Yeah, kia ora, Uncle. Ines. Uncle Sol is a prominent native Hawaiian elder, conservationist and former politician, a 7th generation descendant from the island of Lanai. He is a leading global voice for indigenous ocean stewardship and fierce advocate against deep sea mining. E te iwi homai te piki paki mo Uncle Sol.
Aloha kako apau. To begin with, I'd like to open up with an oli. It is an ole that was written by one of our kupuna, Edith Kanakaole, and she asked that when we gather for important occasions, whether they're family or their work or decisions that need to be made, that we take a moment to invite into our space, our kupuna. So I'd like you each to take a moment and contemplate and think about who you would call into our space this morning. So morning. And then I'd like to do Oli while we call upon our kupuna to give us enlightenment, to give us knowledge, to give us understanding, so that the things that we are tasked with can be made better with their guidance. So. Eu ona hamele e homai e homai e homai a e homai kai ke mai luna mai e ona mea huna no ia ona hamele e homai, e homai, e homai, a e homai, kai ke mai luna mai e, o nā mea huna noia o nā hamele e homai, e homai, e homai, So, mahalo, thank you very much. I'm here to bring, I think, what I hope is an achievement of bringing us together as one ocean. And for too long, our ocean has been subdivided by colonial divisions. We separate the ocean and call them different names: Polynesia, Melanesia, Micronesia. And then even within each of that, we further divided it so that you are part of the British, Tahitians part of the French, Rapa Nui is part of Chile, and Hawaii is part of the US. But that's not correct. I'll talk about that later. So I would like us to think about if we erase some of those lines, so that we're not dividing the large ocean, the Moana Nui Akea, which is our home, into these subdivisions, and then try to erase even further the lines that separate us as a people, so that we don't even recognize sometimes that we are the same people. So when you erase those lines in your mind, then think about what I would like to share is how we are all connected as the people of Moana Nui Akea. And so the idea of we are one ocean, we are one people. The work is ahead of us. Okay, so I want to start with, go ahead. I have a little video that I want to share with you that kind of helps us to understand that now almost 4 years ago, I was introduced to an entity that's called the International Seabed Authority. It was an authority created out of the United Nations, and this body is housed in Kingston, Jamaica. And they are the body that is responsible for creating the rules and regulations for the management of the seabed floor in the high seas. And I was introduced to this 4 years ago, and this is what began my journey to call out to us, to join our voices, because there are decisions being made right as we speak in places like the International Seabed Authority in Kingston, Jamaica. Okay?
In our mind, there is no division of the seas. The animals of the sea don't see a boundary any more than we see a boundary. We have a great ocean of which we are related to and come from and care for, and that's our home. I challenge that perception that culture can only be by tangible artifacts. When we're traveling across the seas at great distances, we are intimate with knowing the currents. We know the waves and their movements, clouds and the weather. We know the resources that are in the deep seas. We have the culture of the people of the deep sea, and our culture is intangible. The ocean is everything to us. It's what we depend upon for our sustenance. Just to think that all of the different kinds of creation that is related to the deep sea will be disrupted, and then ultimately disrupt potentially the food chain of which now we have subsisted for millennia. In those conversations of mining, there's even no consideration that we come from this place. It's about minerals, it's about resources, it's about extraction, with no regard for culture. It's that bothers me about this process of deep sea mining. It's important for us to participate at these kinds of discussions. There is a culture of the deep seas. I want to be a voice of our ancestors. I want to be the one that says we come from this place. This is our home, and you are now intruding upon it. And so that is an ultimate kind of destruction that should not occur.
So to begin this discussion, I want to introduce to you what has been a guiding light for me, and that is the Kumulipo. So if you don't know, the Kumulipo is Hawaii's genealogy. It's our mo'oku auhau. And this genealogy begins to talk about the creation of the place that is our home today. There are 2,104 lines in this oli, this chant, and it was recited orally through memorization. And this chant was used by our last reigning king, David Kalakaua, on the time of his coronation as the newly elected king to the Hawaiian kingdom. He asked that they present the Kumulipo as his genealogy, so that if there was anyone in his presence that did not know who he is and where he comes from, then the genealogy should inform you. And so this chant was recited at the time of his coronation. So it's an important part, because he now presents to us, the people, the genealogy that is his, and then through this, we learn about our mo'oku auhau, how we are connected to this same genealogy. So the Kumulipo. So I want to talk about the first section, or the first wa of the Kumulipo in the very beginning. And it says that we come from the deepest, darkest part of the sea. And in the very bottom of the ocean is a matter that we call the vali vali. And in the vali vali is the potential for the genetics of creation. And then the next line says, Hanau Kumulipo ka po he kane. Hanau po ele ka po he wahine. Hanau ka uko akoa he ko akoa puka. And those important lines say that there is an energy that's created in the deep, dark sea that is Kumulipo. And then there is a complementing energy that's created in the deep sea that is Po'ele. And when you bring the attraction of Kumulipo and Po'ele together, in the Vali Vali, it says that the first creature to emerge is the ukuko'ako'a, that is the coral polyp. And then the Kumulipo talks about the vertical water column and all things that will be created following the ukuko'ako'a. And then it talks about the creation that moves onto the land. And then it talks about creation going onto the land, into the hills, and then now even taking flight. All under the rhythm and the movement of the sun and the moon, and under the canopy that is fixed, the constellations. We, the people, we do not come into this space until millions and millions and millions of years of creation. But by the time we're ushered into the honua, the earth, all that is necessary for us to live and to be sustained is provided. Okay? Therefore, in the Hawaiian worldview, we do not see ourselves as being dominant and in dominion of all things created. We do see ourselves as part of creation. And therefore, our inherent responsibility is to malama, to care for. Because if we care for all the things that have been prepared for us, we will continue to be able to thrive, not just for a moment, but for generations. And therefore, our responsibility in the honua is to receive and then to reciprocate, to give back. And that's how we see ourselves. In that philosophy, even the Hawaiian governance, our laws were predicated on that. So we created laws that reflected our relationship to nature. And that is significant because I believe that these times that we're talking about that are climate change times are really a result of us failing to reciprocate and give back. And that the dominance that has been really a colonial kind of attitude was to continue to take and take and take, and still continues that today. Is it any wonder that the earth is crying for help? And she's reacting in the way that we call now climate change. So therefore, I believe our inherent responsibility, all of us, is to begin to put back into place that rhythm of creation and then reciprocate, to give back so that we can put it into balance once more. And I think that is our collective contribution to these times. So, eo? Yeah, my kai. Thank you. So, hanau ka ukuko'ako'a. This is our eldest kupuna. And so we honor the fact that we come from the ocean, and this is our first kupuna. So I want to talk about some of the things that our queen, Lili'uokalani. You need to know that the United States came to the Hawaiian Islands, and in 1893, with a US warship, troops, cannons, and guns landed in Honolulu, surrounded Iolani Palace, and then demanded that our queen, who succeeded her brother, King David Kalakaua, to now be the queen upon his death. The United States came and saw that she had the potential to be a powerful leader in the Hawaiian government, and decided that she would be more of a threat to them. So they came and surrounded her palace, and they asked her to step down from her throne in 1893. During that time, when she was imprisoned in her bedroom in Iolani Palace, one of the things she made a priority was to translate the Kumulipo from Olelo Hawaii into Olelo English. And she said, if I translate this genealogy into English, it might be more accessible in the future. She also says that it will be useful as a tool for modern Hawaiians attempting to understand, preserve, and revitalize Hawaiian culture. She also says that I refute the claim that Hawaiians were ignorant savages and had no culture prior to the arrival of Captain Cook. And then she says, our culture evoked in the rich and haunting lyrics of the Kumulipo is as viable today as when it was first chanted. So it is part of us. It's alive. It's here. It has never gone away. And then she says, we speak not only of affection of pastimes and people, but of respect and understanding for them as we try to understand the things we have valued and still value in Hawaii. We create a moral vision of what we would like the future Hawaii to be. I believe that this is relevant to all of us, that we take everything that we have been gifted by our kupuna, their knowledge, their observations, their experiences, that is now a part of us, and with that, we move forward. And in the movement forward, we need to apply this idea of creating what it is we envision our places to be. So this is a challenge to us, okay? So now I want to introduce where the challenge is. So I have a map here, and I learned of this map when I attended my very first meeting in Kingston, Jamaica with the International Seabed Authority. And if you can see the image below here and know that the global Earth, the area of this map is located here. It's the Pakipika, our ocean. Okay. And it is an official map of the International Seabed Authority because these colors that you see in the map here represents the area between Hawaii and Mexico, the entire ocean. And in that entire ocean, so you see Hawaii here on the left corner and then Mexico on the right corner. The entire ocean seabed floor is already subdivided by nations globally who are claiming their part of the ocean for the purpose of mining. It's an official map. I didn't even know that that map existed until I attended that meeting. And then I learned that not only is the subdivision there, but those colors you see represent the nations of the world who are claiming this, who don't even live here. So it's an international decision to mine. So we need to be maka'ala about that. We need to be knowledgeable about that because it is our home that they are making decisions for. So I want to show you one more slide. Go ahead. The colors that are represented on the map represents all of these nations who are claiming their piece of the ocean to mine. It's an official map. We have Bulgaria, Czech Republic, Poland, Russia. We have Kiribati. We have Nauru. We have Singapore, Tonga. We have the United Kingdom, the Russian Federation, Cook Islands, Germany, China. They already have their piece of our ocean. And they're only waiting for the International Seabed Authority to finish the rules and regulations for exploitation, to actually mine. When I saw that, it hurt me. And I was in tears to see this. And I said, wait a minute. you don't even know about who we are. You have not even included us in the conversation, and yet you have already come into our home and subdivided it, and then you have all staked your claim to destroy it. I'm opposed to that. And I'm here to present my mo'oku auhau, my genealogy, that says that this is where I come from. This is not only Hawaii's mo'oku auhau, it is our mo'oku auhau. So we need to elevate our voices in this arena of international decision-making for an activity that's called deep sea mining. Okay, so maka'ala, be aware. E ho'omakaukau, prepare, understand, be knowledgeable, and then holomua, we need to take action. So these things are happening right now as we speak. So where can we go? So I want to leave us not with the position of despair, but we have the ability as ocean people to innovate and to move. So I want to just show us a map of where we are. So these maps are divided by those international subdivisions, so they represent all of us in the Pakipika. The green areas of this map show us areas that are already under some kind of protection. That's Papahanaumokuakea, okay? But if you look at the map of the Pakipika, you'll see that that kind of protection is permeating throughout our ocean, which is maikai, it's good. This new treaty that just passed on January 17 of 2026 is called the Global High Seas Treaty. It's new. This treaty is asking that we look at making protected areas beyond the national jurisdictions. So you see the circles that surround us in that division and our authority, the 200 miles from our land outward. We're talking about creating protected areas beyond that line. And so you see the dark area of ocean? That is all considered the high seas. That is where this new mining is being proposed, in the area of the high seas. But the treaty says that we need to create protection so that we can increase the biodiversity to make it sustainable for us to continue to live, not just us here, but for the global community. And they predict that if we do not do any protection, at least at a minimum of 30% of the entire high seas, then we will not be able to sustain our living on this planet. So this new treaty gives us an opportunity to now look at protection beyond the lines. And so I wanted to show you this because if we were to consider where we want to protect, that's within the realm of our home, Oceania, where would we do this? So this is to give us an idea of what is already in place and in what areas still need help. But also in here, there are these pathways. Papahanaumoku is an underground archipelago or under ocean archipelago. But it's not only within the boundaries of Papahanaumoku. Okay? It continues and moves by this blue section here, all the way up to Alaska. So the Hawaiian archipelago, which was created where Hawaii Island is today, in time has moved all the way up to Alaska. It's the same archipelago under the ocean. And if you look at that connection, Aotearoa has the same connection moving upward into the central part of the Pacific. So the ocean is already connected under the sea with these mountains. We need to know that so we can bridge these connections. The culture. We have been voyaging in this area of ocean and we are reconnecting with our wakas, okay? So we add the pathways of culture. Hawaii to Tahiti, Hawaii to Aotearoa. Those are corridors which need to be established as a part of our cultural connection to place. We have that same corridor by canoe connecting from Tahiti to Rapa Nui, another corridor so if we had to imagine what we would do as the people of Oceania to create the protection that this new treaty is asking for, then perhaps we should look at ourselves in a map like this and decide which area should we ho'ohui, bring together. And can we, in fact, join all of us in our oceans to make that happen? Okay. So I want to leave you with that kind of an image so that you know we can have these conversations. And then the next slide, you got one more. Yeah. This is the process that's been set aside by this new global high seas treaty. There are steps that we need to be involved with as one Oceania, as the people from Oceania. And so we're here at the very beginning step right now. And so it's early. But we should be here at the front end of this and not at the back end. We should be the ones to be proactive in making our presentation and proposal before others come here. Because why? This is our place. You remember the map I showed you of the International Seabed Authority? They've already made decisions without us. And now I have a hard battle to fight to change that. We have an opportunity with this new treaty as one Oceania, one voice, one people, one ocean, to propose where we would consider for protection to help the global earth to be sustained. So the next steps available is identifying the areas, okay? The third step is to get some kind of review from others, from the science, from the, all the technical kinds of information. The next step is to do an assessment. Is this a doable plan? Does this plan have credibility? Does it have integrity? I think they're talking about who we are, right? Okay, and then finally, the decisions come further down the line where that has to be adopted in a COP, okay? And then lastly, it is implemented. So I would want to encourage us to understand that history that we have, understand our place, and understand what is the rules and regulations that are in place right now at the international level, because this is an international process. And even though we're states that are not necessarily involved in an international arena, it does not matter, okay? Erase the lines and ho'ohui us as the people. And with that, we take all of our ambitions, all of our visions, all of our hopes in creating where we want to protect Oceania. So I'm going to end with that as where we can go, okay? So, and then I want to end with our queen, because she has served to be an inspiration to me. She's the one that made me understand that you don't have to be fearful. You just have to know who you are, where you come from, and then go. So her motto for us is onipa'a. Onipa'a, to be steadfast, to keep going. And without her being steadfast, we would not have this as our foundation to take with us and to know that our kupuna will help to guide our processes. So if I can, then I want to end with a chant that was created when we first gathered in Hawaii 2 years ago to talk about this, to talk about joining our voices. So I want to do for you, Huipu na leo o moana nui a kea. So, Huipu, let's all come together. Na leo, with one voice for moana nui a kea. Okay, so I would like to end with that. Okay. Yala
korea te reo o te matua o te whanaunga no roto mai Hawaii, ko Uncle Solomon Pera me tana reo, me ona mohioranga, me ona kore, me ona ranga hau katoa. O te ake tēnei mau o ko Leash, atu i te tī marae, i Waitangi, e kawe anei tēnei kaupapa. Hoi anō Leash, ko tau te wā ki runga i a hau, ka wehe atu ki te pōhiri o ngā wai hono i te pō, ki runga i te rūnanga, te whare rūnanga, ki runga ra. Nā reira e mihi ana kia koe o tira ki ngā kai mahi o tō tātou reo irirangi koutou e te whānau, e hono mai ki tēnei reo pahu, mo tēnei rā, engari, a popo, ko huki mai māo ko Leash, kia kawe ngā kaupapa o te rā a popo. Nā reira tēnā koutou e te whānau.
O tia tēnā koe, ki o mahi, tēnei ata, picking up the pieces me ki. Mō maua, e tēnei ata, ko te wihatu mai ki tēnei wā. E koro ana te MC tēnei wā, e hakariti ana i ngā kōrero mo te kai kōrero e whai ake nei. Hoi nō raka haka whiti atu ki aia.
The Tuamra is about more than just management resource. It provides traditional owners with a seat at the table to determine the future of their ancestral lands and waters. Her vision is for her people to be entirely self-determining, self-sufficient in monitoring and protecting her country. And I'll just hold it there because we have one more speaker with us today. It is my esteemed privilege to announce Uncle Rist, Executive Officer for the Girigam Aboriginal Corporation. Uncle Phil is a respected Ginwarigi elder and a highly respected Indigenous leader in North Queensland, Australia. He is a co-founder and a long-standing executive officer of the Girigam Aboriginal Corporation, an organisation that represents 9 traditional owners within the Hitchinbrook region. Tēnā, e o koe rakatira, ho mai te piki paki mo te tokoruara.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would firstly like to say my deepest love, respect and admiration to our Ngātakuri family for the connection that we have built over the years, but the connection that we will continue to strengthen for many generations to come. So the Girigan Tamra was established some 21 years ago, and that image that you see there, they are my old people. They were instrumental in paving a path for me and future generations to come to be able to have these opportunities that we have today. And they lobbied the government heart and soul to ensure that our cultural values and traditional customs and laws would not be forgotten or lost. So we've lost a number of these senior elders, and I'm honoured today to be able to have Uncle Phil with me on this journey as he walked that path with those old people. And I would like to now hand over to Uncle Phil. He's going to share some strong knowledge over that process that they took.
Thank you, Gabe. Thank you for the welcome to your beautiful country, your land here and your oceans and so forth. But firstly, I want to really say thank you to everybody that I've come into contact with. Thank you for the land that we stand on, the spirits that are strong and powerful within our presence. Because I was tired. I've been battling for many, many years. I've lost senior elders and cousins and brothers and aunties and grandmothers over the years, and I was very tired in this thing, but I'm happy to say that you've rejuvenated me now, and I feel much more stronger now to go back and continue the work that I need to do. I want to set the scene of where we are in Northern Australia. The geographical scene, but also the political scene. And for us as senior men and senior women, we carry a heavy load when we go into battle. And we have men's groups meetings about how we carry the cultural load that we need to carry, the responsibilities at work in what we do, but also in our home. When we're the head of our families and we have social issues, some of the social issues in our country are at another level. The life expectancy, the overrepresentation in our jails, health issues, why we die younger than non-Indigenous people. It is a scene that is very hard to stay afloat in, but to move forward in as well. I deliberately keep my home as a haven. I don't talk to my family about the cultural load that I carry as an individual, because if it infects my home, then it's very, very hard to I look to my wife and my family, my grandchildren, for that strength to keep moving. And I'm really happy to say that over the last few days, you guys have really given me the strength to keep going, because I was tired. The scene where we are is, like I said, a very busy, controversial landscape. We are situated, I don't know if the map's up there, Jade, where we actually are, our little group. But it's about halfway between Cairns in the north and Townsville in the south. And as was said by Naya before, the creation of the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park was a really pivotal point for us. Along that east coast, there's something like 70 plus iwis, if you like, along that east coast. Each with their own laws and customs and language and so forth. Then we have, and I think it was Naya again that referred to these frameworks. I call them poison frameworks, because those poison frameworks divide us and create division and everything else. And this part of that poison framework is also the mentality that it brings, the attitude, the egos and personalities and so forth. Each one of our groups that have native title determination have to have a body, a chair and a committee. And sometimes well, a lot of times that really divides us. A chair in the way that the colonialists think has to be all-knowing, all-seeing, all-hearing. In our way, that's not the way. And so sometimes it conflicts with, a lot of times it conflicts with our governance, our law, our custom, our systems, and so forth. And so, and that becomes intergenerational as well, you know, so we've got to be really careful about how we balance that governance systems. There's a lot of tourism in that part of the world, commercial fishermen, recreational fishermen, you know, 200,000 or 300,000 recreational fishermen in that part of the world. Commercial fishermen that come into our country and take whatever, all sorts of crabs, fish species and so forth. How we manage that is very, very difficult, but we have found strength within ourselves. Our organisation has been there for 30 plus years. Adversity brought us together. Adversity is holding us together. And that's some of the things that unify us right across the world, is the shared battles, the common enemies that we have, and so forth. And we are uniting around that. It's really good to be here today to see that and feel that momentum and that strength gathering, because our sea is crying for us, and it's crying for its people to stand up and take on these things that are destroying us and our people. We have our elders really feel strongly about, we cannot survive, and as everybody, we cannot survive without our country, our sea country, and vice versa. So presence on our country is incredibly important. our foot standing on the ground, or feeling the water, the salt water and fresh water and all this stuff is really important. It is that connection between us, and we need to keep going with it. I think one of the really important parts is that I mentioned adversity brought us together as 9 groups at a regional level, at a sub-regional level. You can imagine the size of Queensland and the many different groups here along the coast, but inland as well. And the ability for us groups at a regional level to unite and to build our strength amongst ourselves. We are just a grassroots organisation that said we're going to do this. We don't need government to tell us to do this, right? We need to do this. And we did it, and we've been in existence for 30 plus years now, and we have a board of directors from one from each of the 9 groups. They are a mixture of leaders and strategic leaders as well as young people. Then there's a CEO that I was for many, many years, and part of building the resilient organisation, passing on that leadership role to younger people. And then under there we have about 30 or 40 staff that work for the organisation and the people and the land. And that over many, many years is like, it's a little bit like throwing a small rock in a still pond, and it's starting to grow, and the ripples are becoming bigger and bigger. And so we do things in our country because, we don't wait for government to tell us. We just do it, building that critical mass amongst our own selves, but also with our partners at that regional level is important. That sort of leadership you have to make infectious. You have to make it within the organisation, but outside as well. That you have to make it really that we're going to do this together. If we can't do it at the Brisbane level or the Canberra level, we do it together at the regional level and build that momentum and build that strength, and we're all together in this journey. I think that's been one of our strengths for many, many years, is that ability to bring our partners as well as ourselves into that space and have that conversation. Some of our greatest allies now was our worst enemies before, but now they stand beside us and believe in what we're doing. And it's about developing that belief and that spirit amongst all of us, because our land and our sea needs us now, and we need to pass on that responsibility, that knowledge and the culture to our younger ones that are coming through as well. So I just wanted to set that scene there. It's a very busy space in North Queensland there with many issues confronting us. But I think not only have we managed to find our space in that busy space, we've come to the point now that we're leading a lot of the stuff that happens in our area with the support of agencies and our other traditional groups along the coast as well. But I just wanted to end with saying that this is really good to see this stuff. In North Queensland, that ability for saltwater mob to unite is becoming even stronger. Where at the moment there's a task force, the Great Barrier Reef Task Force, made up of traditional owners that are building momentum, and the result of that is a sea country alliance between all the saltwater people along the east coast of Australia. And it's really growing, and it's becoming a really powerful force. That sea country alliance will one day be the united voice, if you like, in that sea country space to challenge policy, to change policy, and so forth. So there's a lot of faith in this movement at the moment, and that'll take another couple of years, I would suspect, but we will be ready when you guys call, and we'll come back together again to take on the challenges in front of us together. So thank you.
Thank you, Uncle Phil. So with our Girrigan-Tumara region, you can see on the map, we make up 6 saltwater groups: Juru, Goulnay, Girramay, Banjin, Warragame and Nawagi. So I am actually connected to 2 of those saltwater groups, but first and foremost, I will always do the best for my people out of those 6 saltwater groups. So with regards to the Girigan Tumra, when it started some 21 years ago, it was established for hunt policies, protocols and practices to be upheld and maintained. However, now it's seeing us as a people expand and evolve onto bigger things, not only for our generation, but the next generation. So we've done seagrass and dugong monitoring projects. So that was a 2-year opportunity, and we created 4 positions for that project. And we focused on monitoring seagrass and dugong hotspots within the Girigan Tumra region. And that was very empowering, not only for our old people, but also for our staff and traditional owners, because they were able to be involved in all aspects of the project, and they were also able to have a stronger appreciation as to why we do what we do, and also the importance of working together to care for country and help each other heal country as well. So that project, we've now had 2 of those 4 stay on with the organisation, and we've had schools in the local area reach out to us to ask, when are you doing your next intake? And we would love to be able to continue to do that, but like everything, it relies heavily on resources and funding. So my vision for the Girigan Tumra region, yes, we are funded by the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park Authority, but the bigger picture for me is for us to be self-sustainable and economically empowered, so that we can create more jobs, training, we can see our young ones go through university even and support them through that process, because as you're aware, regional Queensland, there's not always a lot of opportunities and our babies get homesick, but it's about us nurturing those passions and encouraging them to aspire to be whatever they want to be. Girigan has also conducted a blue carbon project. We've done phase 1 of that blue carbon project, which involved the 6 saltwater groups. However, the bigger picture for that blue carbon project is for us to now include the 9 traditional owner groups of Girigan. As you're aware, with regards to how wide the Girigan region is, we've got our 6 saltwater groups and then the 3 inland groups, but their river systems go out to the ocean. So phase 2 of the blue carbon will involve the 9 groups, and it'll be a much bigger project, but we're being culturally sensitive in how we go through that process, because we've got to ensure that we not only uphold culturally sensitive sites, but also the way we deal with things, because we don't want to see country or culture exploited. The word exploitation, as a child, I saw my great-grandparents be exploited, and I always used to say to my grandparents, when I'm old enough, I'm going to make sure that that doesn't happen. So we have researchers contact us and say, do you have any elders that want to volunteer their time? I said, excuse me, do you get paid to do your research? Oh, yes, I do. Well, come back to us, there's a fee involved. My old people will not be exploited. And I saw my great-grandfather be exploited for his knowledge on country and culture, and that is one thing that I will continue to be an advocate for, to ensure that that no longer happens. With regards to healing and restoring the Girigan Tumra region, as you're aware, we're constantly impacted by flooding and cyclones, and it does take a lot of work. I may be the Girigan Tumra coordinator, but we rely heavily on our ranger program to support us to go out on the ground, get monitoring done, and also having elders out on country and traditional owners being able to have that opportunity and capacity to be upskilled, so that if there are opportunities, we don't need to go elsewhere. We have the knowledge and skills to do the work ourselves. So we're currently in the process with regards to the crown of thorns starfish. As you might have heard, a number of our reefs can be impacted by the crown of thorns starfish. And we're now in the process of ensuring that rangers and traditional owners are upskilled with their dive master and dive rescue accreditation so that we can take on those fee-for-service opportunities. Because like I say to the operators, it's all good and well for them to want to be out on our sea country, but going out and letting us know after the fact is not best practice. There needs to be prior consultation and engagement with the elders and traditional owners before they enter our sea country. So it's changing, and it's about empowering our traditional owners and our elders to have that stronger voice, just as those old people in that first image did for us. It's about us ensuring that those legacies and the fact that they were voice and vision for country and culture back then, it's about us continuing that. We also did a cultural sea country values mapping project with our 6 saltwater groups, and that enabled a number of traditional owners and elders who moved away from country to reconnect, strengthen their identity, cultural connection. So that was very empowering for our 6 saltwater groups. And also the cultural aspect of it and having the younger ones involved in that project was very empowering as well. We conducted an IMR fish monitoring project with our 6 saltwater groups, and that project was empowering for the traditional owners involved in that because they actually were able to get an accreditation. I worked with Australian Institute of Marine Science, and I said to them, it's all good and well that you are having our traditional owners involved. Why not set up an accreditation for them to be successful with after their involvement in the project? So we had 7 traditional owners go over to Orpheus Island to complete their accreditation. So now when the next round of that fish monitoring is done, they've actually got the accreditation to say, well, we've got that, can we do some contract work with yous? Youth engagement, so this is something that, hand on heart, I'm very passionate about for not only my generation but generations to come, to be able to connect with country, culture, and most importantly our old people out on country. So we do youth camps where we have cultural activities on country. We've got the elders on site with us, and a number of them, if they're able to, they'll lead those cultural activities. We have our rangers involved. And the children walk away from those camps being empowered, and we ignite passions in our young people, and that's something that with our young ones, some of them, they disengage from school, like I imagine some of our neighbouring cousins. The school setting is not always for our babies, and sometimes being on country is what they need to recenter them to where they want to be in their life path. We also run a Reef Protection Initiative youth program. So we take young ones out to the reef every Saturday, and they're learning not only the traditional knowledge but the Western science with that. So far we've had 55 of our young ones participate in that project, and we, excitedly enough, were recently awarded an Australia Day award for that program. And that's a credit not only to our current Tamara team, but those old people. Their vision and voice will always be with us to ensure that, reef health surveys. So we regularly do reef health surveys to ensure that we're regularly checking the state of our reefs, with the cyclones and flooding. So this picture here, that's me and my girl. So she is part of my why of why I do what I do. So I got to experience this with her on our own sea country, and that was my first time ever snorkeling. And to be able to connect with country in that way, seeing the coral, the different fish species in its beauty, that reminded me of my purpose and was very grounding. And sadly enough, with the flooding that we had last year, this area here, we lost a lot of our coral. So very devastating, because some of that coral is over 800 years old. In 2024, our CEO, Whitney Rassop, had the opportunity to attend the World Seagrass Conference in Naples, in Italy. And that was a platform for us to showcase the work that we're doing with regards to seagrass monitoring within the Girigan-Tumra region. And that was empowering that we had the opportunity to share our work on the world stage. Annually, we have the Girigan-Tumra Open Day, so that's an opportunity for us to create promotion, education and awareness, not only to our traditional owners, but mainstream community, because the word Tumra, traditional use of marine resources agreement, mainstream community, they see it as tokenistic, just an opportunity for traditional owners to waste money. However, just as our old people, we mean business and we stand on business, so we want the best for country and culture. So this creates a platform for community to come together, for them to see the hard work that we are doing for country and culture, and bringing people together as well. We regularly have traditional owner project update workshops, just to ensure that our elders and traditional owners are kept up to date with what we're doing out on country, and also engaging with them to check in with what their aspirations are for country and culture, and ensuring that those cultural values and policies are upheld and maintained. And that's it from me. Thank you, everyone.
Anau mai, hoki mai ki a tātou o te reo takiwa o tautoko. Kei kona. Kei konei tātou ki te tēnei nui a te maranga mai for intent I tēnei wā e kōrero ana I te hakawhitinga o ngā kai kōrero. Ko leish tēnei mihi atu ana ki a koutou, ko tai hau ki te taimākau matunga mōku, ka hoa atu te rākau kōrero ki a ruku wai tipene Alan Mana, te ahi e aka haere. Ki a koutou o tia ki a tātou o tēnei rangi. And we have just wrapped up with Koetira, the Traditional Use Marine Resources Agreement. Ope, ko Jade Taiātea, no ngā whenua wahei te reiria. Nō reira, ka hoa atu te rākau kōrero ki a koe ruku ai. And that is me wrapping up.
Tēnā koe, tēnā tātou e whakarongo maina ki tēnei te reo irangi o tautoko. Me ngā whakapāhotanga atu e te marae o te mihi ana kia koe e hoa. E mihi ana kia kaurua ko mai ki te pai o ngā mahi I te atanei, te whakapāho atu I ngā kōrero atu I te tēneti nei. Heoi e te iwi ko hautēnei ko ruku wai tūpene Alan. No konei no te whānui o ngā puhi, māku te wahanga o te ahi e tiaki, I runga I te reo irirangi nei. Nā reire mihi atu ana kia koutou. Kia mautoni mai.
From Rapa Nui, Luro Burntuki is a prominent Rapa Nui Easter Island environmental activist and conservation leader. He is widely recognized for his role in bringing traditional indigenous practices with modern marine protection strategies. Ōare te whānau, homai te paki mō Luro.
I rana ko rua ta atoa, e hanga o mo hamaruru atu ki te Marae o te kona nei o Waitangi, e aroha atu ki te nuu tātoa ki a nua, ki a koro tātou tupuna. E mo haamata atu ki tātou reo. E hanga au mo angai teipure, mo tōku taina. He vari atu ki te moana nui a hiva. E te atua mana o te rangie, e hanga matou mo hamaruru atu ki a koe. O oe e vai mai te ora, pouro te mahana mo here tātou. O ira, angarina, maururu ki a koe, mo vai atu ki te wahanei, mo mahia ki te nuu tātoa, ki te taina, o ao te aroa, tātou pa e maohi, mo tōku taina. Ki a koe te atua mana o te rangie ki a koe, amen. So, I'm very, very happy to be there. Very honored to be there in this place, very important place in our culture. My name is Ludovic Burns-Tuki. Today I am the coordinator of our Rapa Nui Ocean Council, and I would like to share with you our process, that how it's happened and how our culture has been a reason to make alive what we want to take care. So I think that the second is just a short video to, I don't know if you are going to see, but well, I will stop here because the rest I'm going to tell. So, just to show where we are, but always from Rapa Nui, we have this connection with our Polynesian triangle. This is something that our blood has memory. We are connected, and with the base of Te Reo, de Vananga, nos podemos entender y tenemos eso principio. We have this principle. Sorry, so much language. Sorry. So when we look like when we have our Moai, our ancestor, the majority of the Moai our back to the ocean, our back. Why they are back? Because we are back from tomorrow, because tomorrow we don't know. What we know is what we have in the front. So when you look the Moai in the coast, but as a son of your ancestor, and you go on the other side, and you look the Moai, what you say, mata a mua, it means that I don't know what is going to pass tomorrow, but what I know is what I have in the front. In the front, I have my ancestor, I have my genealogy, I have my history. This is something that I know. So, if I think 6 months, I plant Kumara, and 6 months I will have Kumara. If I think 10 years, I plant mango, and 10 years you will have mango. And as our ancestor, if you think eternity, continuity, make a Moai, to be sure that your genealogy that will come after will know where they're coming from. So I talk about this to talk about our base, how we were looking in this way. First, we look our tradition, our relation with the ocean. This relation is not a relation where we are going to protect, we are going to make conservation, we are going to make preservation. Who we are part of the nature. And this is something that our ancestor has knowing. So that is why we have this concept of tap mo rahui, that is in a way with the nature, with the reciprocity, the balance that all my friends today have talked before. And it's amazing that from every island we have the same vision. So in base of this, here what we can see is really when after that the government beginning to come and beginning to declare as a decree how to protect. But all this that you see, the only one that for us it's important is that one in 1979, because on that moment it was our fishermen that have seen the over-exploitation of the lobster because of the tourism that decide and say to the government, we need to put a restriction, right? And they put it in 1979. But after that, what is going to happen is really like an individual action. For example, here, that's because there was a dive master come to Rapa Nui, oh, very beautiful, and he worked in the government, so he make a decree. And this is because there is a French, Michel Garcia, that really loved the ocean and trying to make something to protect because he saw the decrease, but doesn't happen. And in 2006, I was with him when we're beginning to say to our people, just let's close 2 kilometers for making the ecosystem again. And when I was in that moment, I was looking my people, and my people say, go back where you're coming from. You're from Tahiti. You're not Rapa Nui, you know? And I was looking, and I say, why you don't let 2 kilometers in the front of our country, and you have 58 kilometers that you can fish, just 2 kilometers. And I remember all these faces that was in front of me, and it was in 2006. And today, I get back to see this face again. A lot of aunt, uncle, grandfather, yes, I saw. And I say, do you remember when we make this? Imagine if we will do that. We are in 2025. How we are going to get our own university in the front of the town for our children. And now they look like They understand, yes, but the time passed. But doesn't matter. What the thing is happened in Rapa Nui that make a movement in the society, in the community, was in 2010. As Naya told, like a large marine protected area, yes, in this context, it's happened. But in Rapa Nui, the government doesn't ask to the Rapa Nui people if they want to protect. They didn't make a referendum consultation, nothing like this. It was in a political process where they need to arrive to a kind of percent to get the international objective. But this was very good. See? Because when they make this declaration, for example, as you can see in the map, here you have Rapa Nui, and here you have Motumotirohiva. That is the two islands that are connected by the seamount. So the government, what they do, it make like this form. Why? Because it will not enter into the 200,000 miles of the economic zone. So it means that they don't have to make a consultation or referendum because in Motumotirohiva there is no one that living here. But for us, in our culture, Motumotirohiva always has exist as the place of the god Makemake, as the place of the Manutara that is coming in Rapa Nui each spring for the cult of the birdman. So we have a relation, you know. But this, what is the well, is that it's going to generate a movement. See it? And see it? This movement is where together with the support, different organizations, Chamber of Tourism, Secretary of the Culture, Dive Center, fishermen, everyone together, we are going to make a first meeting, and this meeting is a town hall. And in this town hall, what's happened is that with the support of the municipality too, they are going to generate 5 conclusions. And in this meeting will participate 333 persons that will make a journey to talk about this. So this is really a movement, a social movement that's happened. So different level, because when they declare Motumotirohiva was like, you're coming to my house. How you make it, you know? And so what is interesting is that 5 conclusions. 1, to get back the ancestral law. The second one, to generate education at all the levels, not only in the children, to the community too. Because if you want to protect, you have to know. You cannot protect something that you don't know. And to make a marine protected area to guarantee the resources for the community of Rapa Nui. And on that time, we were looking, the fishermen was looking a lot of light. And 75% of the trash that we recollect from the beach cleanup is coming from industrial fishing. So boil, ropes, nets, everything. And finally, to create a council that will be in charge in all the things of the ocean. So it's happened in 2014 on that moment. So from that moment, beginning that all the group that organized this town hall, we will beginning to have the meeting each Monday at 6 o'clock in the municipality. So what you have to imagine is how you put only king in the table, only king or queen, but no worker, only king, you know? So it was very, very difficult. But even if in that time, in this process, we make 56 meeting where we put the list of the assistants, you know, we met the meeting to present to the government that there is a social movement that is happened in Rapa Nui. And when we arrived to our ocean in 2015, this is where we could make a protocol of agreement with the president where they're going to sign, recognize the social work that it was coming, and recognize that they are going to make a consultation, a referendum to the Rapa Nui people to know how they want to protect. So in this way, this is the protocol that has been signed with, well, on that time, our organization, with the mayor of Rapa Nui, with the governor in Rapa Nui, and the ministry. So from that moment, we make a campaign of communication to the community. We arrive to 3,000 houses to present the different kind of protection and to present what are the importance of the work and to participate it. See? And we made the referendum in 2017. 17, yes? See? And here, in this picture, I would like to tell you what's happened. First, when I make the karakia, that I get the permission, it's for my friend that went to Te Moana Nui a Hiva, went into the Po. And the second is that this photo represents 2 days of negotiation with the states. 2 days that we were in the meeting. Why? Because when we make this process down international convention, this 169 of the International Organization of Work, where the government change his constitution and say that each administrative implementation that you are going to do in the indigenous territory has to pass to a process of referendum and has to pass to a process of votation. And so Rapa Nui, in the difference with the other indigenous community in Chile, Rapa Nui negotiated that no, this process has to be a process that has to be resolutive. It's not only a consultation. I'm not just asking to you, see if you are agree or no. When I'm going to tell to you, you have to be resolutive. It means that you're going to recognize the process. So this process is organized in different steps. The first one is the planification, where we make a meeting together and say how many times, for example, in the ocean, and the protection of the ocean, we are going to make the consultation. The second step is that the government that are going to make this level of law have to go to each groups in Rapa Nui, each family, each center, everyone have to make and feedback all the things that the people is saying. The third is that the states will not participate in it and is only a meeting between Rapa Nui, where we are going to decide who are going to represent us in the negotiation with the states. So in this way, we were 5, Pota, Anastasia, Yoranakoe, Ezequiel Tuki, Marcela Hay, and I, that was part of the negotiation. So what is interesting in that story is that when the Ministry of Environment arrived, they were not prepared. They were not prepared about, they was thinking that, oh, these indigenous, we are going to negotiate it. But so much year working in this, when we were there, we analyze all the things that we want to negotiate it with the states. So when the states say, no, we are going to protect the ecosystem, we say, no, we want to protect the deep, we want to protect the seamount, we want to protect the coral, we want to protect the column of water, we want to protect the hydrothermal source, and beginning to say all the things that we want to protect. And the other thing too is that we say that all the genetic elements that you can find in the marine protected area belong to the Rapa Nui people. So all these, they sign. So they are obligated, you know. But now in the implementation, it takes time. But they sign. So we have an argument to say, this is what you have to do. So this process is very, very important because finally, what we have understand is that, of course, you have the government, but you need to negotiate it. And sometimes, just to share with you our experience, sometimes taking the government or the people from the government at your side and looking your perspective, sometimes it generates relationship. And these relationships make that you can make a step, a small step, a small step. See it? And so for this, what I would like to show you is that from that moment, after the consultation, where the conclusion is, we create the marine protected area, multiple marine protected area. This is something that we didn't want because multiple use, you know, you can make industrial fishing, industrial mining, industrial use, you know. But in the moment of the negotiation, when the states say, no, we cannot prohibit it, the industrial activity is against the Constitution. And we say, okay, you can do everything that you want, everything. But if the thing that you want to do is not in our use, our tradition, or our way of fishing or doing, you cannot do that. I'm not prohibited to you. I'm just telling to you that if it's not belong to our culture and our use, you cannot do that. So this is how we turn the law using our culture as a way to say that industrial mining, industrial fishing doesn't belong to us. This is not part of our use. And this is how now, if well, we have a multiple use, but the conclusion is that only ancestral, traditional, and sport fishing rights. And only the people who live in Rapa Nui can fish. Not someone from Chile or can come. No, they cannot come. And the other negotiation too is how we make the council, how we create the council that will be in charge of this. What's happened is that it's interesting this anecdote. Rapa Nui, in that moment, has what we have, the Commission of the Development, that is born from 1998, and that is an entity elected by Rapa Nui people, but that have like a voice, like a consultation with the states about the different things that can happen. But they are all Rapa Nui. They are all want to do something for the island. So when we negotiated with the state, we say, okay, the council, the people say that they want 5 more 1. So Rapa Nui have to get the majority in the council. And the states say, no, we have to be 50-50. And we say, no, 6 is going to be. And you know what? We are going to give you someone from the government. And then we use the Commission of Development. We say, this is the government, this is for you. But the truth is that we put 6 councillors, Rapa Nui, 1 more of the Commission of Development, Rapa Nui, so 7 Rapa Nui, and 4 representatives of the states. So here we have our second new council that have been elected here. This is the president, Coro Felipe, that was part of the first council and now in the second council. So I was in all this process. So this is the new phase. And now we are going to get a new election in July. But what I would like to show you that this is how we work. It means that we have 5 representatives of the government and 6 councils that are elected by the Rapa Nui people. And together, they have the administration of the marine protected area of Rapa Nui that represents 729,000 kilometers square. So this is a co-administration where we have the majority in this way. So now is we talk about 7 years of work going to 8 years of work. And what I would like to share with all this process that we live as Maohi, as Polynesian, is that there is a fact that the government is here. This is a fact. So now, how, in what we want, we can negotiate it, because what is happening in Rapa Nui during a long time, the fight was very, very strong, you know. But our father, our mother, our grandfather sent us to study. So now we are the new generation, not me, but the new generation that go to the school, go to the university. So use. That's why we believe that the education is something that is the seed that we can plant and we can get the result, and to get passion and continue with the same value that we have as Maohi, with the respect, with the reciprocity, with all this, we can do that. Next. So we have a lot of future challenge that I will not talk about this because this is the same in all. Next. And Hareo Te Moana is a project that we have in Rapa Nui to build a center of education and science. And this is how, in this movement, I believe that for the first time I am in Aotearoa. I really feel all what it's happened, and I was very well received. And maururu kia korua tātoa tātou piri ki te here maohi mo tātou mo haka hio mo tātou ngā pōki pē mua ka ohoena. O ira, ko aha te koa, te here kia korua tātoa. O ira, te mea o korua i te riva i tātou e hakarongo. Te mea a tātou e anga atu i korua e hakarongo tātou mo aha. Mo haka hio, ma i roto i tātou reo, tātou pautupuna, te manao o tātou nua ki a koro, mo anga nei, mo tātou, mo te moana nui a hiwa. Maururu ki a korua tātoa. Maururu.
Kia ora i te iwi e mihi ana ki a tātou. E mihi ana ki te pai o e rā kōrero. Mo te āhua o te moana, mo te tiaki te moana, mo te āhua ki Rapa Nui. Me ngā tikanga e whakamahi ana e te haukainga, hei tiaki manaaki i ngā uri o Tangaroa ana kia whai hua tonu ai kia pōpō me ngā whakapaparanga ki Waingaroa a rātou. Ka nui te mihi ki a rātou kamutu. Ki o tātou whanaunga o Rapa Nui. E te iwi ka nui taku hari taku pai te noho kia koutou i te rāne. Me te whakarongo ki ene kōrero i roto i te tēneti. Tēnei wā tonu e taki ana ko te kai whakataki i ngā kōrero. Ka whai ake nei ko ētahi kōrero rangahau mō te puna ora. E ki ana ko te puna ora framework. Nā reira, ka nui ngā rangahau ko oti i tēnei i tēnei wahine no tū wharetoa. E mea nā ko etahi o ngā kōrero ko maunga tū moana. Ko Lisa te hiuhiu, te ingoa o te wahine nei. Heoi, aini ka tuaki ki te kōrero, ki an tātou i te tēneti nei kāmatu, kia mātou i te tēneti nei kāmatu, kia koutou e whakarongo mai nā. Tēnā koutou e utonu mai ki nei whakapāhotanga a tautoko atu i te marae o te ti i tēnei rā ātāhua miharo rawātu, te hoki mai ki tēnei tū wāhi. Tēnei whenua kua roa nei e noho hei wānanga, hei wāhi wānanga mō tātou o ngā puhi kāmatu mo te moti whānui. Nā reira, ko ngā kōrero e whai ake nei, e kōrero ana mo ngā rauemi, ngā natural resources. Nā reira, anei ko ngā rangahau. Kua tuku i te reo pōhiri ki te tokorua nei kia kōrero, kia mau tonu mai.
Tēnā koutou i te whānau, ko te tuatahi, ka nui te mihi ki ngā mana whenua, o te whenua nei, o te rā kia koutou i tēnei āhuatanga o te wā. He urio no Ngāti Awa, Ngāti Paro, Waikato, Tūharangi, ko te tau te moko painting tōku ingoa, he moko puna ahau, nā koro hereni moko mei rawa ko Lady June, the late Lady June Mead, he tamahine ahau nā Aroha Mead, rawa ko Tukuroirangi Morgan. Kia ora. Also, honoured of course to be joined here on the stage with Kayla, the CEO of WWF. But I'm going to hand over to her to start with. But it's just really an honour and privilege to share the stage with our whānau today from all over Te Moana Nui a Kiwa, and just looking forward to having a kōrero while we're all here. Kia ora.
Kia ora, tēnā koutou katoa, he mihi nui, he mihi mahana ki a koutou katoa. As Taiātea said, my name's Kayla. My ancestors are from Canada. You can probably tell by the dulcet tones of my Canadian accent. But my whānau and I have been in Aotearoa for about 15 years. And I'm really pleased to be able to speak to you today about some collaborative work that our team has been doing, building on the amazing work of our international case study, Ropu. Can you some slides? So, the program of work that we've been doing builds on a series of case studies, and you'll have heard from those leaders today, from Rapa Nui, from Hawaii, from Niue, from Cook Islands, from Canada, from Australia, all over. And one of the things that's been really amazing to watch in ocean conservation for the past decade or more is that much of the great strides forward have been led by Indigenous Pacific leaders and their communities. And those stories are really powerful, and some of those leaders are here with us today. And there's a great sense of familiarity, of whanaunga between Aotearoa and many of those leaders, and what they all have in common and their stories. Well, there's themes running through all of them about having to deal with structures imposed by the state, not your own traditional tikanga-based structures, needing to navigate that interface for the benefit of communities, the role of ancestral knowledge, and hopefully some of those learnings and takeaways will come out for you all in the audience today as you hear some of the whakaaro shared by these leaders. But we've been thinking a lot about how to lift the well-being of Te Moana in Aotearoa. As many of you will know, including in some of your own rohe moana, the state of our marine environment in Aotearoa is not as flash as we would like it to be. A number of our species are now threatened or at risk, and for hapu, papatipa runaka all over the country, the ability to harvest kai moana and to manaki your guests and take care of your own whānau is being undermined, both by industrial fishing, but also by the impact of visitors coming and engaging in harvesting practices. So we've been thinking a lot about ways to work together to lift up and restore the puna ora of our shared ocean. And one of the things that I think people don't realize in Aotearoa, and of course many of you in the tent here will realize it, but mana whenua have been sustainably managing their rohe and their resources, including our fish stocks, forever. since time immemorial, as we'd say in Canada, since the time before remembering. And a large part of this project is finding ways to return to that and to basically enable the Crown to get out of the way and to recognize and make space for tikanga-led approaches and the leadership of iwi and hapu, taking inspiration from all the work we've seen across Te Moananui-a-Kiwa led by Indigenous communities. Some of the reasons our marine management system is failing is that we're not protecting much of it. So even when iwi hapu try to lay a rahui for conservation purposes, it's not backed up by the Crown necessarily, not that that always needs to happen. In Aotearoa, we don't have a strategic approach as to what's being protected or why. And for many of you, any of you who've dealt with the Marine Reserves Act before, back when it was introduced in 1971, it was kind of world leading, but it has no reflection of mana motuhake. There's no mention of rights guaranteed or protected by Te Tiriti o Waitangi, and it really does not provide for any role or recognition of mana whenua in governance of those areas. Quite frankly, it is no longer fit for purpose, and that's why people have not been using it for a long time. So we know that there's a need for new processes, both in the Manu Motuhake Tino Rangatiratanga sphere and also in the Kawanatanga sphere, and that's kind of the basis of the work that we're trying to do together. Can you guys swap slides for me, please? I've already spoken a little bit to the incredible leadership we've seen across the Pacific, but even as recently as June, we've had some amazing announcements coming out of the Melanesian Ocean Reserve, which is an Indigenous-led initiative protecting across 6 million square kilometers of ancestral waters that recognizes Indigenous authority. We've seen the example of Rapa Nui. We've seen some incredible work by our colleagues from Niue, which is just off our shores, where they're now sustainably managing 100% of their EEZ and protecting 40% of it for the benefit of their people. Even though times have been pretty tough in Aotearoa over the past 2 years, we can really take inspiration from the Indigenous leadership we're seeing really close to us. Next slide, please. Do you want to speak to the lessons from the case studies?
Yeah, I can just really quickly, because we're hearing all the beautiful and very powerful kōrero today from all of the different case study communities. So we've had the honour to receive what's come out the other end, all of the learnings and findings from the people, the wonderful leaders that you're hearing from today. And we made sort of another thematic analysis based on some of the themes coming out of the case studies, which include, relational decision making, so how oceans and lands are governed as living ancestors with decisions grounded in whakapapa, and we've, focused on things like food sovereignty and connection. The outcome and goals are different, and the relationship is all about connection. The importance of our customary law and our tikanga, and making sure that both of those have teeth at also the state interface as well. That implementation capability matters, monitoring, enforcement, that resourcing is really critical, funding, very important if this is to be done in any meaningful way. And again, that point about power at the state interface, where Indigenous peoples and communities need to have a strong role in being able to actively manage other marine users and extractive uses around our moana as well. So those are just a few, and you'll hear more of them throughout the day.
So our vision for a sustainable marine environment is a resilient, thriving ocean where marine ecosystems and biodiversity flourish now and for future generations. And a lot of this is about honoring, restoring, and sustaining our relationships with Te Moana. It's about connection between people and ocean health, and globally, we know and we've seen that Indigenous and Maori leadership is key to delivering better ocean health outcomes. Full stop. I'd just like to acknowledge some of the amazing work that has been done by Tohunga, by some of our leading experts, by our kaumatua. And the model that we're applying for the spheres of authority work draws on the work of Matiki Mai Aotearoa, the Y262 original claimants, and Te Taumata Whakapumau, and also my colleagues who were on the working group for the implementation of UNDRIP, with the report that we know as He Puapua. Rather controversial report, that one. The point here, though, is that we see the landscape by which we govern Te Moana as having these overlapping spheres of influence. There's the Tino Rangatiratanga sphere, which is where it's tikanga based, it's completely indigenous led. There's the Kawanatanga sphere, which is where you would find, crown legislation like the Marine Reserves Act. And there's always an emerging joint sphere where there's shared governance. At the moment, these spheres are really separate and unequal. It's mostly what you'd find in the Kawanatanga sphere. And what we're trying to do is to find ways, as we've seen with these case studies internationally, Indigenous communities have had to layer approaches to achieve their objectives. So apply their traditional law, apply their own mana motuhake in the Rangatiratanga sphere, and strategically, and in a way where their people have been sitting around the table, they've also been able to influence the Kawanatanga sphere. And that's the type of model that we think might be worthwhile for Aotearoa to explore. So changes in the Kawanatanga space that uplifts and makes space for Indigenous mana motuhake, and also for the Crown to recognize and basically just get out of the way of Tino Rangatiratanga.
Yeah. We might just move through. So these are some of the recommendations we're working through, but we'll go straight to the Te Puna Ora framework. So based on everything that we've heard and that's written about the case studies, about also taking into account the Global Biodiversity Framework, the UN Global Biodiversity Framework, which is very much shifted in language and looks at equity and the role of Indigenous peoples and territories as a requirement for nation states to take into account when looking at any sort of ocean resilience. We've got reports at the highest level saying that, this is the way of the future, is to work in relation with the environment. And the way that you do that is through power sharing and equity with Indigenous peoples and local communities. So this didn't sort of come out of thin air. It was informed by everything that's happened and what our tipuna have advocated for decades. I did want to disclose, though, my mum did say, frameworks are like toothbrushes. Everyone has one, but no one wants to use anyone else's. So, we just make another one. I don't want to use someone else's toothbrush. No, I'm joking. But I also wanted to acknowledge a part of the Te Puna Ora program, we've had this advisory panel who have come in, as we've been developing the different stages and policy recommendations for this. So we've got two of our panel members in the room, Whai Linda Faulkner and Beth Tuparekatene. So just wanted to acknowledge you both. And there's also Jamie Fowler at the back, who's part of the WWF team. We have handouts, just because I have to get through this quickly, and come talk to us if you wanted to hear any more detail about the framework. But part of it was about, we were looking at tikanga-led tools, but then there's a lot of raru that comes about by focusing on the tool. So we sort of looked at it in a different way and designed a tikanga-led pathway. So what does a pathway look like that would enable, that rangatiratanga sphere and also that joint sphere interface for our people? So the Puna Ora framework is a decision-making pathway for establishing any sort of what we've called broadly as a Puna Ora, an area for our hapu and iwi. So the first is about identifying the state of maramatanga, and it's really inspired by our creation stories and our states of understanding. So we've got te kore, te pō, te whaiao, te ao marama. So the first state is an unknown state. So that's, you've got really limited knowledge or access. Maybe it's an area where there's a private landowner and your hapu haven't really had access to that area. So what you're seeking is a connection and whanaungatanga back into that area. So if you're going through te kore, you'll go through a different sort of steps of decision making. The next is te pō. So these are noticeably degraded habitats, ecosystems. The stresses are really evident. Ecosystems are declining. You've got some evidence, but maybe you want to collect a bit more. Kōrero tuku iho, maramataka. Then you might want some more sort of other scientific modelling in that place. And again, you'd go through a different pathway if you started at te pō. Te whaiao is recovering, so these are also degraded ecosystems, but instead of going to the next stage where you're looking for sort of research funding, for instance, you already have a lot of evidence. You've already gathered your, whakapapa, kōrero tuku iho, so then you go through another sort of a stage after that. Then there's Te Ao Marama, these are our really thriving, pristine environments. I give an example with Rangitahua. And those are ecosystems that are healthy, culturally significant, and requiring some enduring protection. Next one. The next one is about identifying priorities, and there will be more, but they've just been split up into 4 at the moment. So these could be, you would identify your priority areas. So we've got here Mahinga Kai, about food security and sustaining abundance for Kai. There's Mauri, about restoring degraded habitats. Tapu, and these are protected areas of spiritual or ancestral significance. And Whanaungatanga, which we talked about with Te Kore as a state, rebuilding relationships, access and responsibility. And then the third step here is about gathering evidence. But we'll move on to the next slide. And then from there you go to selecting your tools based on your state of māramatanga, and your priorities. And we've got tikanga-led statutory tools, and we've got shared statutory tools, one of which is rāhui but not under the Fisheries Act, articulated broader, as it's also written within Tikanga Māori by Koro Hirini about the different 5 forms of rāhui, and there's conservation rāhui under there, which also looks at reseeding, monitoring, making sure that it's more tikanga-led, and then also a set of shared statutory tools. And the way that it's designed at the moment is that they have fairly the same kind of amount of teeth and able to restrict the same sorts of activities. The next slide. And then after that, which determine the temporal scale. So this is about our time frames, which again are done in very different ways. So the first one is one that we're all really familiar with, which is a date-based time frame. So it could be for 5 years from the 1st of January, 2027. And then trying something a bit more radical and having a māramataka-based temporal scale for our proposals, noting that there are over 300 different māramataka around the country, but it aligns more with the environment. There might be lunar phases in which you want to close an area down because of seasonal breeding or spawning. So that could occur between, from Ōturu to kore phase in a particular kaupeka. And then the last type of temporal scale is tohu-based, where the protection remains until a specific condition is met. So we're going to lay down this specific area until the water quality is at healthy levels and safe levels to gather kaimoana. So that might be one of the ones. Next one. Cool. And then there's establishing the puna order. So these are some of the statutory recognitions that we were looking for. About iwi and hapu-led governance, a really clear specification of what activities can be restricted, Crown duties to support monitoring, collaboration pathways, a tightly constrained national interest test for any ministerial override. So at the moment for, and I'm sorry if I'm boring you with the legislation, we're currently looking at maybe some sort of completeness test that it could go through so there isn't too much overstep from the kāwanatanga sphere. So this is really firmly supposed to stay within the realm for hapu and iwi, with very little intervention from the Crown. Cool, next one. And then there's also about monitoring, reviewing and adapting over time. After you set your time frame, you might want to adapt it every 5 years or so. And they can also move between different states of māramatanga, allowing protections to adapt without restarting the statutory processes. But this year we're actually looking at testing this framework and learning in place. So yeah, come have a kōrero with us if you're, interested in learning more about this, and especially about the trials as well. But for now, we've also been looking at integrating this into the other sort of policy proposal package that we've been working on too. Cool.
We are almost done. And we don't want to get into too much more detail, but the general plan for the work is that we're aiming to have a package of recommendations and new legislation for an incoming government. So, as in around November this year. And we'd really like to be sure that what we are putting forward is fit for purpose from everyone's perspective in Aotearoa. And so in addition to the international case studies, we've been working with case study ropu from around Motu, so Rekohu, Muriwhenua, up in Ngatikiri. We've been talking at Whanganui, Tuwharetoa. We've been talking to lots of people, but we obviously haven't covered everybody. We're going to be at the Y262 tent for the next all of tomorrow. And so if you'd like to engage with us in the details and tell us about your lived experience and what your aspirations are for improving your ability to manage resources, protect your rohe moana, we'd really like to engage with you in whatever way you see fit. So please come and hang out with us tomorrow. And yeah, we look forward to meeting all of you then. Kia ora. Kia ora.
Kia ora mai tātou e whakarongo mai ana. Ka nui te pai o era kōrero I puta. Nā kamutu I he taku take I ngā ingoa I muara. Ko te tai awatea moko painting rāwa ko Kayla Kingdon Beb era I te kōrero atu. Mō te āhua take o tēnei mea te tiake I te rohe moana. Ana ka nui ngā mihi ki te tokorua rā ko tā rātau I aia nei, he kohi ake I etahi kōrero, te nohotahi ki etahi kāinga, ki etahi hapu, ki te whakarite mai I tētahi rautaki ma te kāwanatanga hou ka hau atu. Kia ki ake anei ngā mea e hiahiatia ana e tātou ki te tiaki I o tātou rohe moana, nei raka nui te mihi kia rātou. He oe, e whai ake nei. Ko te kai kōrero nei, ko Lisa te heuheu. Nā ko puna ora research, ko tāna he uri tēnei no tūwharetoa, ko te kōrero, te maunga o te kōrero e kia ana, maunga tu moana. Ko te pai o nei kai kōrero I te rane, I hāngai katoa nei kai kōrero ko te hake nei, ki te tiaki I o tātou taiao. Te tiaki, te taiao, te tiaki, te moana, me te ki te marika atu, ko te āhua o tērā tiaki, ko te aro ki ngā tikanga, ngā kawa, ngā mahi Māori, ngā whakahaere Māori, Marae ki te atu ai I ngā hua, nā ko mōhio tāua te Māori ki nei tū āhuaranga ehia nei ngā wākua, kua pērā te ki atu a te Māori, kia waiho mātou te mahi wa mātou mahi. He oe anei ko etahi tangata, kua kohi ake I ngā rangahau, kua kohi ake I ngā kōrero, e mārama ai iwi ke atu, e mārama ai te kāwanatanga, e mārama ai tau iwi ki ngā hiahia o tātou ngā iwi take kamutu I konei tātou te iwi Māori. He oe mihi nui ana kia koutou e whakarongo mai ana ki nei kōrero atu I te marae o te tiriti o Waitangi, me taku mihi nui kia koutou katoa, I te mea ko tēnei wāhi he wāhi tupuna. Nō mai, ngā iwi, ngā hapu, kua kohi mai, kua tau mai ki tēnei wāhi hei wāranga I ngā kaupapa nui o te wā. Ki te ana tātou e hia tau kota no te hainatanga o he whakaputanga, te hainatanga o te tiriti o Waitangi kei konei tonu ngā uri e wānanga ana I ngā kōrero. Nā reire mihi ana ki tērā tū āhua e whakatina ana hea tonu te ana ki Wanganui a tātou o ngā puhi. Ana, kia hoki whakamuri ngā whakaro ki ngā kōrero I hauahake I te rā nei, nā I timata te rā kia Sheridan Waitai, nāna te wahanga I tūwhirātu. Ko te tiaki taonga framework, tētahi o ngā kōrero I puta I te rā nei, ko waka ko wakaiti Dalton tērā I taki ngā kōrero, ko ngā global networks tētahi o ngā kōrero nui, navigating oceans partnerships for marine protection. Nā o tātou whanaunga no roto mai o Hawaii, e rā kōrero, One Oceania, our ancestor, our home. Ka tahi te whakaaro tika ko tērā ni. I te mea mohi ona tātou, ko tātou tonu te taiao, ko te taiao tonu ko tātou. Ana heke rawa mai ki ngā kōrero ko rongohia, ara te mau o te moana, ngā kōrero I puta I a Rapa Nui, me te mōhio ko e rā kōrero I te kōrero mō ngā mātauranga taketake, ngā mātauranga tupuna, hei whakahaere I te āhua o te tiaki I te moana. Ko ngā wāhine tahi anō ka whakataha atu I te atamira, te Taiātea moko painting, rawa ko Kayla Kingdom Beb, he oi kia aro tātou, kia Lisa te heuheu, kia aro tātou ki ngā rangahau, e mihi ana kia koutou, aini tū atu ai tō tātou kai kōrero, ko Lisa te heuheu no roto mai o Puna Ora, he kaiarahi Māori, ana he wahine whai whakaro nui ki te taiao, kia āta whakarongo atu tātou ki ngā kōrero ka puta I ai I te rānei.
Tēnā rā tātou katoa, ngā mihi atu mō tēnei rā I roto I runga I tēnei kaupapa. Ko te mea tuatahi, ngā mihi kia Ngāti Kuri. Kia koe Sheridan, mō te hononga mō tuwhare tō o tēnei kaupapa. Ko te mea tuatahi, tuarua, ngā mihi atu kia tātou katoa. Ko Lisa te heuheu, te ngoa no ngā pohi Ngāti Raukawa, Ngāti Maniapoto Ahau. A lot of my mahi is environmentally focused, but I think my kōrero today, I'm not going to do a presentation. I have a 9-month-old baby that's keeping me quite busy, so we'll do what we need to do. But my kōrero is maunga te moana. So the mahi that we're doing within this project and the Puna Ora project is around our maunga tongariro. And we have multiple opportunities to facilitate funding which isn't from the Crown about reclamation of our maunga. And I won't go through the specifics of it other than we have 2 priorities within Tū Whare Toa, and those priorities are 1, reclamation of our waiata, pūrākau and our reo and our toi associated with our maunga. But to do that, we need reconnection, which is our other priority. And so what we've realised is that we have 100 years of processes and legal options and structures that have facilitated Tū Whare Toa to have a relationship in some way or form with the maunga, but we're actually disconnected from it. So in the first instance, one of the things that we did when we had our Ruia Taiātea festival last year, which is our Tū Whare Toa Ahurei, is we had a kōrero to our whānau. If there were multiple things that we could do on the maunga, what would be your priority? We put economic on there, we put commercial opportunities, and it came back reclamation and reconnection. So for us, it was a reimagining of how we think about the maunga in the time that we have now, and our concept of taiao more generally. So I think if you have 30 years of resource management approaches and Crown relationships and new pieces of legislation like co-management, JMAs, all sorts of different structures, the maunga is a really good example where all those structures exist but they don't serve us. It is one of the most significant national parks in the country. It's also a dual World Heritage Site, so it's been recognised on the UNESCO scale, one for its natural integrity, but secondly for its cultural. And if you were to go at the maunga, there's no sign of us. You don't see us, you don't feel us. We are missing that wairua and that kōrero that looks like Tū Whare Toa. And I think what we've done is gone, actually, we're going to just think about the mauri of the maunga. And if we were to do any work, what's our vision? And it's around what would the mauri of our koro or our maunga be in the face of a new environmental challenge around climate change, commercialisation. How do we start to reassert ourselves and really put forward our mana motu hake on the maunga? And I think where we've landed is there will always be these processes, but actually we're just going to do stuff. We're just going to do the do, which is get our mokopuna back up there. And it's small steps, it's doing, and we're really grateful for the hononga with Ngāti Kuri, because I think part of it is we've needed the courage to think differently about our maunga and how we mobilise as tūwharetoa around the maunga. And so for us, we're doing these small steps just to get our whānau back involved and go, this is actually your taonga. This isn't just the place where you've gone to play in the snow or ski or snowboard and do a recreational activity. Your tupuna are here. Your whakapapa is here. And so we have an inherent obligation to look after this place in a different way. And over 20 years of gondolas, failing ski fields, we are ready to see a new space and a new reimagining of what that maunga could be for us. And so when we think about concepts of maunga te moana, everything is about relationships and partnerships. And what we've realised is we can't do it on our own. So we feel really privileged to be in the room with not only our Aotearoa whānau, but with our international whānau that we've made connections over the journey of Puna Ora, with NGOs and whānau that have kind of walked in our space and said, hey, look, we believe in that too, what can we do? And we've had some really beautiful relationships established internationally with some academic institutions that said, what do you need and how can we help? And it's really sad to be so close in Aotearoa and know the faces of our ministers and our government and actually how quickly they turn away. So we're not interested anymore. And so we're going to play our game and we're going to play it our way. And for us, this concept of maunga te moana, the maunga isn't just an isolation of itself, but actually it's connected to the awa, which is connected to the moana. And I think one of the beautiful parts of being part of the Puna Ora Rōpū is that we're remembering that we once had iwi relationships and we traded and we had kōrero. We didn't just have treaty settlements that separated us. So being able to remove some of those lines of separation that weren't created by us is actually really important as well. But for us, I think what we are looking at is we have a whole journey ahead, which I think starts with a couple of small steps. And so I just want to mihi to our tūwharetoa taikura Taiāropu, our rangatahi who have come here as well, because we need to mobilise our young ones. We're getting too old, some of us, to do this stuff. And so bringing some whānau along with us is a part of the process of succession and creating change. The entities around us in tūwharetoa will always have a role. Our trust boards, they have a role. Our settlement entities, they have a role. But actually what we need is action. So I think the call that really we want to make as part of this today is we're ready to live our mana motu hake. We're ready to be the rangatira for tomorrow, and actioning is actually where we're at. And while I appreciate there's some mahi around policy and legislation, that's still really important. That's not going to be where we lie our sword down and stop our momentum. I'm not going to talk too much longer because we're going to be hosting our international whānau and tūwhare tour from the 7th through to the 10th. And we're going to be having some beautiful kōrero up the maunga and on our lake. And just thinking about that reimagining. But I just want to mihi to all our tūwhare toa whānau who have been here since the 3rd of February, bringing our late Araki's kawemate tū Waitangi. And in the vein of that, I want to be respectful, raise the kōrero of the maunga, but I think the detail of that will come after our 12 months of mourning as an iwi. So, kia ora whānau. My role in the project for Sheridan is I'm a project lead, research lead. The Puna Ora case study summaries that you might have seen floating around as a result of a lot of the work that I've done with Marara, Sheridan, Hine and Raniera. And we're looking forward to being able to print some really beautiful pieces of work with each of our international whānau about some bigger case study reports that you'll all get to see in due course. But ngā mihi, ati kia koutou. I'm going to hand over the mic to Georgina. Kia ora.
Ai, ka pai e whama, ai, te hunga e whakarongo mai ana, ko Lisa te huhu tērā te kai kōrero tahi anō ka whakatahatu te atamira. Ka mitu me taku mihi nui ki aia ki te iwi o tūwhare toi. Tika ana ngā kōrero I puta I aia. I tau mai te iwi ki te kawe mate, ki te marae nei I ngā inanahira. Te whakamahara atu te tangitahi ai o ngā iwi mō tā tumu. Me taku mihi nui ki aia e kawe tonu ana I tērā aroha o tūwhare toa mō tō tātou rangatira kua riro. Nā reira koe rā whakaaro nui tonu kia rātou ka mitu e tika ana ki tērā maunga. Me taku whakapono ki e rā kōrero I puta I aia. Kia noho ko etahi kōrero ki Wainganui I te iwi o tūwhare toa tonu I a rātou e tangi e haku tonu ana ki te rangatira kua wehe atu. He oi, rātou kia rātou, tātou kia tātou, e hoki mai ana kia tātou ki te atamira, ko te wahine whai ake nei ko Georgie e kōrero ana mo e nei puna kōrero. Tonu nā reira kia mau tonu mai.
Tēnei Timothy ahu te koutou, te mana whenua o tēnei rohi, tēnā koutou taukainga e mihi ana, e mihi ana, e mihi ana. Ko ai au, ko kāti māmoi, ko aitaha, ko ngai tahu, ko Ngāti Kahununu ki here taunganga iwi hoki, ko kaituru e hiki hiki, ko kāti huirapa ngā hapū hoki, ko Georgina tōku ingoa. I'm here today to talk about our mahi all the way in the deep south and to our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander whānau that are here, the ones from down under. This photo I actually took of orca down in Antarctica this time last week. I was fortunate to be down there, and if any of you do get to go, I highly recommend not going from Antarctica to the far north of New Zealand within a few days. It is quite challenging. This here is right in front of Scott Base. This is the Ross Sea, and it has melted. This doesn't happen all the time, and normally this is a complete ice shelf where I'm told we could have gone skiing if we were so inclined. Climate change is real, and so while we were fortunate to be able to see these animals, we really shouldn't. So just something to think about when we're talking about the marine space, and this is part of the kaupapa I'll talk about today. It's not just marine, it's everything that comes with it. Kia ora. So just some history, because we talk a lot about this really important place that we're in now and the privilege we have to be here. But it's really important as kaitahu that we share our history of what happened after 1840. This rangatira here, Te Mōhio, mere years after the signing, he petitioned one of the lieutenant governors of the Kuanatanga saying, hey, look, we've got a problem down here. There were a number of land sales, a number of promises that went wrong, and a number of deeds that were signed that simply weren't what we had agreed. He said, we need to see some change, and a quote from him is that they would be complaining to the white people that came thereafter that something had gone wrong here. Unfortunately, he didn't get a due response, and so in 1857, you'll see in that picture there, he wrote to the Queen, to Queen Victoria, and said, we've got a really, really big problem here. By this stage, we had sold over 80% of our land, and we didn't even have 1/10 of it provided back to us as per the agreements. So for Kaitahu, the fight started early. Now this fight went on for 7 generations, and so if we think about that first kind of response coming about 1849, it wasn't until 1998 that we finally signed our deed of settlement, Te Kirimi, our claim. And you'll see here some pictures of the evidence that had been brought together. Our people in both the A team and the B team, they're called, involved in the apology from the government. And in particular, you'll see this basket here of tuna. And so with our claim, we had 9 key po, the 9 houses, 8 being the settlements or the purchases that our tupuna had done that went wrong, and the 9th being mahinga kai, that important view of sustenance for us. And that's what binds us for what the mahi is we're doing now and the mahi that we do into the future. So, who are Kaitaku? We are made of 18 papatipu runaka around this wonderful land of Tuai Pounamu. When we talk about oceans, we've got a fair lot of them, and we've got different ones around us. For me, I come right down the bottom here and off to the side. So differing issues that face each of us, but yet we are connected with the same causes of needing that ability to manage mahinga kai sustainably, to be able to live and show our tino rangatiratanga, but also if you want to talk politics when there's 18 of you, it makes it very fun to try and get anything across the line. But this is Ngaitahu, and we are the lowest or furthest down tribe in Aotearoa. What some might not know, though, is that this is actually our boundary of Ngaitahu, and this does include all the way down to the sub-Antarctic islands, and that's the mahi I'm here to talk to you about today. It can be the last thought of moana down there, and also one that becomes very political as you start to get closer to Antarctica, closer to geopolitical roots, and because of that, it's quite challenging. We have a number of countries that will come to us seeking our support for them to do mahi in this area. And a lot of the times it's not aligned with our kaupapa, it's not aligned with our values, and as one of our upuku worded it a couple of weeks ago, it's literally the race to the South Pole, and we're being used as part of that. What I think is also important about this particular image is that for Kaitahu, a lot of us actually whakapapa to the Southern Ocean through other people that came because of this ocean and because of the trade route and because of the sealing and whaling that occurred. And for my whānau, I also share whakapapa with Squamish Nation in British Columbia, because this area was so typical of the whaling that happened at the time. This ancestor saw our people in our longhouse and thought, what are these guys doing? The same thing at the other side of the world. I'm going to stay here for a while instead of getting back on that awful ship. So for us, the Southern Ocean is both a Māori connection as well as a non-Māori connection through those people. So Murihuku Region is a program that has been created in partnership with the 4 Papatipu Runaka of Murihuku, Hokonui, Waihopai, Oraka Aparima and Awarua. And the intention there is, like a lot of you will see, social development, economic, environmental, and really ensuring that our cultural development comes through strong as well. For us, it's about ensuring that we can actually protect and sustain ourselves moving forward. A lot of the infrastructure isn't there. If you think about energy, everyone wants to put a wind farm up. I think there are 13 going through down home at the moment. We actually don't have the right infrastructure to even get the energy onto the grid. So there's a lot of the sustainability and resilience projects that people talk of now that actually for rural areas don't quite exist. So, Murihuku Region, key program coming out of that is Murihuku Ki Te Tonga, which is indeed mahi into the sub-Antarctic. And in talking about kaitiakitanga and that need for protection, we see the need for the sub-Antarctic to both protect and be protected by Antarctica. And that puts us in an interesting position. The sub-Antarctic, there are 8 countries around the world that fit between the 50 and 60 degree area, and there is a want for more to be done in this space, more science to take place, more countries to become involved, and more geopolitics to occur. And for us, unless we get on board now, we're on that walker and we're steering that walker, we will be left behind and we will lose the importance of these islands and everything that they hold. I've just got a video here, but I'm not sure if it's going to play.
South of Aotearoa, New Zealand, lies Moana, Tāpoko, and Tāpa, Great Southern Ocean. It is one of the last wild places left to the earth. International consensus has turned the Ross Sea region into the biggest marine protected area in the world, or now. Antarctica is the continent of peace and science. It is also a gateway to space. All of us are stewards of Te Moana Tāpokopoko a Tāpaki. Together, we can take care of Antarctica and this great Southern Ocean. For us and for our children after us.
the words there from Tātipini, and Tātipini is a very strong rangatira and chief of ours, and whakapapas as well from Awaroa and down Te Moana, Tā Pokopoko, a Tāwhaki, the Southern Ocean. So it's about the how, and I think this is where I want to get slightly stronger with our speaking. We don't need anyone to come down and tell us what to do. We also don't need people to come and partner with us, but with the view that we give a koha first, that our koha is the access to this area. We're actually pretty capable people. We've been trading for a really long time. Exhibit A, that is how you get to look like that. But we need an Indigenous-led, Māori-led approach. And so for us, kaitiakitanga is really important, especially for the Southern Ocean, especially with what we're seeing for biodiversity, for weather. It is the thing that's keeping us currently cool, even though we might not think it right now up here. It is really important and vital to our ecosystem. It's strategic. We have reciprocity with our whanaunga of different areas, the Arctic, the Sami people. There's a lot going on that we are seeing in similar ways. And a big part of it is tahutanga, is ensuring that we develop our own capability and our own people to reconnect to these areas that we were once thriving on. So, values-driven kaupapa. This is just some of the example that when we talk about marine areas, sometimes it feels that we go down a certain route, but we don't actually hit that every single element of this is a part of this kaupapa. Access and benefit sharing agreements. We are the ones that write those. We are the ones that dictate what's included in those. Bioactives, climate change, tech. There is some great tech that we can trial. Why are we not the ones having the direct relationship with these tech companies from around the world instead of third parties and instead of our government? A key thing as well is Māori data sovereignty and data. We know sovereignty because we never ceded it, and so it's not something that we need to be taught or told about. We need to be given the opportunity to run it. And so a big thing for us is also looking at how do we ensure that we're actually the ones that start controlling the narrative. We control the data and we work out who that's shared with, and that's paid for. This is the difference where we don't want to see that we're being asked anymore, and that we then ask in turn to get a copy of something 10 years down the track. We need to be in control of what that narrative is. Research, building our own capability, building our own people to come along on that journey. Genomics, a huge element, whakapapa there, ensuring that it stays on this whenua, does not go overseas, and we don't lose the opportunity to hold that. This is just some of what our program includes, and I think this is what can be challenging for us, is that there's not just kind of one skill that you need to have. You need to have a general understanding of everything to know what's coming to you and what's not. A big one that we're getting at the moment is nature credit markets, and anyone and their dog thinking that they're about to make money off the Southern Ocean. So it's challenging, but we really welcome that kind of kōrero with our whanaunga. I've put here a lifetime of legislation, policy and judicial process, and I think this is a really important part because we sometimes hear that these things only sit in a kānatanga space. You saw our rangatira, you saw from 1849 that we've been fighting for this. You saw the pages and the books and the stacks of information that our grandparents, great uncles and aunties, great-great-grandparents were a part of. Our life is legislation, is policy, is judicial. We quote the articles in this treaty because we have to know it every day when more and more of our rights get taken away from us. Our children are taught that. So when we come into these spaces and it's viewed that we might need help, you know, understanding that legal environment, I welcome some of our kānatanga to meet with our kaitahu whānau and understand just how judicial we are, including our current fight at the Department of Conservation for completely breaching our treaty settlement. So this will continue, and I think that this was just a really important point to note. We are judicial, we are legislation, we wrote the damn policy originally, we've got the treaty, there was a reason we did it. Include us or let us lead those processes. It's not something that, we need to be taught. We unfortunately have to live it day to day. And just to finish this picture, as I said, I took last week. I was very fortunate to go on a helicopter ride before it got evacuated, and I thought I was going to die. And just over here on the side, our po whenua as well, and an opportunity to pūkana, but you can't see because I've got 8 layers of clothing on. We do it to protect what's there now, what should have continued to be there, and what we definitely don't want to lose. And when we were down, we got to meet with the Americans at McMurdo, and we got to hear of all these crazy experiments they were doing with our ika, our fish, to ensure that they were going to survive the warming temperatures. And it was hard to think, well, if we only took kaitiakitanga and we only took protection into mind, we wouldn't need to electrocute them to see if they could handle the heat. And I think that's a really key point, that this is up to us to manage, to be a part of and to lead. And we really hope as Kaitahu we're a part of that. Yeah, kia ora.
E te uri o Kaitahu, te rua hiki hiki, e mihi ana ki te pai o era kōrero. Tēnei mea te tiaki te moana kamutu, atu i tēnei marae, atu i ngāpuhi, atu i te wharetapu nei, te taitokero mihi ana ki tērā uri o Kaitahu. Me te whakataki atu i era kōrero whakapapa, kōrero whakamārama mo te āhua, o te tiaki te moana ki roto i a rātou, ki roto o Kaitahu. Me taku whakapono toni mohi ana tātou o ngāpuhi ki te āhua o tērā ne, tēnei mea, te āhua o te whakahaere ture, whakahaere tikanga, no mai tērā tū āhua, pai te whakarongo i era kōrero i puta, i tō tātou hoa i te rānei, i a Georgina, nā reira e Kaitahu e mihi ana ki aia. Kamutu e hoama kanui te pai o tēnei hunga e noho mai ana ki roto i te TNT nei, ki te marae o te te, e kia nei ko te TNT Forum o Waitangi Marae, e mihi ana kia koutou katoa. Kanui te hari, kanui te pai ki te ana hau, te nuinga o nei whanaunga e noho mai nei kua roa, e uana nā te pai o ngā kōrero, kua puta i ngā kai kōrero, ana kia hoki whakamuri i ra whakaaro, ana i reira ko Lisa te heu kōrero ana, mo puna ora, i reira hoki, ko ngā kōrero mo te mau o te moana ki roto o Rapanui, te whakamahi i ngā kōrero tuku iho, me ngā tikanga tuku iho, hei whakahaere i te ahu o tā tātou tiaki i te moana. Nā enei kōrero katoa, he pai e hoama kamutu, e hari te mea he hou. Kua roa nei tāua te Māori e kōrero ana mo tēnei tūāhua. Heoi, e whakaritiri mai ana te tahi pānara, hei taki ake i tahi kōrero. Nā reira ka tuku mā rātou tēnei wahanga, te whakawaha ki tāna hau ka nuinga, te mana o ngā tāngata e noho ana ki te pānara. Nā reira ka whakawhiti atu tātou ki te atamira, mā rātou e taki ake ngā kōrero o te wā.
I might do a quick introduction of tēnei pai wahine. Then what I might do is I might simply just hand the mic over to our rakatira to simply just say hello. And then if it's all right with everybody else, might just dive into some pātai. Pai tērā. Chahu. Chahu. Furthest away from me, I managed to briefly meet yesterday Aduk Shaw. Aduk is a prominent Indigenous leader and conservationist based in the central coast of British Columbia. She is a leading voice for Indigenous-led stewardship and the development of sustainable marine economies. Coming back in is our dearest, our friend Luisa. Nō roto i ngā mautere, I despise saying the word Cook Islands. Louisa is a Cook Islands environmental advocate, an entrepreneur, and a prominent activist based in Rarotonga. She is a leading voice in the Pacific movement against deep-sea mining and is a spokesperson for the Ancestors Collective. Linda Faulkner, Pau Whakarai Te Ringa Taiātea, Chief, Māori Scientist, Earth Science Institute. Linda is of Ngāti Rangi, Wanganui descent, and a highly respected Māori leader and strategist who specialises in the interface between Indigenous knowledge, mātauraka Māori, and the contemporary sciences. Linda is a lifelong advocate for the creativity and innovation that occurs when different knowledge systems work together in partnership. Ooh. And finally, but definitely not least, is the one and only Hine Waitai. Fourth generation founding member, Te Arawhanui Research Centre. As a young leader, Hine has contributed as a claimant, whānau and future leaders of Ngāti Kuri in the development of the Wai 262 work programs and is a part of the team to initiate Māori to Māori engagement throughout the country. In November 2023, she became the first female Waka Builder graduate under Kaupapa Māori. First. She was a part of a team in the building of Waka in the, I always struggle to pronounce this name, motaku here, Sasquamish? Suquamish, motaku here, deeply apologise. Suquamish Nation in Seattle, and contributed to the construction of canoes in Hilo, Hawaii and Rata Waka Symposiums. E oku rakatira, ho mai te piki paki paki. And as we currently have a debate around who's mana whenua and who should speak first, I will leave it up to my wahine, to my right.
O tēnā rā tātou katoa, e I kaua tuana kia koutou, I tēnei wā, arikoa te ngākau, kia tūtaki a koutou I tēnei wā. Ai e ria au no te kāui maunga me te Wanganui, e rere kawana te awa tupua mai I te kāui maunga ki Tangaroa, kua te awa ko te awa ko au, ko Linda Faulkner tōku ingoa. Shout out to Sheridan, who apparently dropped me in this without telling me beforehand, but ka pai, love you. Kia ora.
Oh, kia ora koutou. I think I had quite the introduction just before, so I won't talk too much, but I just want to say kia ora to our nanny Marae over here, who's been absolutely instrumental in leading hikoi and just been a voice for our Māori and every hikoi that's happened in this motu, in this part of the country. So kia ora Nani Mere, kia ora to all of our whānau from all around the world who have come to hear our kōrero today and to share with us, because that's what this is all about. So I don't want to talk, I want to hear you guys.
Kia ora ra tātou kātou toa, I te aroa korereka o te atua. Ko Rarotonga te maunga, ko manihiki tai roto te awa, ko matahaurua pera ke toa taki tumu te waka, ko marae hono o kupe ki Aotearoa te marae, ko manihikitanga o Māui taku kainga. Kia ora ana. I am really excited to be here and really privileged to be here on behalf of my people. And I bring our love and all of our aroa for all of our whānau over here. Because whānau no te tātou. We are family, and along the way there are all these genealogical ties, not just through our toto, but our language, our peotupuna, our desires, our aspirations, and our shared moana. And I'm thankful that our moana allowed us to wash up here on these shores. So, mei taki kōrereka.
Yo, abuknu kaya kala nugua wanagasiwa, wikino.
Kayakala Nugua Kukuas Ugulas. My Wikila name is Abuk. It means mother in my language. And it was a name that was passed down to me from my Auntie Jeanette. And my English name is Danielle Shaw, and I come from a place called, in my language it would be Kitit in Wanigasiwa. And it's commonly referred to as Rivers Inlet on the central coast of British Columbia. And I come from the house family of Ugulas, the Wikino Nation. And yeah, I just want to say kia ora, and I'm thankful to be here with these amazing wahina.
Mauri ora kia tātou we. I have a very open-ended and possibly treacherous first question for me, but I'm going to have a go anyway. The rising of sisterhood, why? What's happening in our homes, and what is the absolute reason for the protection of our wahine, the leadership of our wahine, and why is it important now in particular?
Kia ora for that question. Not a hard one at all. For me, when I think about leadership in sisterhood, and it's quite pivotal because my sister's here with me, actually, is that it always comes back to whānau. And whānau is the epicenter of how we move forward, how we rise up, and how we combat all the things that get thrown at us. And it's not just about sisterhood, it's about whānau. I have younger brothers who would probably complain about me, their older sister. But within our whānau, we all play certain roles, and we all uplift each other in our strengths. And sometimes us as wahine, it's also about filling in the gaps when sometimes our men or our brothers become weary. And that is a really instrumental role in holding the whānau and holding our family. Because sometimes when they're depleted, it's us who come in to help and restore, to provide kai and to support when we're depleted sometimes. So I suppose it's about how we function as a whānau and how we all step into our strengths as whānau.
I'll be honest, Louisa, I come from an iwi of wahine, and our wahine are the ones that get things done. Yeah. So, tēnā koutou, tēnā koe. E nea the kōrero?
Sure. So traditionally our people were a matriarchal society. And so the wahine, the women in our families, the matriarchs, or what we would call our umaks, are the backbone of our people. They hold the knowledge, and they hold the dances, they hold the songs, they hold the teachings. And so really that's the foundation of our livelihood. Without that, everything else kind of falls apart. And so with that responsibility of holding that knowledge and holding the knowledge of our foundation, there's a responsibility as well to teach and to share that knowledge and to ensure that there's intergenerational knowledge transfer. And so that's where the responsibility, as you mentioned, to your whānau, and that includes all of our people. And so similarly, a responsibility to my children and to the youth in our community to ensure that everything that I was taught and the values in which we hold dear, that we are the rights and title holders to our territory. Despite anything that has happened to our people, this is our land, these are our waters. We have those ancestral teachings, we have those ancestral values that guide us. And despite working through colonial systems, we have to have that as our guiding light, or what we would call our suya ema as our guide, in order to how we make decisions and where we harvest and how we treat each other. And so then it's my responsibility to ensure that our youth are brought up in that same way.
If I can just add off the back of that, I think that in many ways, as wahine, we're reclaiming our space. I think, I come from a long line of strong women in Wanganui, or Ngātirangi, and the impact, the colonial impact that occurred to our wahine and the role that we played traditionally, I see and feel and hear a strong reclamation, and we've seen lots of that even today, of those wahine voices and those important wahine voices, and at a time that they are dearly needed to be restored to their rightful place. So whether it's a fortuitous rise or not, for me it's definitely a reclamation.
When you go back home to the awa and you ask the awa, what is the future for your wahine, what might the awa say?
That's a difficult question. Gosh, I'd have to think about that. I mean, I know particularly for those of us up in the mountains, a lot of our, as Danny said, our knowledge holders have always been wahine. Traditionally, our land holders were wahine. And if I was to ask Koro Ruapi'u what he might think, I'm sure it would be seeing generations of loss of land, of loss of language, of loss of everything, that he would reflect the importance that women need to play now more than ever in restoring what has been lost. And so I definitely feel that would be his voice.
Tēnā koe koro o tira, tēnā koe e te awa tipua. I have a kōrero, a question actually for our book. You briefly touched on it just before, and I want to really actually bring that to the fore a little bit more. You mentioned earlier that women in your place are traditionally the leaders. Could you potentially walk us through how that might have come about, and how do we achieve a balance within leadership?
Yeah, well, it's something, as you mentioned, that it's a reclamation, because that's been disrupted by a patriarchal colonial system in which we're navigating. And so there's definitely a reclamation that is happening, and unfortunately within our own people, that those patriarchal values have kind of trickled in a bit and put a lot of no offense to any men here, but to put the men at the forefront of leadership in a lot of ways, that makes it a little bit more challenging for women to step into their role as the leaders within our communities. And it's through your mother that you get your lineage through, where you sit in your house, and some of that's been lost. And so it's through coming back to traditional teachings and the reclamation of that, and kind of pushing against some of those patriarchal things we're seeing within our hereditary system. A lot more women being put back into those places. But traditionally, actually, it's not to say that there weren't men that were chiefs. Most of the chiefs actually were men, and it wasn't always common to see women as chiefs. But the women would be in a matriarchal role or a umox role, where they would be the ones sitting back, and they would be the one telling the men what to say. So the men would be coming forward as speakers of the umaks. But the umaks are the ones providing the advice. They're the ones providing the direction. They're the ones providing the route in which our nations go and how we navigate certain situations with other tribes within our own. And so within our hereditary systems, we're reclaiming that by uplifting our umaks again and putting them into those positions and teachings of that within our youth.
Tēnā koe hoa, I might open that same question up in terms of seeking balance within leadership across the Pai kōrero. But before I do, I've just noticed your paua earrings. How beautiful. I've heard that there's red abalone up your way, and how I might get my hands on some. Nah, nevertheless, I'll hand it over. How do we achieve balance within leadership e hoa mā?
I know this is something actually my nice tō rangatira te aroa husband argue about all the time. So I feel like I should have a better answer, a better prepared answer for this. Excellent. What I will say though is that if I just think about my relationship with my darling, just to speak to something I know about, it's taken a while, like it does in relationships, to figure out the strengths and weaknesses of both and to be able to leverage those strengths and weaknesses in a way that makes sense and creates balance within the whānau. And possibly that's a model for thinking about how we might think about leadership and governance moving forward in different spaces, as recognising the strengths that wahine bring to the fore and the strengths that tāne bring to the fore, and creating spaces that enable them to utilise those strengths to the best of their ability. I feel like we have structures at the moment that don't provide for that well, and so there's plenty of opportunity to do that. But don't tell my husband I said that.
I think that through my experience, and I sit here in a very privileged position of having a lot of great wahine leaders, especially come before me in our whānau and in our iwi. Both men and women as well. But I think from my experience as being a younger person that's been groomed for leadership and being put in these positions, my thing is just leaving. There's no room for egos in that space of leadership. How we operate in our whānau and in our iwi space of mahi is the best person for the job. Whoever has been trained for that mahi, whoever is the best person to step forward for that mahi and to lead that mahi, do that with all of your heart and with all of what you've been taught. There is no room for egos and misogyny and competition in that space. It's about, if we want to get stuff done, you've got to get it done. There's no room for that. So yeah.
That resonates with me a lot. Often in my experience, it's our own whānau and our own hapu and our own iwi that can get in our own way for that exact point. So I'm glad you raised that. Tēnā koe.
Oh, I was going to say that my husband's learnt very quickly to get out of the way. And often I filter what I tell him, because if he knew everything that was going on in my head, he would be completely overwhelmed. But I think it isn't always necessarily about balance. It's about what needs to be done. And sometimes there are certain scenarios and situations that are better suited for us as women. And for me, I liken it to the idea that when I became a mother, I instantly inherited this superpower. And the superpower no longer was just about me, but I had these children who became my purpose. And as women, you have this new sense of purpose, and your tamariki give you this inherent drive to secure all that you can for them. And that's something that ignited my fight in deep sea mining, against deep sea mining. And I feel like when you become a grandparent, it's like superpower 2.0. And so it just continues. And I think it's part and parcel of, if, you know, the waters were to say, you know, to speak to us, we as wahine carry the living waters. And this is quite important for me because I had my daughter early, and my waters broke early. And to me, it was so important to understand the idea that we carry as wahine living waters. And this relates so deeply to how we relate to moana. We have been entrusted with that. And so that for me is a huge superpower and a privilege, but a huge responsibility as well.
O wē taukuri e. And finally, since I got the eyes, that we've got 5 minutes, I might go 6 minutes if that's okay. Look, I'm a papa of 2 beautiful daughters, my mātāmua is turning 6 in June, and my pōtiki is going to be 4 in March. I have a question for anyone and everyone. What are the things that we can do moving forward beyond this kaupapa, beyond this time together, that we can bring all of our wahine with us into the future?
Thinking about your beautiful children and mine, I think for me it's simple, and it's just to love deeply, to love them deeply, and for them to know that they can go anywhere in this world, or they could do anything, you know, they might do wrong or whatever, but what we possess for them is unconditional. And if they can be empowered in that, and knowing and being confident that wherever they go in this world, whatever they do in this world, that they are deeply loved, I would hope that that empowers our daughters, our children, to step into this world in full confidence that they can achieve whatever it is that they set their hearts to. So it's to love deeply.
I don't know why you're giving me the eye. I feel like you want me to say something specifically. I don't have any kids by choice, but my brother has 2 girls and 1 boy. He has 3 kids, and they are like my children as well. And I think if I can use our whānau and both of your tamariki as an example, sets of tamariki, is raising them in purpose and giving them a purpose. Whether they choose to continue with that is up to them later on. And like you say, if you love them deeply, the world is their oyster. They can do whatever they need to and want to, and be loved wherever they go. But I think for me, one thing I'm really grateful for is being raised in a purpose. And it's often a question that we are faced with when we go around the motu to share what we do within our environmental kaupapa and the revitalisation of our mātauranga is, how do we inspire more young people to be like you guys or to do what you're doing? It's really, really hard to do that because you have to raise them to do that. So that would be my contribution to that kōrero, my bro.
One quick little thing from me. As soon as you asked the question, I thought about how fortunate I was, how fortunate I have been to spend lots of time in the Taiātea. And I've just, particularly the time I've had to spend with Pāropata Miguel and Rongoa Tohunga, trained down the Wangana River actually, but and his kōrero around all of the lessons that we need to learn are in the Taiātea. Our strength comes from the Taiātea. And so I have 3 boys and a girl, and our baby girl is the last. And yeah, interesting journey with them all. But if I could do anything for and with her, it would be to make sure she's firmly grounded in the taiao so that she can draw on all of that knowledge and all of those strengths herself, to feel it so that it's more real than learning it in a university lecture room, because I think that's where she will get her power from.
Thank you. Sorry for excuse me. Ditto. And as I was listening to the reflections of everybody here, you know, as Wahine, we are also, as I've mentioned a couple times, we are still walking within colonial society, and I really just, with the foundation that's already been mentioned, I want to make sure that, you know, I have 3 children, and I have 2 of them are my girls, and I want to make sure that as they grow up, they know that they can take up the space that they need. They know that they can be assertive, that they have a voice, no matter what anybody else says to them, no matter how many times they're maybe pushed aside or told to be more quiet, that they are raised with the love and the foundation and the teachings that allows them to then take the space and take the role in which they were meant to as they grow up. So.
Tēnā koutou. And just finally, I'm just thinking with the words that's been shared today, how significant looking back is to look forward. For me personally, Tūhaitara is the passport in which my people moved from the north to the south. And then Tūtehuarewa is so significant for us that we named our ancestral house after her. And so I look forward to a time when my mokopuna are talking about the ancestral houses that will be carved from the 4 that are sitting to my right. E oku rakatira ho mai te piki paki paki mō tēnei pai pai tapu.
Tēnā tātou, te miharo o enei kōrero o ngā wāhine puta. Me te whakahoki atu o tēnei kuia i ngā mihi wahine ki te wahine ki te pānara, ki te taumata wahine kua tūake. Ko te painga o enei kōrero ki au nei, ko te rongo i te reo o te wahine, e kōrero ana mo te wahine. Kaua tētahi atu, ka mutu, te whakarite i te hoatu i etahi tīpiri, i etahi kōrero āki, hei tautoko ia tātou e ngana nei te whakatupu ake i wa tātou tamariki kia Māia, kia Māori, kia whakaronui ki te taiao, kia whakaronui ki ngā tāngata e noho nei e mihi ana. Tēnā tātou. Me te pai o te whare nā, i roto i te whare nei i a rātou e kōrero ana i kaha tautoko te whare i ngā kōrero i puta i a rātou. Me te mea nei katoa rātou he tino wahine, he tino mātanga, rangatira rātou i wa rātou mahi katoa. Ana e mihi ana. Ko tētahi o ngā kōrero e whai ake nei, ka utonu ki tērā āhuatanga o te rangatiratanga o te wahine. Ka mutu e mōhio ana tātou tēnei wā tonu, e tika ana, e kite ana i te korikori o ngā iwi o te motu, te korikori o ngā hapu, te kiake, e tika ana kia tautoko kia tū mai te wahine. Nā rere mihi ana ki tērā tū āhua. Ana hei hoki whakamuri ngā whakaro ki ngā kōrero kua taki ake i runga i te atamire i te rānei. Ana nā Sheridan Waitai tēnei o ngā Forum Tensi i tūwhera i te atanei. Ana tū atu ngā kōrero mo te tiaki taonga, i tū atu ngā kōrero mo te moana, hei tupuna, kia mohi o tātou hei tupuna. Ana me te pakamahi i wā tātou tikanga, a tātou kōrero, a tātou whakahaere Māori, hei whakahaere tiaki i ngā taonga i te taiao, i o tātou moana tonu. e mihi ana ki ngā iwi maho o te motu kāmutu o te ao. Kua tū mai I runga I tēnei papatu waiwai I te rānei, ki te whakatū atu, ki te whakatū atu, ki te kōrero atu, mō ngā take nui e whakahaerehi ana ki roto I tēnā kāinga, ki roto I tēnā kāinga. Me te mea nei, ko tēnei te wāhi, tika ana kia wānanga I nei wānanga tēnei papa whenua tonu kua roa nei, hei e tutu, hei wāhi wānanga mo I nei mua kōrero, nā reira e mihi ana ki ngā kai kōrero katoa. He wai e te whānau, atu I te marae o te tī, anei ko te forum tent ki te marae o Waitangi, e mihi atu ana kia koutou, e utonu mai ki tēnei whakapāhotanga, e mihi ana, e mihi ana, e mihi ana. He oi, ka hoki anō tātou ki te atamira ki nei kai kōrero e whai ake nei, ka kōrero mo etahi kaupapa nui whakaharahara.
You guys hear me? Oh, that's better. Okay, thanks. Well, first of all, I just want to say what an honor it is to be here. So I just want to thank the Marae for allowing us to be here and share our work today. My name is Mukweskla, which means white bear in my language. I come from a very small village called Klemtu. So if you can go to the next slide. You go to the next slide. Yeah, so here's my village. It's on the northwest coast of British Columbia, in the heart of a region we call the Great Bear Rainforest. My community is pretty small. It's about 350 people, and it is home to two different nations, the Kitasoo and the Heheis people. And both groups settled there around the 1850s, although we've always used the whole territory. Go back one more, sorry. Our area started off a bit with a lack of protection. And so we've been doing a lot of work around the last 30 years to try and change that. So maybe I'll start with these 2 points. Back in the 1980s, our community, we were in the high 80 unemployment rate. Almost 90% unemployment, very little jobs, very little opportunities. We live on an island, not a lot of economic opportunities there, and we wanted to change that. Another point I wanted to make is 30 years ago, First Nations people in British Columbia did not have a say in management, and that was a major problem. And so my community had 4 goals that they wanted to achieve. One of them was to be recognized as a level of government. That was really important in everything that we did. Number 2, they wanted to see economic opportunities, but long-term sustainable economic opportunities for the community. Number 3, they wanted to build capacity, how do we build capacity within our community again. And number 4, they wanted protected areas. They wanted to protect the territory. And those were 4 goals that they really wanted to see. And over the last 30 years, that has been our goal, is to try and achieve those. So our region, known as the Great Bear Rainforest, is home to a majority of First Nations people. So over 50% of this region is populated by First Nations people. Here, there's 27 different First Nations in the Great Bear Rainforest. The Great Bear Rainforest is quite famous for its wildlife. We have grizzly bears, about 1,000-pound grizzly bears. We got black bears. We have one of the rarest bears on the planet called the spirit bear, which is basically a white black bear, and it's not an albino, so both parents have to have a recessive gene, and they figure the population's about 100 of these bears, which makes it extremely rare. It's also home to a lot of marine life, so we have a lot of humpback whales, killer whales, seals, and sea lions, much like here. And then we also have a lot of cultural sites, thousands and thousands of cultural sites scattered all throughout our territory. Pictographs, rock paintings, rock carvings, old big houses, old village sites, burial boxes, and those are things that we want to protect. So here, I just wanted to talk about the Great Bear Rainforest. Back in the 1990s, our area was under threat. At that time, it wasn't known as the Great Bear Rainforest. The provincial government called our home the North Coast Timber Supply Area. So they gave out all the permits to all the forest companies to come and log out our home. And this led to a lot of protests by environmental groups, by First Nations communities. And we said, no, you are not going to come and log our home. And I remember when I was quite young, listening to the big debate that was going on in my community. The forest companies were in my community promising 100 jobs. If we all go knock it down together, we'll provide jobs, we'll put money on the table. And so some of my community was very interested in that. The other half of the community said, no, we need to protect these areas. This is our home, this is our cultural sites, these are our villages. And so the community was relatively split on it. At that time, our leadership actually kicked out the environmental groups because they tied themselves to the trees. But the leadership felt bad about it and actually invited the environmental groups back to the table and said, how do we work out a plan that works for everyone? So our community invited the environmental groups to the table, they invited the forest company to the table, and they left the government out of the room and said, yeah, how do we develop something that works for everyone? Logging companies want to log. Environmental groups want protected areas, and our community want both. We want jobs for our community, we want to put food on the table, but we also want some protection. And so how do we do something? And that ended up leading to what we now call the Great Bear Rainforest. So all the communities end up looking at setting aside protected areas. And the environmental groups would go fundraise some money, put it into an endowment fund, and our communities would get access to that so we can continue to provide jobs and opportunities for our community. So you can see this map in 2005, we had no protection, very little green in terms of protection. And then a few years later, by 2009, 85% of the Great Bear Rainforest is now protected, which makes it the largest intact coastal temperate rainforest on the planet. In my traditional territory, we protected 55% of our territory, and all of that is locked up in protected area. However, when we were talking about protecting it, the provincial government wanted to turn these areas into parks, and my community said we don't want a park because the moment it becomes a park, then we lose access. We lose our hunting rights, we lose our fishing rights in those areas, so they didn't want to do that. So our community pushed for the term conservancy. So 100% of the areas in green in our territory are all conservancies. So that still allows us to continue our traditional lifestyle in those areas, and so we can still continue to live our lifestyles there. And then we also pushed the provincial government as well to collaborate on the management plans, although that took a number of years to get there. But we said we're not just signing these areas over to the province and then we just make recommendations. This is our home, and we will be involved in the management. And so that was really important. You can just bring them all up. So I told you guys the environmental groups went and fundraised a bunch of money for those protected areas. A lot of the environmental groups went and raised $60 million, and they put it into this endowment fund. And that was huge. And the formula basically worked out that small communities will get about $250,000 to $600,000. So that was based on a 4 to 6% return on investment. Large communities were getting about $500,000 up to $1 million. And this was all for the land protection. So this was all for land use planning. So based on how much territory you protected. So all the communities got access to this money, which was huge. But the environmental group said, we won't give you this money unless the federal government and provincial government come forward and match this money. So they did. And the federal government came forward with 30 million. The provincial government came in with 30 million, and they created another $60 million pot of money. So this was kind of an economic stimulus package. It was there to jumpstart an economy for our community. And so based on how much you protected, you got a certain amount of money. And so my community, we got about 7 million out of this whole deal because we protected quite a bit of the territory. And there was all these rules put on the money that could only be used for conservation-based projects. So we couldn't use it to start a forest company, but we could use it to build an ecotourism operation. And that's exactly what we did. And so we went and put a lot of our money into developing an ecotourism operation. We live in a pretty unique area. And so we put a lot of money. We built a new hotel. We bought a fleet of vessels. We trained all of our people to be guides and boat operators, hotel staff and marketers. Now that operation, it hires about 40 people, and we're generating about 2.5 million in that investment. And so that has been really key for us. And so this really helped us jumpstart a few things. And so this was getting the business side going. And this other money here allowed us to develop a stewardship department, a stewardship office. So with the stewardship office, that's my job as a stewardship director. My community hired me to help build the stewardship department. And at the time when we first started, we only had about 56,000 Now we have anywhere from 4 to 6 million running through our operation on an annual basis, which is pretty neat. But we built a brand new office, and we bought a fleet of vessels, and we have a whole bunch of different things in this department. Maybe you can just bring all these ones up too. So here, our community has a stewardship board that's made up by elected members of our community. We also have hereditary chiefs, they're the ones that carry title to the territory. And they form our board, and they're the ones who kind of give us direction in terms of where they want to go. They hire a stewardship director, which is me, and then our main departments are our land use planning department, our marine use planning department. Laurel is here, who's our marine planning coordinator. There she is in the back. And we have a number of programs that we built under the stewardship department. Number one, language was really important. So how do we continue to save language? And so we have 2 different languages in my community. So we have 2 programs where we're trying to document and save that and teach it. So that was really important. We have a watchman program, which are men and women from our community that get out there and monitor and patrol our territory. And that has been really effective. And I'll go into that in a bit more detail in the next few slides. A marine planning department that deals with a bit of everything from shipping to marine protected areas to management plans. And our goal is to change policies, change management. And so that's quite a broad department, driving lots of science in that. We also have Indigenous Law Department, where we're trying to incorporate and push for recognition of Indigenous law. It's not just about Western science, it's also about Indigenous laws that we've lived with for thousands of years. And so how do we integrate that in all the work that we do? So that's been really important. We have a number of research projects and doing a lot of science projects. And I remember probably 20 years ago, a lot of these scientists would phone my community and say they want to come and do their science up in my community. And my elders would say, where the hell has your science gotten us? You use science against us, and you said you can take this much, and you take everything. And now nobody's here to help us rebuild those stocks. And so science was a bad word in my community. And it wasn't until we started to switch that a bit and say, well, let's start fighting science with science. And instead of doing these habitat models, let's get gumboots on the ground and let's run our own science. Let's bring people in that can help us. Let's make sure our people are trained that they can do that. And that has been huge. And I think more often than not, we have more data than the government when we go to the table. And that really helps us influence the decisions. And that's been really important. But we do research on everything from bears to mountain goat to salmon to shellfish, crabs, you name it. It's quite diverse. We also have a referrals department so when the government sends in the permits, we have a say. We also have a reconciliation agreement as well that ties the government to a process where they have to involve Indigenous people. They can't just make decisions on their own anymore. We are a decision maker on that table, and that's been really important. That process is called the engagement framework. We also have a lot of outdoor programs. So we have an outdoor, probably one of our most important outdoor programs is called the SEAS program. It stands for Supporting Emerging Aboriginal Stewards. And I helped build that in the early days with a number of other communities, just to get our youth tied to the outdoors, tied to culture, tied to elders, tied to key knowledge holders. We bring in some really cool people like top ethnobotanists, and Survivor Man was another guy that came to our community. So just trying to give the youth some good skills, and that's been really beneficial. We also run a cultural inventory program where before forest companies, when they signed off on the Great Bear Rainforest Agreement, clothing, all those are all protected for us if we ever need to go for a title program. We have a lot of land use planning as well, so managing those protected areas, developing the management plans for all those new protected areas, so that's been quite key. Doing a lot of wildlife work and trying to make changes to the Wildlife Act. And then we have a number of other programs as well, Coast Guard and those sort of things. So it's quite a broad department. We hire about 45 people in the stewardship department. One of the coolest departments, because now our people get paid to go take care of their territory. And there's no better feeling than having that. And so that has been really cool. You can just... So I'm going to get into the Watchman program, but I just wanted to talk about some of the illegal activities in my territory. Back in the 90s, we saw so many illegal activities in my territory. And this was coming at a time when we just protected the Great Bear Rainforest, set them aside in protected areas, and we were trying to develop a way to survive in our own community, in our own backyard. And so we're trying to develop an ecotourism operation, and we kept on running into dead bears. We were finding dead bears all throughout our territory. People would come up, these trophy hunters would come up and shoot these bears, chop off their head, cut off their fur, and we would find the rest of the bear there. And then that was a legal so that was a legal opportunity, and then we also had a lot of illegal activities as well. So people would poach the bears as well, and that's not something that sat really well with us. And it was a violation of our culture. And as First Nations people, we never had a say in the management. We never had a say in the Wildlife Act or the Fisheries Act or the Oceans Act. And that was really frustrating for us to just watch other people come and do something that's a violation of our culture. And so we said we have to do something about it. So a bunch of our communities, so my community and Danny's community, Danny was just on stage. So Clemtu, Wekano, Heiltsuk, and Newhawk all got together, and we formed a bear working group, and we banned trophy hunting in the Great Bear Rainforest. And we said it's banned based on Indigenous law. Don't waste your money coming to the Great Bear Rainforest to hunt bears, because it's not going to happen. And if you come, we'll meet you on the water, we'll meet you on the land, but you are no longer shooting our bears. And after about a 10-year campaign, we were able to stop the trophy hunt of grizzly bears and black bears, and that was one of the coolest projects we did as Indigenous communities. And it was led by Indigenous laws that helped us get there, so that was really cool. So. We also had a lot of illegal fishing activities, especially in the 90s, and we would do surveys before the sea urchin fleet would go in, and we would count all the abalone, and we would go in after the urchin fleet would leave, and all the abalone were gone. And abalone's been endangered for 30 years now in the coast of British Columbia. And that was a really important traditional food for my community. And so we haven't been able to touch it in the last 30 years. But there was so much illegal fishing, it was a major problem for us. And there was also illegal forestry. We caught one guy, he was logging, had a whole cut block, had them all boomed up in the ocean, and had no permits. Because in our territory, go to the next slide. In our territory, there was no government enforcement agencies. There's supposed to be 3 departments that are supposed to be monitoring and managing, but we never seen them. And so you're supposed to have Department of Fisheries and Oceans to manage fisheries. You're supposed to have Fish and Wildlife Branch to manage fish and wildlife, and you were supposed to have BC Parks. And we would see BC Parks once or twice a year. You would see Fish and Wildlife Branch 0, and you would see DFO 0. And so I actually put trackers on the boat. I asked them if they would keep a tracker, and they agreed to it, which is pretty cool. And we tracked their GPS locations in our territory. And if one of them showed up for twice in 1 year, and the other ones showed up once. And so we went back to the government and said, here's your enforcement in our territory. It's pretty bad. It's pretty lame, and we think you guys can do better. And so that was a major problem. But my community said, stop waiting for other people. We are a level of government. We have stewardship responsibilities. Get your own people out there. Get men and women from our community to go monitor and protect our territory. And so we did. We didn't have much money at that time because we were just getting into some of the agreements. But we scrounged up some money, and the first thing we did was we bought a boat. So a little 18-foot vessel, and we hired a few people from our community. And one of our major things is, how do we get money? How do we get money to sustain this Watchman program? And so we tried to go to the provincial government and said, can we share in your agreement? You guys have a BC Park permit. Can we have a joint permit? And they said, no, we can't do that because of liability issues. We said, what about a joint fee? Can we have a joint fee? And they said, no, we can't do that, also because of liability. So we said, that's all right, that's fine. We're government, we'll go develop our own permit system, and we'll go develop our own fee structure. And we did. We went to every company and we charged them a fee. We said, we know you guys pay the province a fee, but you guys are going to pay us a fee. And we're going to take 100% of that money that we get from you guys and put it back into the Watchman program. 100% of it will go there, and you guys can see the results of your money being put to work. Because you guys don't see BC Parks up here. You don't see Fish and Wildlife or DFO, and all the operators agreed. We got 100% buy-in from every commercial tourism operator. Then we got 100% buy-in from every sport fish lodge in our territory. And then we went after the forest companies, including our own forest company, and they pay a fee. and all that money goes back into the Watchman program. And so that really helped us get some money, and that was good. So that's one of the sources, not the only source, but that's one of the sources. Okay. So I just want to explain maybe a bit about the Watchman in general. So we developed, we call our program the Watchman program, but historically, Watchman was basically a pole in front of a community. These were put in front of communities. They were put on personal property, such as a boat or in front of a house, and it was believed that they would watch over and protect. And this one's carved in a tree that's still alive, and this one's been there for quite a while. But this was also a station for the young people. One of the first duties as a young person, you would have to stand beside this pole, and you would have to watch for anything that moved in the distance and time it and mark it and send warning to your community. So they're ready to hide or they're ready to fight, whatever the occasion called for. So that is the origin of our program, and that's why we call it the Watchman program. So when we started the Watchman program, all the communities were in the same boat. All of us wanted to protect our territories. All of us wanted, to have something larger. And so we started to work together as 9 communities in the Great Bear Rainforest. And this was really key for us. And we had to look the part. And now the problem is our guys were wearing sweatpants out there sometimes, and they were pulling up to people saying, we're the enforcement. And we said, no, we got to look professional. So the first thing we did is we developed a logo. And that was for all Coastal Guardian in every community along the coast, and that was really good. And the next thing we said, we have to develop a uniform, a consistent uniform. And so we all have the same uniform up and down the coast. And then we started to collect data. Our watchmen were out there collecting data on pages. They would write, and I would have to deal with 100,000 pages at the end of the year. They would document things like whales and boat sightings and crab traps and prawn traps. And so that was a bit of a pain. So we heard in Australia, I'm not sure if the Australia guys are here, but we learned a lot from Australia. We actually went over to WAPA and spent time with their guardians, their rangers over there, and that was really cool. And they had a Palm Pilot at the time, and they had this technology they called the Cyber Tracker. And we were able to learn from that, and we took that back home, and we kind of built upon that. So we have something called the Coast Tracker, and we use a tablet, and we enter all the data on there. And so at the end of the season, I can see every movement, a GPS tracker or where our guys have gone, and all the things they've documented. And it's quite a robust data management system, which is pretty cool. And so that allows us to help make informed decisions when going to the government. And so if we document 5,000 boats going through our territory, I can go to the government and say that is potential for every boat to set 2 crab traps. You could get 10,000 crab traps at the end of the year. So those are kind of things that it's helped with. So our watchmen have a pretty broad role. They monitor everything. It doesn't matter if they're monitoring commercial operators, they're monitoring recreational operators, they're monitoring all the different types of fisheries, crab traps, prawn traps, wildlife sightings, you name it. But they also save lives. And so we probably average about 5 or 6 rescues a year where someone's hit a rock and they're sinking. We deal with oil spill response. And so we do a lot of things to really try and just help our territory and help people that come into our territory. So very important roles, and it's been pretty good. Suspicious activities. Oh, next one. So here, you can't really see it that well, but here's a map of all of our watchmen patrols, and they paint the whole territory red compared to the other enforcement agencies that come in once or twice a year. And so our guys go everywhere. The Watchman program has been one of our most important programs that we have in our territory. We went from having hundreds of illegal activities to now 0 illegal activities. We no longer see illegal hunting or fishing or forestry. We've branded the program. Everyone knows and is aware about the Coastal Guardian Watchman program, and that has been really cool. However, we still didn't get the recognition from provincial and federal governments. They didn't recognize the Watchman program, and we didn't really need them to because we're our own authority, and we'll continue to do it ourselves. But nonetheless, we went to the province and said, you guys are not coming up here. You don't monitor, you don't manage. And if there's an issue that happens in a park, in a protected area, we would have to phone them, wait for them to finish their breakfast, book a flight over, and then boat up to our territory and 4 days later, the incident is come and gone, and there's nothing you can really do about it. So we said, give us your badge. Give us your badge and let us go do something about it. And so this is after about 8 years of really pressuring them to say, I think we should do something, and getting the right people in the room. BC Park said, we'll consider doing this. If you guys can pass all of our training as a BC Park Ranger, we'll consider sharing our authority, and they did. We put 8 of our guys through this ceremony, this badge training, BC Parks training, and all of them passed it, and that was really good. And so now, my community, along with the neighboring community, New Hulk, we're running this as a pilot program, and these guys are the first people in the country to receive a BC Parks badge. But they're not BC Park Rangers. They're still employees of the nation, but they have BC Parks authority. So they can actually write someone a ticket. We don't have to phone anyone. We can actually just give someone a ticket right then and there, which is pretty cool. And we're telling the province, this should be the way forward. And sharing authority doesn't make governments weaker. It makes them stronger. And as a result, I think we'll have some of the most protected areas on the coast. And so this has been one of our best programs we've had so far. Now I'm going to get into marine planning. So this is pretty broad. I'm going all over the map, from land use planning to watchmen. And the marine plan was something that, we're an ocean-based people. We live right on the ocean. We depend on it for food, for transportation. And we have about 1% of our territory that's protected. And it was really important that we move towards some marine protection. The federal government, after our land use planning process, the federal government tried to develop a marine plan for the whole BC coast. And all the nations came forward and said, you're not developing any plan without First Nations consent. We're going to be involved in this whether you like it or not, and we are going to be involved in the planning process. And we did. We got to work and started planning, and we interviewed all of our elders. And so this one's going to be a whole series of ones come up. But we interviewed all of our elders, and we said, where do you catch halibut? And this is just one section of my territory, but we said, where do you catch halibut? Next one. Where do you catch rockfish and lingcod? So it gets more. Okay, next one. Black cod, herring, sea cucumber, geoduck, sea urchin, sea lion hollowed areas, marine birds, kelp beds, ecological areas. So all this information that we collected from our elders helped us inform our marine spatial plan. It was the foundation of the marine plan. And that was so important. And the government brought their science, and there was big gaps in their science, and they didn't invest a lot in the science, and it was indigenous knowledge that led the way for the basis of the marine plan. And so this, to me, was one of the coolest projects because our people knew the territory like the back of their hands. They could say they knew where the juvenile rockfish areas are, and people should not fish there. Let's protect that. That's an area that nobody should go. Here's an important area for food fishing, or here's sensitive habitat. And so we mapped out everything, and that was really cool. And this is a process. We've been working now a better part of 20 years, but we should be wrapping it up soon, and I'll explain a bit more. Okay. So here's a bit of a heat map in terms of all the information we collected from all of our community members, and that really just helped us form all of our marine zones. And here's the final map of kind of what we're coming out with. So all the green is all the land protection, and then all the yellow is all the marine protection. And then we have another one that's pink, which is an indigenous protected area, and I'll explain that one, which is a bit different. But yeah, so we're getting close to all the protection. We have 55% protection on the land side, and we're going to have about 35% protection on the marine side here very soon. However, this process on the marine planning side has been a bit slow with the government. We've seen different governments come and go. A new group gets in, and we're kind of starting over again. Some try and push pipelines through and oil tankers, and so it's been a bit frustrating. We've seen lots of governments just coming in and out of the process. So my community was getting tired of that. And we have one area in our territory called Kilisu Bay. It's about a 45-minute boat ride from my community, and it's the most important area for my community. It's the breadbasket. It's what everyone depends on. And this area has a whole bunch of herring. All the small little herring go into this bay, and you can get 200 tons of herring in this bay. And it brings in all the halibut and all the ducks and all the seals and the sea lions and the whales. And so it's a very important area. we've watched this bay get fished out over the last 50 or 60 years. The industry would come in and take everything, and then we have to wait for 10 years for it to rebuild again, and that's happened several times. And so when we're in this marine planning process, and the government made us all these promises that we're going to have some marine protection, and it's taken 20 years and we still don't have any formal protection, my community said enough's enough. Let's do something different. Let's do it on our own. And they said, we're a government, we have authority, we have stewardship responsibilities, and let's develop our own management plan. I thought, that sounds great. So under the authority of our chiefs, they basically decided to declare Kirisu Bay an indigenous protected area. And so we did this, you can go to the next one. We did this in 2023, and we sent out that management plan to everyone. We sent it to the provincial government, we sent it to the federal government, we sent it to all the industry, and we said, stay out of this little bay. You are not going to go to Kirisu Bay to harvest anything. And so far, no one has gone in there, so it's good. We got people knocking on the door every now and then, but we try and shut them down. But our process is to work directly with government and also to work directly with industry. And we've actually had, we had one group try to get in there this past December, and we just negotiated directly with the industry, and that's been really helpful for us. So you can't see this photo that well, but here's a photo of all of our hereditary chiefs signing the declaration of this protected area. It was one of the most powerful moments where our hereditary system was taking it upon themselves under their authority to ban everyone out of that little bay. And to me, that was super cool. And I think that's what more of us need to do. I think no other governments run their platform on protection and conservation or want to talk about protecting our territories. I think it's got to be up to us to do it. And this was one of the coolest things to be a part of, because it was a resurgence of stewardship and authority and self-governance, and to do something. And instead of just waiting or trying to follow these other government processes, this was really important. And so Kirisu Bay recently was named a blue park, and so we had to go through a blue spark first and then become a blue park. And so it's there's only 30 blue parks around the world, and this is the only one that's in Canada. And out of those 30 blue parks around the world, this is the only one that is an indigenous protected area, which is pretty cool. So yeah. Thank you. So I'll just wrap this up. This is something on the finance side. We have a number of sources that help us in the stewardship world. So we have a number of sources. Like I said, when the environmental groups came forward and they raised that $60 million, put it into an endowment fund, that money will be there forever. And we'll continue to live off of that interest. And that is all being reinvested back into stewardship programs, which is very cool. One program I didn't talk about was the carbon credit. Now that we protected all the land, we had a big debate about who owns the carbon credit. And the government tried to say they own it. We said BS, we own it. And so we ended up negotiating. We own 80% of the carbon credit. The province owns 20% of the carbon credit. And so we take all the money we make out of carbon credit and we reinvest it back into stewardship. And so that has been a really cool thing. That's really helped us out quite a bit as well. We charge protocol fees. Every company, every industry that works in our territory, we charge them a fee, and that goes back into the Watchman program, and that has been really good. And now we've just fundraised a bunch of money, and there's some people in the room from Pew that have helped with the PFP, or Project for Permanence. This is the marine planning money, essentially. And so we've been able to fundraise, both with environmental groups, First Nations, governments, raised $335 million. Federal government's given us $109 million, so we're going to have $440-something million to go into the marine plan. Some of that will be put into an endowment fund, and this will help us manage our oceans. And so that has been huge. And so we have a long-term, stable source of money for stewardship for our communities, and this has made the world a difference. And so for a community like mine, we've gone from almost 90% unemployment to 100% employment today. We have jobs. Thank you. Our goal 30 years ago was to try and develop a conservation-based economy. And when we can develop things like ecotourism, we're able to provide about 40 jobs there, make $2.5 million in that. Our stewardship department is probably the fastest growing sector in our community. and it covers a variety of things, and it's been one of the most beneficial things. And so a lot of our youth, most people stay in our community now because the jobs are there, the opportunities are there, the money is there, and the protection is getting closer. And so hopefully one more year we have the marine protection. But I just want to say there's a few things that I think are keys to success in all of this. And I think strength in numbers is certainly something that has really helped us. We didn't do this alone. We worked with Danny's community. We worked with all the other coastal communities on the coast. And we said we all have similar issues. We're all dealing with challenges around overfishing, global warming, all these different things. So how do we work together? And there's strength in numbers. That's been really good for us. Pushing government into this reconciliation era, I would say, has also been extremely important. And the last 150 years, First Nations in Canada have been shafted, and Indigenous people all around the world. And we said, enough's enough. We are going to be involved in the management. We are stopping, we're not asking anymore, and we're asserting our stewardship responsibilities. And that has been really key for us as well. And then, of course, having long-term stable sources of money. Instead of us fundraising all the time to try and get these programs going, this money will be there forever. So when we all go, this will be there for the next generation, and hopefully allow them to continue to do the work that they're doing. So I think that was my last slide. Yeah, okay. Anyways, I think that is it. Yeah, thank you guys. I appreciate it.
Maira e te iwi, tēnā tātou katoa ko Douglas Neslos tērā. He kaiarahi e arahi ana I te wāhi ki te tiaki I tāna moana, tāna whenua I tērā o na kāinga kamutu te kite atu he ohanga nui kai roto I tēnei mea te kai tiakitanga nā rere mihi ana ki aia, e mihi ana ki a tātou e utonu mai ana ki tēnei whakapāhotanga o te reo irirangi nei o tautoko atu I te marae o te tī ki Waitangi e mihi ana ki a tātou. Heoi, ko te kai kōrero e whai ake nei, ko Jungnam Hobotoa, no roto mai o Niue. Nā e ai ki ngā kōrero nei, ko Niue, no Niue te tangata nei, kāmetu, ko tāna he kōrero. He works at the intersection of conservation, culture and creativity. He is a communications and technical specialist for Niue Ocean-Wide Trust, where he helps bring visibility to Niue's ocean commitments, community-led stewardship, and the long-term protection vision of Niue Moana Mahu through multimedia. E te iwi paki e huro ana te tēneti nei, I te kai kōrero e whai ake nei e mea ana, ko Jungnam Hobotoa. Kia umai.
Mō nū tangaloa, ke hake pū e longelangi, ke hiv ke pū he lala whonua. Tofa, 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 whakalofalahi atu. Kia ora tātou, whakalofalahi atu. My name is Jungnam Hobotoa from the beautiful island of Niue. And first and foremost, before we carry on, I'd like to acknowledge the tupuna and also the whānau that owns these lands, and also the previous speakers before me. As you know, thank you very much, Mananui, for the kind introduction. Okay, so I would like to qualify my role in the organization that I work for, Niue Ocean-Wide Trust. I'm the Communications and Technical Officer. And also a big thank you to Ngāti Kuri for providing us the opportunity to share what we're about to present here with you all. So first and foremost, the architect of this initiative is Carl Pasisi and Brendan Pasisi, and it is called the Sustainable Niue Ocean-Wide Trust, also known as NOW. So how it came about, there was a vision back in 2015 between an NGO called Sofia Niue, as well as the Niue government. So it's a public-private partnership, and it's the first of its kind in Niue. And basically, it started off as a sustainable financing strategy, which then morphed into the Niue Ocean-Wide Trust, as you can see on top there. And we have, I'll give you a bit of a background and context of what it looks like and where we're from. So Niue's vision is to build a resilient blue economy that is reinforcing of long-term ocean protection, climate resilience, and sustainable development for Niue. So back in 2015, we have the Niue Development Plan, and we need three pathways to go about managing that. And that is the vision up there. So one, we have the EEZ, which is our exclusive economic zone. 100% of that is under sustainable management. We have a compliance and implementation strategy to look after and monitor the area. And also we need a way to fund these things, which we've developed that brings increased benefits and sustainable financing. So this is a short video that will contextualize and show you guys where we're from and what we're about. Thank you.
My island nation of Niue is inspiring the world in marine conservation. 5 years ago, we committed to Niue Moana Mahu, a large-scale marine protected area covering 40% of our ocean space, waters totaling 127,000 square kilometers. Now, we're going beyond, setting a new standard of ocean stewardship. The government of Niue, through a public-private partnership called Niue Oceanwide, are announcing a bold new vision, the Niue Nukutuluea Multiple-Use Marine Park. This marine park ensures sustainable use across all 317,500 square kilometers of Niue's ocean space. The park will benefit the global environment and prioritize benefits to the people of Niue by drawing on ancestral traditions of taking only what's needed and pioneering modern sustainable financing mechanisms to ensure ocean conservation is part of a resilient blue economy and thrives for generations to come. Want to learn more? Join us.
Okay, so that's a bit of a background from where we're from in Niue and the initiative. So this is our journey here. We started off in 2015, as I mentioned earlier. Then we had a lot of developments happening, consultations, countless consultations with the government, as well as our village communities. There's about 14 villages back in Niue, and we communicated with them, brought them together and consulted, because we can't do anything by ourselves. We have to consult our people. So this initiative here is made by Niueans for Niueans, and also we're trying to help other societies, nations around the region and the world as well. So fast forward to 2020, that is when the Niue Oceanwide Sustainable Financing Strategy was created, and 2023 was when it was launched in the United Nations Climate Week in New York. So, as I mentioned earlier here, Niue is the second largest country Niue is the smallest country in the world, but it's the second largest percentage-wise to lock up 40% of its EEZ as a marine protected area, strictly no take. So 100% of that is under special management, and we also have some other key milestones to monitor this area. So it's a holistic approach. Many times we see quite often a lot of the initiatives that we've tried in the past has been very linear. You go and you just focus on one thing, and it normally just fizzles out. So what we've done, we've taken a holistic approach that encompasses everything around it. This includes sustainable development goals and global goals, as well as regional ones, and ones inside of Niue, engaging our communities and seeing and listening to them, what they want, and helping them, guide them through the marine special plans. Okay, so one of the reasons why we decided to go this way, the theory of change, is because, as I mentioned earlier, for the past 2 decades or so, we've been reliant on foreign funds. And it's not a bad thing, but it takes time for those to arrive. You're given a certain period of time to apply the whole process, full of vetting and filtering, which is fine. But with that comes its own they have their own agenda and they have their own checklists. So what we've decided to do is, why don't we make something for our own people that's designed that will fit us in a commensurate rate, where we can implement those projects that we want to do at our own pace, rather than relying on massive funding to come through and you're only given this amount of time to implement it. And if you have no capacity to do it, it really hurts our communities. So Niue came up with a sustainable financing mechanism called the Niue Ocean-wide Trust. The Ocean Conservation Commitments. So basically, in that 40% of our EEZ that we've locked up, we've spliced every single square kilometer, which is 127,000 square kilometers in that space, into what we call an Ocean Conservation Commitment, an OCC. So the idea was to form a trust, an endowment, so that 40%, all those units in that 40% would go into what we call the Niue Ocean-wide Trust, and money from there gets seeded out to the communities, helping to maintain traditional knowledge, helping to build scholarships for kids who are wanting to learn and be the next ocean stewards. So far, we've qualified 12 students from our high school as PADI divers, and most of them have never seen what's beyond the reef. So it's really, really cool. So the way, there's different pathways we can do this, and we've designed the OCC through the website. You can go through there, and what you normally get is a certificate, and that certificate shows your commitment for 20 years, and it's only $250. You only pay once, and you become a guardian of that space, Niue Moana Mahu, that 40%. The other streams of funds come through bilateral governments or even just philanthropy. That goes directly into the endowment, and our goal is 32 million, and the interest from that, which is 1.5 million, will be operational funds. And so far, we've managed to raise since 2023 nearly half, so it's about 13 million New Zealand, and that's from individuals, from philanthropy, and bilateral as well. So it's open to anyone who wants to contribute, and what you get in return is the big question. So as you can see here, we have 4 value drivers, and these are the things that we are trying to address and also keep all of our donors informed. This is in our metrics and in our MRV. And if you go on our website, you can also see the fact sheet, which breaks down the mechanism, as well as also the brochure. So the landing page here shows you all of the reports that we've done, and you can visit that on your own time, and you can see how it operates. And so far, we have 20 countries that have contributed, 365 individuals, 13 corporates, 7 philanthropic donors, and about 2 bilaterals. And this is what it looks like. So that's the certificate over there. And you get your name, or you can gift it to somebody. If you have a special someone and you have their birthday coming up, you can gift it to them. So when we launched, a bit of a fun story. 2 days after our launch, our website got stormed. So it was leading up to Christmas, and grandparents were like, mate, this will be the best time to get something other than toys for their grandkids. So the story was they are helping to fund other kids across the world with a certificate. And the big question is, what would you get in return as a donor or a sponsor? So you have impact stories, annual reports, and the MRV. So these are all visual as well as also scientific data that we'll give out in the form of report that all of the donors, doesn't matter if you're individual, high level, or whatever, you get the same report that shows you where your money is going, full transparency across the board. Because sometimes when you get money in projects, it goes the other way sometimes. So we're gonna give you all that and videos as well. So this is a page from our report. I think it shows you all the status as well as the numbers and figures. And some international recognition as well as achievements to date. We've managed to launch our Protecting Paradise documentary, which you can find in Disney Plus and Hulu, that pretty much shows you the initiative, what it's about, and also this is the first time ever. Last year, 2025, we have received $4 million from the Bezos Earth Fund. It's the first time ever they've directly injected money into a trust. Normally it goes through a different body and they implement. So we've also had some other awards there, the Impact Award and the World Changing Ideas Award. Just recently, we were approached by Bloom's Lab, which is a platform that analyzes and monitors nature credits. So far, Niue Ocean-wide is still leading in world ocean conservation, and would like to take you all on the journey through that. So we're all in this together. We're all part of the ocean, and that's what connects us. So some work on ground, some exciting news. Just the end of last year, we have 7 villages who applied for grants to the trust and were successfully approved. And the first tranche of grants allows them to operate for the first 3 years. That's 20,000 per year for starts. And a lot of them came back with their applications. They wanted to use it for intergenerational traditional practices, passing on the knowledge from the tupuna, the ones that are still alive, documenting that, and giving those to the young ones. And also the practice of making kaki-kaki, we call them kaki-kaki back home. It's traditional fishing rod, and with that comes traditional practices and a whole lot of, how do you say, stories behind it as well. It's not just making a rod. There's a whole lot of practice that is involved in doing that. The fish you catch, the types of fish you catch, and the strengths. So we also have sustainable fishing practices quite often. Every Marine Day back home, sad to say, but they weigh the fish on the whole amount of that you catch. So whether it's undersized or oversized, you'll still take it. So with this here, the villagers are like, we want to introduce something much more new. We're going to change it. We're going to introduce a category there where the most fish you catch and release is you get a big prize for it. So then the other one was invasive species removal, which is the Drupella shells, as well as the Taro invasive leaf vine. And this one here, the government, together with the New Ocean Wide, through the project, we're able to fund Drupella removal with one of our dive companies back home, Niue Blue, and they'll take tourists who come over and introduce them to the initiative, and they've removed a lot of Drupella. And also, one of the businesses back home have transformed that into invasive, repurposed them into necklaces, and part of the money from that goes back into reef conservation. Also, accessibility, food security, and general safety. One of the villagers came back to us and he was like, our sea trek, we need a lot of work done on it. So not only for the access of the canoe and waka fishermen, but also if there were to happen an event, an unforeseen event as an accident or something, at least the access from there to the village is secured. So waka building is very important, as we saw earlier, and we're privileged to see the amazing wakas and wakas that our brothers and sisters here in New Zealand and Atikuri has shown. It's a very important practice for it's not only a vessel that takes us to sea, but it's also a symbol of our journey together in the Pacific. And the co-management arrangement, it's a bit of a tricky one in the past. So we've managed to iron it out and get the buy-in of the villages through the consultations to work together with government departments. It took us about 10 years to do that, so it wasn't overnight. A lot of consultations and bringing them to understand how and what the benefits are of doing so. And these are our 10-year outcomes and frameworks. We have a whole framework with all the, I won't dive into this too deeply, but so far we've reached the 3 to 5 stage where we have engaged the villages, the RMACs, and also other key activities that the trust. So this is the team here. We have our project advisory team, as well as also the Niue Ocean Wide team at the bottom. So steps going forward, what we're doing, we're continuing to build the Niue Ocean Wide Trust, and also part of this is to scale out once we're fully capitalized. So we want to teach and help other communities and countries adopt this, and it won't be the same as our one in terms of values, as you know, the environmental factors and the things are different for each country. And also, I would like to leave you with a very, very short clip of the Protecting Paradise Initiative.
I feel like salt water runs through our veins. The ocean is the life force that made us and made Niue. We owe our existence to the ocean, and that's why we fight to protect it.
Being Niuean is being part of a whole thing. It's being part of the land, part of the sea, part of the people.
I'm very proud to say I am Niuean, and they all say, oh, you're the people who have the 40% EEZ committed to conservation. I'm like, yep, That's us.
Our lives are very much intertwined with the environment, but the impacts of climate change are robbing our children of their inherent right to traditional knowledge and practice. We invited National Geographic Pristine Seas because we want to see what have been the results of having this area locked up for this period of time.
Hopefully we can prove through the science that there's been a positive change there as a result of putting it under protection. You know, if there's somewhere that God lives, this is where he is.
It's something that belongs to us for many generations to come and look after it well.
This gives you hope, and it gives you a snapshot what nature could be like.
My father's fished these waters for years to see the places that he sustained our lives. It's amazing.
Wow. If we look after what we have now, there'll be so much more for the future.
It has to work. We can't fail.
This is paradise. We have one island. Here is all we got.
There you go, Whānau. That's our initiative in a nutshell. So that's Niue. And I'd like to leave you with a key message. Just to wrap up, as you know, we have the Pōwhiri happening soon, is that it is all of our responsibilities to look after and care for our nation, our nation as well. And the people, the tupuna, and also the rights. Asserting rights doesn't necessarily mean just us now, but we must secure these good things for our people and our descendants, our holonga, our mokopuna in the future, not robbing them of their rights to enjoy what we have now, but way, way better if we protect it. So again, thank you so much for this time. And also thank you everybody, the organizers, for allowing us the opportunity to present and speak. Thank you. Whakaule maki.
Mō tātou ā, mō kauri, amuria kēnei, for us and for those yet to come. Hika mā, we're going to take 5 minutes to have a little move around and sort of revitalize our bodies, and then we will be coming into our final speaker of our time today. And according to my sources, there is no pōwhiri. So, mean. Taki tū, whakatāa e kamatika hoki mai tātou, mai ngā miniti erima.
Kia ora mai anō tātou e hui mai nei. Ki konei, katahi te kōrero miharoro atu hei whakakapi ake i tērā wahanga. Ai tika tonu rā mā tātou katoa, wa tātou moana, o tātou whenua tonu e tiaki. He oi, e mihi ana kia koutou, kua utonu mai ki tēnei whakapāhotanga tautoko i te ahi nei. Ko te kaupapa whakamutunga, he pānara. He pānara mo te mana o rangitahua. Ko ngā uri o Ngāti Kuri ka kōrero mō taua kaupapa rā. Nā reira, ka nui tonu ngā mahi e haere ake nei ki Wainganui a tātou. He wei e mui tēnā, he wāhi whakatairanga mā tātou. He kei hoi o tīpuna. Pai ta whiti whaia, pai tata whakamaua kia tina. E te tūhana, e te ahoana. Tini te tū ki te rangi, uru pe tū ki te whenua. E te tūmarama, e pia tāka. E hori ana apu manawa. Kia ora, mai tātou e whakarongo maina. Ai, ko hoki mai tātou ki te tēneti, ki konei ki te marae, o te tī ki Waitangi. Ko tēnei te wāhi e kēnei ko te forum tent. Nā ko roa nei te iwi e hui mai nei ki roto i te tēneti nei ki te wānanga i kaupapa nui o te wā i te rā nei ko rongo anō tātou i ewa kōrero tonu. Nā reire, mihi ana ki ngā kai kōrero ko tū kē ki runga i te atamira i te rā nei. Ka nui ngā kōrero mo te tiaki te moana, mo te ahua te tiaki te whenua, me tēnei mea ngā tikanga tuku iho, hei rautaki whakahaere i a tātou. Ana, hei whakakapi ake i tēnei wahanga, ka hoki anō ki te uri o Ngāti Kuri. Ki te kōrero mo te mana o rangitahua, ka mutu e ai ki ngā kōrero nei, sharing our journey of reconnection, restoring and reimagining. Nā e mihi ana ki tēnei kaupapa, me te mea nei, e mōhio ana tātou te nui o te whakapapa, e hono nei tātou ki a tātou. Kaua ki roto i te taitokerau nahe nei, e rangi ngā iwi tau ki roto i a tātou i tētahi wā ngā waka, kua tau ki roto i a tātou i tētahi wā. Nā reira, ka nui ngā hono ngā whakapapa ki wanganui a tātou, ka hoki atu tātou ki te atamira.
Oh, what a warm welcome from my own whānau. E mihi ana ki a tātou katoa. Tēnā rā tātou kua pai nei ki raro i te mahau o tēnei whare a tāhua. E tuku tonu ana ngā mihi kua mihia, ngā kaupapa nui o te rā, o tirā ki tō tātou marae e hora nei te maria i tēnei wā o Waitangi. Me tika te kōrero mihi ana ki ngā iwi kāinga o te wāhi nei, rātou mā e noho ana ki tēnei wāhi, e manaaki, e poipoi ana i ngā maria, ka tatu mai ki rungi te whenua nei mō ngā rā kei te heke mai. O tira kia tātou katoa, kua ruia mai, kia hakarongo ki ngā kaupapa whānui, hakahirahira hoki me ki o ngā moana nui o te ao. Tēnei ahau ka mihi ki a tātou, ngā kauwhakarite o ngā kaupapa nui e mihi ana ki a tātou. Good afternoon, everybody. Ko Tami Tauro tōku ingoa, he moko puna ahau nā muri whenua, nā te whānau rata o te hāpua. E rua ngā taha oku, ko te whānau rāmeka me te whānau rata. He tātou whakapapa ki ngā iwi katoa me ki o te hiku o te ika. Nā reira e mihi ana ki a tātou katoa. Thank you for having me. It's awesome to see the various kaupapa that have been happening over the last couple of days and acknowledging the hard mahi that has been happening behind the scenes and the wonderful engagement we've had not only from our audience but the plethora of mātauranga that has been shared across both locations. So e mihi ana ki ngā kaupapa whānui o te wā. Today I'm just going to share a little bit about a kaupapa that is from home here and have been instructed, and as all good kaupapa are, voluntold to wrap it up. So I will attempt to sow some seeds with us today, and as everything we do, try and find a landing place towards action as we go home, because as we know from hui and wānanga, it's important to share, and that's the most important part of the journey. If we think of the concept of ako, the art of teaching and learning, within the reciprocity of that, we must find action. So I hope that today we've got some action points that have been sown from the various kai kōrero, but I want to leave the kōrero today with the place that our iwi kāinga here might be able to land and engage. My kōrero is about reconnecting, restoring and reimagining a research journey.
It's been over 22 years since our whānau have connected deeply with our tupuna ancestral island. I want to acknowledge that there are many pito kōrero to this place. This is a special place held by many iwi of Aotearoa. It has been known as a safe haven for all of our waka transversing Moana Nui, and there are many beautiful kōrero relating to this place. For those 23 years, our whānau have often been misplaced from memory, from kaupapa, from wānanga, and from whakapapa, essentially. And so, in our imaginings, we wanted to ensure that we could connect again to this place. So the first part of our research journey begins with the story of reconnection. Te Ara Whānui is the strategic flight path of our iwi. We have many pito kōrero across this ocean space, over 1 million square kilometres of land and ocean, and you may have heard through the various other kōrero today, as Indigenous people we know that these landings are contiguous in nature, that being the whenua and moana are not isolated but indeed connected. And so when we think about connection, through our mahi rangahau, we wanted to ensure we had a research kaupapa in which we could ensure that we could connect to kōrero, investigate mātauranga, do archival research, and put ourselves back to understanding what this tupuna island means for all of Aotearoa. The second part is to understand the island itself, and it's a conglomeration of islands. It's not just one island. There are a series of islandscapes and volcanic scapes that form the arc of Rangitahua. Some of you might know Hunga Hunga Tonga, which is the underwater caldera that sits in Tonga. Rangitahua is the centrepiece of that arc. It has one underwater caldera and it has one crater above land on what people might know as Raoul Island. And then you continue that arc. Does anyone know where the arc ends? The end piece that we can visualise of the arc is Whakaari. So that is the place in which we connect ourselves, both underwater to the unseen and to the top of the island. Now, I can't go into every fact and figure and everything. I'm just going to kind of preface some of the kaupapa around reconnection, re-identifying and restoring. And the last part of that is to create opportunities and information so that our whānau can understand what this tupuna means, and so that we can also share story and mātauranga maybe we don't all know, for the benefit of all of our children in this nation. This is a very special place to everybody. I just put this timeline up because when we started, we wanted to know the whakapapa of the mahi that had been happening out at Rangitahua. Now, if you don't know the words Rangitahua, I'm only going to say the Pākehā name once. The Pākehā name for this place is the Kumeric Islands. But we know it as Māori, as tangata whenua of this place, as Rangitahua. Some people call it Rangitahua, some people call it Rangitahua, some people might call it some other rangi. And kei te poenga, rangi katoa. He tautoko pau te kaha i ngā kōrero katoa mo te tupuna nei. Kia mātou o Ngāti Kuri, ko Rangitahua te ingo o te tupuna nei. You can see, to kind of plant forward, we must look back. I'll just pause there. See, look back.
E rongo ana koutou I te reo karanga o te whare o te marae o te tiriti o Waitangi e pōhiri atu ana ki ngā mema o ngā kaunihira motu, nā reira ka wāhi whakatā tātou.
Ora mai whānau, join us at the Maranga Mai Forum tent, where we will be joining the conversation on Indigenous networks and collaboration. We will be exploring the power of connection among Māori and global Indigenous communities through discussions, workshops and storytelling. Listen live on Tautoko FM 99.5 and 97.5 or via the Whare Kōrero app, where you can listen anywhere in the world.
Kupu hau.
Tai timu. Yes, another noun, and everybody thinks they know what the tai timu is, but do we really know what the tai timu is? Now it's the ebb tide on the low tide when it's low water. I te mea aru ana rāua I te tai timu, mā hoi ana o rāua whakaro, mō ngā hoi hora. Because the two of them were chasing the low tide, they forgot about those horses. Yes, they did. Tai timu, noun for ebbing tide, low water. Tai timu.
Te wā o te reo, o flavour.
Ko maunga tani whā te maunga, ko manga muka te marae ngā puhi, te whare hokianga te moana ngā puhi, nui tonu te iwi e ngā reo, e ngā mana e ngā kāranga ranga maha, nau mai, haere mai.
Tautoko.
Hoki anō mai tātou. Hoki anō mai tātou e huama ki tēnei whakapāhotanga.
Lot of international visitors, lot of international research, lot of other people doing kaupapa mahi in this motu. And so this was a key part of us understanding the layers that have contributed towards the information and the stories being shared for rangitahua. So I just want to kind of lay that foundation there. We wanted to understand what the current state of this area is and what the future state could look like. And so we started to map initially in terms of our reconnection, re-identifying and restoring what that looked like. You have to know what is current to know what could be. And so that's part of the kind of emphasis of the program. We developed a couple of research questions to get us going, and like all good kaupapa Māori research programs, you never ever address the whole question and you end up with 50 other questions and 40 other projects. And that's the nature of who we are, and we're awesome. But these were where we started, and I'm confident that towards the end in producing our outputs, which you'll see soon, we've contributed significantly towards these two questions. We really wanted to understand the oranga of rangitahua. Why? Because we want to know how we can protect this place for future generations. Rangitahua is one of four pristine ocean environments left in the world, and this is in our backyard of Aotearoa. We have a big haipapa and responsibility to care and protect this place for our future. So that's the kind of long burn there. Everything we do, well, no, we're not perfect and we're not everybody's cup of tea, but everything we try to do is through a kaupapa Māori lens. And when I mean that is every output we have in our project must be led by Māori, it must be anchored I te tirohanga Māori, I te ara whānui o te Māori, but it is not exclusive to just us. It is about our networks, it is about our partnership, it is about the best people with specialist expertise to help us, all of us, on the waka as we go through this. But for us, in recognising the journey of those voyages and the thousands of research pieces that had happened over the last 30 years, we didn't want to be excluded anymore from conversations, understanding and mahi. So that was our big driver. It's an enormous task as a little iwi, where we're kind of a little bit isolated and vulnerable because we sit outside any main institute. We're not part of the big mecca research institutes in Aotearoa. We're not part of a Crown Institute. We're an independent Māori iwi owned and operated kaupapa. And so this was a big task. I want to acknowledge our research partners, Tom. the Auckland Museum, and all of our partners who over the last 10 years have got us to this place. These kaupapa don't really arise out of nowhere and it's a good idea. They are actually built in small incremental stages towards a bigger idea and concept, and without them, this does not happen. The enduring partnerships, I suppose, within these programs have meant we've been able to execute and work towards extending our future in this space. But I won't go through all of these, but there was a 5-year kind of horizon program, mapping program, Arapiki, I suppose. But you can see a lot of the kaupapa mahi. Not all kaupapa is about producing a journal, doing scholarship or academic writings. The kaupapa is about acknowledging the various ways in which we can draw our mātauranga through the kaupapa and then present our findings, research and information in ways that are relevant to our people. The ways that are relevant to our people is through raranga, is through kete whakairo, is through kākahu, is through moko. I would pull up my legs, but yeah. So, you know, I want to acknowledge the, well, they were young 5 years ago. She's a fire now, but Hene sits in the front row. And so about imagining our creative space, when I think about kaupapa Māori research, I think of the ways we etch it on our body forever. We tell our kōrero through our tinana, through our whakairo, through our moko, so that everybody who sees us and us, we can share story that way too. And so that was a key, that's a research output for me. And there's lots of cool ways that our Māori researchers and our Indigenous people you would have heard throughout this wānanga have been doing that. That's our point of difference and that's our distinctiveness. Talking about distinctiveness, I just wanted to share a mentor of mine. Her name's Professor Jenny Lee Morgan, and she has been instrumental in building the framework for research around pūrākau, Indigenous storytelling or Indigenous story work. So I want to acknowledge her in the kaupapa because it's a key method in which we've built towards the restoring component of our project. At the heart of pūrākau is pedagogical intent, not merely stories. Pūrākau are carefully crafted narrative fit for audience and imbued with teaching and learning opportunities. Utilising pūrākau in our research enables a reclaiming, a rejuvenation of Indigenous epistemological and ontological constructs. A series of digital pūrākau are often initiated to represent rangatahi voice, kaitiaki and kaumātua experiences. So that's the kind of framing we have within our restoring process. Part of our restoring, this is a kaupapa that Sheridan and others have built for many years with the BioBlitz work and the Auckland Museum and other scientists. By the way, as a small iwi, we partner with nearly every CRI and institute in Aotearoa. We don't have to be in the institute to participate. We can make friends and align to them in different ways. So we have a lot of networks and connections that we've been building over the last 10 years. But part of the restoring is stock taking and monitoring. So that's reconnecting. That's been the mapping exercise on this mautere. Just to preface too, Rangitahua is 1,000 kilometres away from the tip of Aotearoa. It takes 3 days to get there by boat, and it's not really accessible anymore because of the nature of the valleys, the gully, the gut, and the in and out points. So there's not been any real full-time occupation of Rangitahua for a number of years. But if you're seasick, that's not the voyage for you. It takes a lot of guts and courage to get on a boat and be exposed to the elements and tides. And I can tell you the first time we all travelled there, we were very naive, but unfortunately we went in a storm, and so we were very horrified. I want to acknowledge at this point the Department of Conservation, because as we were getting going, it was them who came and said, okay, we will support, but it was our trip, and we had a person on board, Machu, who helped us to get there. And so I want to acknowledge those early pieces of work too. But what we're trying to do, what we have done, is developed one of the most comprehensive stock taking undertaken in our EEZ. And that's basically because we wanted to know all of the kind of past history and collections, where everything was, and place that somewhere that was accessible to us. Often, I'm not going to go into data sovereignty or where our data and all that is held, but I can just let you know that sometimes it's really hard, even if you're in a project, to get access to your mātauranga afterwards. And so what we wanted to do was ensure that what we were achieving was going to be accessible for all our scientists and partners going through the mahi. So this part of the part of the mapping exercises really was to do this. So we've established a very, very comprehensive data bank of existing knowledge and baseline, and we've mapped almost 40,000 specimens and 180 institutional collections worldwide. A lot of the taonga and expeditions and botanic collections that predate us and our mahi is actually held in banks and systems and museums all across the world. And what we wanted to know was, where is our taonga? Where are these? And hey, even if it's a little shitty fish scale, we want to know where you are. So that's part of the commitment to understanding, and we're not quite there with everything, but we've certainly etched towards ways we can do that. We also have over 2,000 photos and 700 documents being that were catalogued, and this is moving towards the goal of having a dedicated hub for rangitahua. They've informed the range of gap analysis, and they've led to another kaupapa, which I'll come to soon. You might be aware of iNaturalist here in Aotearoa, and I don't know what our Indigenous communities use, but there's some mapping tools that you can get, and you place your information in there, and then it goes up in the cloud and all that. We've been building our own, and this is an example of, I want to acknowledge Ngāti Koroki Kahukura here, because there has been some mapping that's been digitised there, and we're sort of modelling. That's the beauty of working together as Māori and iwi, is that if somebody else has done something cool, how do we work together so we're not all building this stuff and spending all the money to imagine when other people have committed to these kaupapa? So we're gathering and putting that, instead of iNaturalist, into our own app called Mohanga. I want to acknowledge some of the other rangatahi who aren't rangatahi. Justice is sitting in the front here. And the work that was committed to the Unaunahi framework. And so more than just recording is, how do we observe and understand when we're collecting or recording what we see on the island and in the ocean space, what's happening around us? He hanga tohu o te taiao. He hanga āhuatanga, he hanga, what's the unseen? What can we kind of feel outside of just the minutiae and the written data? It's much more than that for us. So these are tiro observation cards that our kaitiaki team go around with and start to map against. Whānau, it's really hard for our haukainga on the ground who are not scientists to understand scientific tools to map and record things. We've learned a little bit of the hard way that actually we just need practical tools so it makes sense for us and we can read the damn sheets that come out the back. So that's, we've got high-end productivity, and we've also got real practical things that we can work with every day. These are some of the endemic species to rangitahua. You can see the paikakariki in the bottom left. These are informing and instructing the way we craft our pūrākau, and why I put this here is because just these three type of manu alone have a whole back end of mātauranga behind them, and so when you map that over 1,000 type of species, there's a lot of mahi to be done. So our mahi is only the beginning of the journey for us, and there's a lot to do in these spaces around building pūrākau. Some of our whānau here might know this manu, but for some of our Indigenous whānau, this is an amokura, and this manu only breeds on rangitahua. It's haven and it's home, and we have kind of tried to understand how many breeding pairs remain. There's not enough information on this type of manu, yet it is one of the most significant manu we have to Māori. It's significant because I don't know if you can see its tail feather here, but they were one of the most highly prized possessions of the Māori in arrival to Aotearoa. They were up there in terms of trade with the huia feathers, and that's because they're so unique and rare that the encounters with this manu only happen in certain spaces across Moana Nui. And so to traverse and have this, you knew you had traversed those parts of our oceanscape. Only 42% of our island is indigenous. What's that left? 58% is exotic. And that's, I won't go into all of that, but in the middle tier canopy of Rangitahua, on the main inhabitable part of Rangitahua, this is Te Ao Tawhito. So this is what the whole island looks like in the middle tier canopy. It has a different smell, it has a different season, it has different functionalities, but it is a very special, untouched kind of place. And it's a place that when you go to, you want to make sure you protect. And so you can see all these rings, you can tell how old these rākau are. They are very, very, very old. 70% of that 42% of indigenous species is kahika rangitahua. Kahika rangitahua, many of us know as pohutukawa, but it is basically everything you see on the island is kahika. I'll just say that myrtle rust is a serious issue, and it was first identified on Rangitahua, and it came across from this island. And there's been a lot of learnings through that process, a lot of kind of ways we can think about response and protection and care. And we're really proud because it is a key part of our pūrākau, an indicator, a tohu of things changing in the moana and a tohu of what's happening at land. But you can map some of the tohu that are occurring in the bloom in this rākau to what's happening in our ocean space out there. We wanted our own whānau to be the scientist in the kaikawe kōrero. When we started this project, not one of our people spoke science reo, communicated the kaupapa from that position, and now we've got a suite of our whānau speaking to this kaupapa. So I want to acknowledge Kendall from our Paraone whānau of Te Hāpua. She's doing her PhD in microalgae organisms. Whenua sovereignty, whānau, soil sovereignty, that kind of mahi to understand how this rākau lives. Our next steps in terms of building the research agenda for the restoring is we really want to connect with our ohana in Hawaii in terms of the experiences they're having with this type of ngangara in their rohe that's wide sweeping. So we're taking this mahi and moving that forward. I put the kawakawa in there because Sheridan would not be my friend if I didn't show kawakawa, and that's just kind of an example of how big they are. They're huge on Rangitahua, a lot different to what we have here. We can trace the whakapapa of this too, but he rongoa mi haro katoa mo tātou. So it's about understanding the types of rongoa our tupuna had on that island as they were travelling. More sinister story. As we know, and as the impacts of the ocean are occurring, we know that pollution is becoming a huge issue, not just the warming of the sea, but the types of things that are washing up on our shore. And so for the first time, we've started a beach mapping survey. So we just started simply with a record of what we've found on the first day we were there, on the last day that we were there, and from there, every time we go, we do the same beach mapping survey. And then what we can do is analyse, is it increasing, is it decreasing, and what types of material are washing in here in what seasons. So trying to trace the kind of help whakapai some of the things that are washing up into the shore. I want to acknowledge some of our kaitiaki and team who are here today. So if you see them, ask them questions, who actually spent a lot of time. And when we started our program of work, we were reliant on other people to lead us and get us to the mautere. And in our last voyage that we had, which was the final kind of time we could go as part of this kaupapa, both the scientific voyage and the whenua voyage were led by our team. And they led the science crew both on the marine space and on the whenua space. So we're really proud of the work that they've been doing to commit to this kaupapa as well. And that's a pou whenua. In the waiata you heard earlier, it references this, and this is a pou part of our Restorian kaupapa when our papas went on a Navy vessel with the Department of Conservation 22 years ago. They put this pou whenua up, hei tohu aroha ki te mautere, hei tohu aroha mo te iwi, to remember, to reconnect and protect this place. So that's that image. It has withstood a lot. It is only just of wooden material, but it is still standing there today. I think I'm nearly wrapping up. So sorry, bear with me. Aroha mai if I'm a bit boring, but I just wanted to kind of relay the outputs. When you go onto the website, or if you search up anywhere about rangitahua previously, it was all written, and there's a lot of kōrero by others describing Polynesian people and Polynesian settlements, but not a lot about the island itself speaking out. So part of our kaupapa is to allow our tupuna to send the messages and build back those messages for the motu. And so through this model, which was very ambitious, I don't know why we even tried to attempt this kaupapa, but I want to mihi to our science leaders David, who have been working really hard on our te kupenga model, which is another kind of story about the interrelationship between mātauranga Māori and science. But what we've done is been able to take all the mohanga stuff, all the stock taking stuff, and actually build it into an ecosystem model. The ecosystem model maps above, seasons, the island, what's below, and what we call the intertidal coastal interface. And so it's a very early stage predictive modelling tool. We wanted to know the impacts if we were to eradicate the blackbird, for example. What implication does that have on the rest of the ecosystem? If there were no longer any land crabs on Rangitahua, and if they went extinct, what implication does that then have? What implication if we want to re-embed or reintroduce Indigenous taonga again, what would that do? And so the model kind of works towards understanding that. And so I just kind of wanted to say that our kupenga, the casting of our net, the casting of our lattice of connections and relationships has been a long burn. There's been a lot of contributors. Our Rangitahua project is just one example of the type of activities that are happening across Aotearoa in relation to the ocean space. It's been really inspiring to be with some of our whanaunga from across the world who have come and shared their thoughts and mātauranga with us, because without understanding other people's experiences and relationships, it's harder for us to find ways to move forward in the current climate. We know that there's mounting pressure on our ocean space. We know that there's a lot of pressure to do something about it. There's not a lot of resourcing, so it does require us to come together outside of anybody and have time for ourselves to think into how do we do things a bit differently to get a different result. And so I want to acknowledge everybody today. We're more connected than we are different, and I just want to leave that there. I'm just going to end because this is my waiata tautoko. I didn't bring a choir, but this is going to be my waiata tautoko. It's from the kapahaka, the best kapahaka group in the world. Aroha mai te tai rāwhiti. We're going to take it out in the next matatini, and that's Muri Whenua. But I just want to leave this because this is our action piece. This is part of the ongoing kaupapa we think we can extend upon. And so if we have any iwi kāinga from te tai tokiro, because that's kind of where we're starting, But if you have kaupapa or programs in the dive space, hara mai, are there ways that we can work with each other? Do you have rangatahi who are interested in the scientific diving space that are working in this space? We wanted to think of a contribution outside of just ourselves to how do we move forward with those who are interested to work together. And we thought maybe there's some mahi we could start and see if that grows with the rest of our whānau. So we didn't have any divers involved in our kaupapa, and I love Tom, but we had to watch him float around in the water for a while and count fish. We want our people to be the fish counters. We want them in the moana. We want them experiencing the space both above and below sea. And so we're really proud of the team that have built up this program. We launched this program with our whānau up north at the end of last year, and we're certainly open to working with any of our whānau up here who might want to join us and collaborate in this space. O te rā, tēnā rā tātou katoa.
Tēnā no tātou e te iwi, tēnā koutou e whakarongo mai ana ki tēnei whakapāhotanga a tautoko atu i te marae o Waitangi te tī. E te whānau, kua kapi, kua mutu, ngā kōrero mo tēnei ahi, e mihi ana ki ngā kai kōrero katoa i tū ki te atamira, e mihi ana ki ngā kai whakahaere kamutu ki tēnei marae tonu, ki ngā tikau, ngā tirahiri, te matarahu, ngā kai tiaki, te kaupapa, koutou te hunga i whakarongo. He oi kaua koutou e ware hoki mai a pōpō. Mālish, mai te wake koutou e kawe ake, e taki ake i ngā kōrero. Kamutu, ko te wahanga kia hau, ko te ahi. He oi, kōruku ai tipene Elena hau atu i te marae o te tī. Mauri tū, mauri ora kia koutou katoa.
Maranga mai Forum Tent. Atu i te marae o te tiriti o Waitangi. Ko tō tātou kaupapa here i tēnei rā, te tirohanga nui. Ka aha tātou i roto i ngā tau e haere ake nei. Ka pēhia te hanga mai o te tiriti o Waitangi i roto i tōna ekenga ki te 200 tau.